How rude. So yeah, even being ultra generous with the eye height and just going, you know what, let's just throw it at 50 metres. Let's just convert this to imperial for all of our freedom unit lovers. You're talking an eye height of 164 feet. Obviously, it's not that high in the image. You can see that quite clearly. And you're talking a target distance of 73 miles, which will give you a hidden height of 2195 feet.
Yeah, I was saying I'm going to try and find that contour map because I started digging into one of those New Zealand online contour maps just to double check that that really was a hill and a flat area, and it was. And then I just went down the coast, couldn't find any others. But it's hard to sort of get the contour lines to show unless you zoom in quite a bit. So I'll have to figure out how to show it so that I can give that contour evidence, because that's, I guess, part of it. Because I've had some other people say,
Right.
oh, yeah, that could be another town or another peninsula that's not far away. But I've had a look at it. I really can't see it myself.
You need, like an elevation profile or something. But so, which is the target you're looking at? Like you're drawing your line to? Is it the bit on the right or the bit on the left?
And we were just there, like maybe a few hours, probably a day before on our trip. So I've looked at it myself. We walked up the hill. So I have a sense of it. And then we drove down the coast, and that's what we found at Hokitika, which is quite a way
So
back down the coast.
you're talking about the bit of land on the right in your image, or the bit on the left?
The bit on the left, the little what looks like an island, is because there's some low-lying land, and then it goes up again, and that's where the lighthouse is on. It's called Foul Wind, one word.
Right. Okay.
Foul Wind Gorge or Foul Wind. Can't remember if there's another word in there, but yeah, Foul Wind Lighthouse. And it says there that the top of the lighthouse is 70 meters above sea level. I'm just heading out right now. I'll be listening, but I'll go back and try and find that contour, that online topographical map of New Zealand, South Island, and check it out again, and maybe do a little screen capture of me zooming up the coast and looking at the contours. There's just nothing there that could possibly be the same peninsula.
Yeah.
Sounds very similar to the South Australian coastline one I've every now and then, which I think is fantastic. One is either 96 miles or it's 127 miles. I'm not sure which peninsula it is. Even based off 96 miles, 300 foot viewing thing, horizon should be at 24 mile anyways. 24, 26 miles, somewhere around there. And still not even close to what's needed. But so I think it might be a case of me having to go for a very long drive when I get this camera.
Yeah, come stay with us, Matrix, in New Zealand if you end up coming here.
I'll bring a box of earplugs for you. You'll be right.
I grew up in Australia, so I'm totally used to it. I don't think I need the earplugs. Don't worry.
Do y'all still believe with flat Earth theories? Because flat Earth is not real.
So if it's not real, you think it is.
Yeah, good question. Oh,
Run away,
well, I
run
think it is.
away.
Oh, yeah, I'm going.
Oh shit, I've got to answer questions. Prepared for this?
Maybe Martin will.
Mahan, do you believe you live on a globe?
Sorry?
Do you believe you live on a globe?
Yeah,
Why?
because we are.
Because we are.
Yeah,
So you make that sound like as if it's quite factual. How do you know we are? What makes you wake up on a Sunday morning? You sit up out of bed and go, God, I live on a globe. How do you know it's a globe, Tuck? What gives it away for you?
if we don't live in a globe, so where are we live?
Well, your beliefs don't have anything to do with it. So you just said to me, if I don't believe I live on a globe, where do we live? Well, I want to know why you believe it's a globe. What tells you it's a globe?
By the way, what do you mean by globe?
Oblate spheroid. Okay, we'll try it this way. We'll try it from another angle. What shape do you call Earth?
Uh, I refer it as a place where we live, and that is the right circumstances to survive human. And there is only one place.
And what shape do you
Right.
call that place?
I don't understand.
You don't understand shapes.
Shape. What shape is it?
Oh, obviously, it's circle.
I just want to know who are the guys who are supporting the flat earth thing.
I I don't think there are such a stupid who think it's flat.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discourse. Please
Yes, you
try
are
to
right.
remain civilized and cordial.
I think we should do him justice by asking him this. Do you know of any time that anyone's measured the Earth directly and detected curvature of the Earth?
Can you repeat your question again?
Do you know of any time in the past when anyone has ever directly measured the surface of the Earth and detected curvature? What was the method of how they did that?
Currently, I don't know about any method, but if you see from space, Earth is like a spherical thing, right? So yeah, I think from there the researchers and the scientists are like telling us like the flat Earth doesn't exist.
Hey, Ritwick, just out of curiosity, when have you seen it from space?
Go to NASA's YouTube channel. You can see the live
Oh,
view
so
of Earth there.
you've seen it from YouTube, not from space. Oh, good.
On a screen.
I
Just
can
curious.
also
Right.
see from space if I would have been an astronaut, right?
You also see it from Google Maps, where you can see the whole things.
Oh, Google Cylinder.
Yeah, but your answer that
So,
you just gave us, does that qualify as a measurement? A direct measurement? Does that qualify as that?
No, not really, because I don't know of any measurement thing as such.
And you know, like I mean, let's just go off into the land of make believe here. Let's just pretend for a second there is a vacuum of space to travel to. Before you send a rocket to the vacuum of space, you have to have a radius value to know how much fuel to put in the rocket. So how did they get the radius value before they did that? You know, certainly before they sent something into space, they'd have to know how big the Earth is, right? And that it's a sphere in the first place, right? So how did they figure out that the Earth is a sphere in the first place before they ever sent a rocket up with a camera? I mean, certainly they must have, right? I mean, they certainly didn't just put some random amount of rocket fuel into a random size rocket and just go up, so let it go up and hope for the best. I mean, that'd be ridiculous, right? So how did they figure out it was a ball in the first place?
That's a good question. Because based on your experience of the Earth's surface, it doesn't seem very apparent that it's curving or that it's a ball. It just looks flat, right? What did you do? You must have asked the right question. Okay. So we don't have an answer for that one?
No, I don't think they're going to give you an answer, T-Dub. I think you broke them.
Yeah. Well, Orion, yeah, that was his question. He didn't get an answer. It just went silent. Well, if anybody else new here wants to ask any more questions, or you want to present an argument for why you think the Earth is a globe, feel free. Tell you what, on a personal note, teeth extractions aren't pleasant. But the one I just had, the one I just had a couple of days ago, one of the easiest extractions I've ever had. Like, you know, I'm still having, you know, the pain and that. But the easiest one I've ever had, the least troublesome I've ever had, the least amount of pain afterwards I've ever had. Well, this guy was brilliant, South African fella, and yeah, brilliant. And he just wiggled it out. It just like he didn't even need extractors, no pliers, nothing. Just wiggled it out, just deadened it, and then just started moving it around with a hook thing, and then it just popped out. Yeah, it was amazing. But oh freaking hell, I'm still suffering. But, yeah,
It's shit in it. I should
mean,
laugh. At least you went for the sensible way of getting them removed. Another way you could do it: have half a bottle of whiskey, go down the pub, find the hardest looking dude you can, say something nasty about his mum. No guarantees the right tooth will come out. You will get teeth removed.
He said he used a hook or something, but for a second I thought you were saying he's just using his hands.
No, he wasn't doing it the old Japanese way. No, he's using a hook. Yeah, like a long, a skinny, long skinny rod with a hook, like a hooked end on it. Not like a proper like a fishing hook, but like sort of had a bend in it at the end. Yeah, but the Japanese used to do it like that. Is it Japanese or Chinese? I can't remember now if it was the Japanese or the Chinese. But in ancient times, so they'd have a board with a series of pegs in holes on it, and each one was a little harder to pull out. And you'd train by you'd pull the first one out, and it was quite easy, and then the second one get a little bit more difficult until it was almost you're finding it almost impossible to rip it out. But if you could just rip it out in one go, like you were good to go as a dentist. You could just rip anybody's tooth out of their mouth.
Yeah, I've had a couple of teeth ripped out now. The last one was pretty funny. That was years ago now, 2014, 2015, somewhere around there. I've gone down, trouble with this tooth. Yep, they flipped it out for me, which was great. Because of all the injections to numb the jaw and all that, you get like Bell's palsy. But anyways, I go home, and naturally I'm tonguing for a beer because this is in Western Australia. And hot. So I go home, grab me first beer, crack the lid off him, tip it down my neck, and here's me with just beer dribbling down the side of my face because I can't hold my mouth.
Right. That's why they tell you not to have hot coffee or anything afterwards, because you don't know if you're scalding yourself or not.
Yeah. Yeah, the boys had a good laugh. I did too. It was funny. It's very interesting when you, for anyone who's never had teeth problems, like the pain of tooth gone bad or something like that. I've heard some pretty horrible stories about people removing teeth with shotguns and things like that, if I could word it that way, because of the pain involved from teeth. So, yeah, if you are having teeth trouble, guys, please go and see a dentist and get them fixed up. If you get them yoinked out or whatever, that's up to you, but, yeah.
Did I hear you correctly?
Right.
It sounded like you said someone had their tooth removed with a shotgun?
They weren't removing their teeth. It was to numb the pain.
Right.
I don't know what you just said a second ago. It sounded crazy.
The pain levels involved when teeth go bad are that extreme that people will do bad things to themselves in order to make it go away.
Oh, okay. I thought that might have been what you were saying, but I couldn't quite tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard years ago that it's one of the biggest causes of death in male adult lions, or just maybe adult lions in general, is teeth decay and problems. You know, they can't eat because of the pain, or they can't eat because their teeth have rotted and fallen out, and they die
Yeah.
from starvation. Yeah.
I kind of have the opposite recent story, but not with my teeth. Like last month, I had surgery done on my sinuses, and I thought it was going to be like 4 days until I started feeling normal again. It was like no, it was like a week and a half until I felt normal. A lot more pain and a lot more blood involved than I thought there would be. But I do have healthier sinuses.
Sinuses, John, jeez. Oh, I'm glad you're on the mend in that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy because like when they're like punching around inside there to like expand the size of my sinuses, when they move cartilage around, it sounds like they're breaking bone. So it basically felt and sounded like a guy was like sticking something in my nose and just punching holes in my skull. Crazy.
It's interesting after you've had an operation for it doesn't matter what, and you come to the realization of how fragile people really are. I had my gallbladder out years ago, and I was pretty crook after that. I was loaded up on some pretty nasty stuff. I don't know if anyone's ever tried tramadol and targan at the same time, but yeah, don't recommend it. Whole month of my life that's just non-existent. Where it went, I wasn't doing much other than getting dragged out of bed, sat on the couch, go back to sleep, woken up for lunch, go back to sleep, woken up for dinner, sit around for about 20 more minutes afterwards, then get back into bed. That's about it. So I think I missed that much. Wonder if Abdullah's got any globe proof. Abdullah, do you have any globe proof?
Hello, hello.
You don't. Oh, that's sad. Oh, well, that means we've got to wait a bit longer.
No.
Who else have we got? Lamos. Lagon.
Amos.
Mahin doesn't have any. He just believes in a globe. That's all right. We can leave him alone.
I don't understand anything.
You don't understand anything.
Yes.
India. You bugger.
You mean you're having trouble understanding the English
I'm from
spoken,
Egypt.
or
The problem in my English.
sorry?
Oh, the problem in my English. You believe in the flat earth?
Believing flat? No, that's incorrect. We know it's flat. Oh, I was hoping for a follow-up question. Anyways, who else have we got? Sebastian. Do you believe it's a globe?
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry, my living is very basic.
No, that's all right. We are in the English hub, so we're not going to rank people with a stick that don't have good English. That's why you're here, is to practice. And anyways, who am I to judge? Listen to the way I talk. Hopefully they've got globe proof. Who was it that dropped in? Where? Oh, gone. Welcome.
Hi, bro.
Hello.
And another one. Hello, welcome.
Oh, it's just me, security. I just changed my display name.
Oh, fair enough.
How are you? I was just telling my husband how cute your voice is. I was like, this is the flat earth guy. He's always here.
I'm not always here.
You are. You're like one of the common people that comes on here a lot.
Oh, fair enough. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm just in here when you are.
I'm following you. Whoops, you figured me out. Yeah, I'm really not, though. I'm not creepy. Just letting you know. Uh, Sorry, I just tried to have a little fun there. I know that's off topic.
I'll believe you just this time.
Thank you.
Where's our friend H? I didn't see his full name. On the H00700. Oh.
You're breaking my heart.
H, do you believe you live on a globe? Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
One that got away.
I don't think he was here either. First place. Oh, look at Dove's having a laugh. Dove's, I worked 15 years on the rail. There's not much that makes me blush anymore.
Oh, you're funny. I had to, I had it lowered down because I was doing something else, and then I heard that, and I'm like, oh, gotta hear this.
I like when they say things like, every time I'm on here, you're here. It's like, maybe you're here every time I'm here.
I know it was a loaded statement. It's funny. It was funny. It was cute though. I think it was very like wholesome. I didn't think of it.
Whole voice thing, though, is just very off-putting. She's probably a lovely person, but she just sounds like one of my young nieces. It's just like, are you even supposed to be on here? Seriously?
I could feel that it was like there was some awkwardness. Like I'm like, I wonder how he's gonna take this. Just like I feel like That's funny.
I was actually hoping that the H fellow would talk, but yeah, he didn't.
It's funny. It goes like one of two ways with you, right? People either think you're like this happy, energetic person, or the other ones that are just so like offended by your tone. You know? You know? I
Yes,
can see that.
100%.
People are like,
There's
"Oh,
no,
you got that great voice. We love your voice," and then the other ones are like, "Oh, you're so angry." It's like the polar opposites.
were you on the night that one of them was talking to CB, had an absolute meltdown, and then bailed out from CB and wanted to talk to me because I was the nice one? That shit was funny. And that's what I said to CB, what is the dealio here? Is it like opposites day or something? And he goes, I know, this is just so out of character. Normally they're backpedaling away from me, looking for the nice cop.
Uh, well, we will just keep them around to bring them in to defend you next time somebody is totally offended by your tone.
I think a lot of them just use it as an excuse when someone asks them a curly question. It's like, I need an out here, I need an out. Me? His voice is too loud. I'm scared, Mum.
I mean, let's face it though. Your voice is kind of fucking loud, dude. Like,
At any stage, have I ever said it's not?
no.
Thank
Good
you.
point.
Like if I was walking around saying, I've got the ultra whisper voice, I'm an inside type of person, I think the next line would be, you're an effing liar. Yeah, if I was running around pretending I had this super duper quiet voice, then yeah, feel free to rip it into me, but no, I don't ever claim to have, oh, I've got an outside voice, like, really. Here we got a new person. P4 Paddy. Paddy, do you believe you live on a globe? We've also got Henda, and I don't know who the other one was. Oh, missed him. Oh, Henda, welcome to the.
Just because you're too loud, it's okay. Don't worry.
Anyways, Henda, welcome to the channel.
Oh, thank you so much.
Do you believe you live on a globe?
Yes, I do.
Why is that? It's like 2026. What is going on?
I don't know. Do you have a proof
That you live on a globe?
that you live on a
Not
flat
really.
Earth?
That'd be up to you.
Sorry?
So what? Why do you believe you live on a globe?
I don't know. I've seen pictures of it, so it made sense to me.
Oh, fair enough. Have you ever, outside of seeing pictures and TV screens and computer screens, have you ever actually seen curvature?
A what?
Have you ever actually directly seen curvature away from computer screens, TV screens, or media, phones? So
Like,
away from all the screens.
no, I've never been to space actually.
No, I didn't ask if you've been to space. I just asked if you've seen curvature away from any screens.
Curve? I
Yeah,
didn't get the word. I'm sorry. Curved
as in
creature?
Earth curve.
Yeah, I've seen a ball.
No, I didn't ask if you've seen a ball. Have you seen curvature of the Earth aside from TV screens, computer screens, and phones?
No, but I don't really have a proof that the Earth is a flat or nor a curved ball or whatever. So both ways we don't have proofs, right?
Wrong. But anyways, we'll get to that.
Okay.
I was just
So
interested in.
you don't believe that the Earth is like you believe is the Earth is flat?
We know it's flat.
Interesting.
It's very interesting, isn't it? Because on one hand, you've got two competing systems. One is it's a sphere flying
Sphere.
through a vacuum,
Mm.
and on the other one, plane, or it's planar, I should say. Each one has got its own accompanying law. Now, if you're on a ball, we should be able to measure the curvature. That makes sense, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. I had that doubt before, but then someone told me that the airplane and the way they go through around the Earth, it's a sphere, and yeah, it kind of makes sense. The
Well,
route of the planes goes like round the sphere, I would say.
interesting. Planes don't really prove anything other than that they're a mode of transport from point A to point B.
Yeah, I have a question. Do all the people in the room believe that the Earth is flat?
Oh, there might be one or two believers. There's quite a few knowers.
Okay. I'm here to listen. I just want to listen to the argument, and it's really interesting.
What
Well,
you
my only
observe,
problem, I was going to say, my only
when you
problem
look
is
at the
I'm right
Earth,
at the end of my lunch break, so I'm going to pass this over to Orion, and I think that was Orion, and
yeah.
Ryan can continue having a chat with you. It's nice to meet you, Henda. Everyone else, have yourselves an
Thank you so
awesome
much.
day, and I will see you all later on.
So, like when you
Thank
look out at the ocean, have you ever been to the beach?
Yeah. Hmm.
So when you look out at the ocean, do you observe the water as level? You know what level means?
Yeah. I am trying to recall the scenery. I feel like, for example, if I'm looking at the ocean, I feel that if there is a ship, the ship disappear. Like it goes too far away and then it disappear, right?
Oh yeah, because you can't see things forever. I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
like you can't see a fly that's a mile away from you with your naked eye.
That's right. So about the sea level, I wouldn't even, recognize it or not notice the level of the sea from far away because it's blurry and everything disappears.
Do you know what level means? Like the definition of level?
Yeah, how high things, or low, right?
Good guess. Level just simply means no point any higher or lower than another level. And so forget about any objects or birds or ships or whatever that are around you. Just the ocean itself, just the water itself. Does it appear level to you?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
All right, it's fair enough. But you want to know, to me, it does appear level. So it's technically, it falls in the category of an observation. I observe the earth is flat. I observe the water as being level. So, I mean, you can talk about belief this, belief that, or we can say we know this and we know that. But I just want to point out to you that, at least, I mean, you might say you don't, you can give the answer you don't know. But I just want to point out to you it's an observation that the ocean is level, water is level, to start with. But
If the earth is flat, that means that there is an end, yeah? If you go far
probably.
west, that means that you might find a wall or something. Same thing with the north and south, right?
Well, east and west, as far as we know, may in fact just be big circles. So, like, if you follow the equator, you might end up where you started, but that doesn't mean you were going straight and ended up where you started. It may mean you were just going in a really big circle. Like if I walk in a big circle around my neighborhood and end up where I started, that doesn't mean that my neighborhood's a sphere. It just means I made a really big circle. But you are right to point out though that seemingly, since the Earth is flat, there may in fact be a limit to our environment. And I mean, I'm right there with you. As far as I know, yeah, there is a limit to our environment, but we may not be allowed to know where it is. Due to the governments that are in control of the lands of this world and this thing called the Antarctic Treaty. Do you know what the Antarctic Treaty is? Have you ever heard of that?
I think so because I had doubts before that the Earth is flat, and then they said people went up to space and to the moon, and they have seen the Earth like a sphere. Yeah. So what about these people, like who've been to outer space and seen the Earth?
Well, as far as the ones that say that they've been to the vacuum of space, I would just simply accuse them of being liars, especially the ones that went to say they went to the moon. Those people are definitely liars. Because the thing is, they say that they're going to a place that can't exist the way that they describe it. They say that they're going to a vacuum that's next to gas pressure, and that a high-powered vacuum exists next to gas pressure without there being a physical barrier between the two. And the thing about that is that that description violates the second part of the second law of thermodynamics, which states that high pressure moves to low pressure, and high pressure moves to low pressure every time. It doesn't just do it sometimes. It doesn't do it most of the time. It does it every time. So the thing is, if there was a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, trillions of miles across in every direction, above our heads and beneath our feet and side to side from us, and if we were next to that sort of an environment without there being a physical barrier between us and there, then the gas pressure that's here on the surface of the Earth would find its equilibrium here and up in there. And, the air pressure we're breathing would just sort of fly away for the most part, and we wouldn't be able to breathe, and we'd die very quickly. And life wouldn't exist. And I guess along those lines, I was raised to believe that gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth is caused by gravity, and that we only have gas pressure here due to gravity. But the problem with that is that no one has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity. And also, you can't even define it. So the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles inside of it. So no one has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container. And it's also, no one can define gas pressure without the word container, which is kind of a secondary thought definitions, but it's worth throwing out there as well. So do you know what I mean by that? Like if someone, I'll give you an example. Like if someone could demonstrate to me 36 pounds per square inch, 36 psi, around the rim of a car without the tire due to gravity, if someone could demonstrate that, then from that point forward, I would have a logical reason to believe that it's possible, not to say that necessarily would be, but to believe that it would be possible that the gas pressure I'm breathing right here, right now on the surface of the Earth may exist due to gravity. But without that demonstration, it would only be a blind belief on my part or anybody's part that the gas pressure we're breathing right here, right now, exists due to gravity. You follow me?
Yeah. About gravity, it's in the center of the Earth, right? If it's like a sphere, so the gravity is in the center, and everything pulls down to that center. But if it's flat, that means that gravity would pull sideways, right? Near, the edges. Like, how would gravity work on a flat Earth?
Well, there's multiple types of gravity with the way it's defined, but the only one that makes any sense to me is one called specific gravity, which is a technical term for relative density, which basically means when an object is in a medium that is more dense than it, then the object will go up, and if an object is in a medium that is less dense than it, then the object will go down. So you drop a stone in water, the stone, unless the stone is full of air, most stones are full of air, but most stones, if you throw it in water, will sink to the bottom of the lake or the swimming pool. And that's because the stone is more dense than the water. But then if you have a helium balloon and you hold the helium balloon or hydrogen balloon in your hand and you let go of it in the medium of air, then the helium balloon or the hydrogen balloon will go up, because that's an object that's less dense than the air around you.
It sounds reasonable, but they test that about density, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can test it yourself with a helium balloon and with a rock. You know, submarines and blimps and zeppelins. You know, kind of demonstrate just to be the way it works. Hey, actually, I gotta go right now because I have a previous engagement. But it was lovely talking with you.
Yeah,
Maybe I'll
nice talk.
talk to you in a couple hours. So feel free to talk to the other people in here. There's lots of lovely people in here to talk to. Have a lovely day.
All right. I was just gonna throw in there, Henda.
Yeah.
On that note, if anybody in here has access to the either the video or the GIF or GIF or whatever it is, I think it might be a good illustration for Henda. That principle, right? Relative density, it's everywhere. Okay, and there's so much so, okay, that there are instances where somebody can place something as dense and heavy as like an anvil. Okay, you know what an anvil is? You know, those little kind of like those metal things that someone else would take up, you know, another piece of metal and hammer against it, right? It's made of iron, most of them, right? They'll take that, they'll throw it into a pool of mercury. Okay, like a liquid, it's a liquid metal, right? And the anvil will float. Right? It seems counterintuitive, right? If you take an anvil, you throw it in the water, it's going to sink, right? But the mercury itself is more dense than iron, even if it's in a liquid state. So the iron will float. See? If anyone has that, it would be great.
It's you know, when you stand on the ground, you'll never see if it's a sphere or it will the horizon will look flat, but again, you can't you like prove it because it's very big. Yeah, you can't just run around and prove that the Earth is flat. Yeah, but it
Certainly,
looks flat
yeah.
because it's
Right.
huge.
Yeah, so check this out, right? So it's a vast landmass, right? There's a lot of land everywhere you look, everywhere you go. When you look out in the horizon, it looks flat. Now, I don't think anybody would say it looks flat, therefore it is for sure flat, right? But it's indicative that it might actually be.
Yeah.
Right? Right. Now, the explanation for that I think probably everybody's heard since they were kids, is it looks flat because it's just a big ball. It curves at a rate that you can't perceive it curving. Right? You know what I mean? So you have two possibilities, right? It's either so big and curving at a rate that you can't see, or it is actually just flat. So that would make it for a good test, right? Let's see if it's actually curving. You know what I mean? Simple. So when people have gone out and tried to test that, it doesn't curve either at all, depending on your degree of precision, right? One could argue that it's curving, but just at a rate that we can't perceive it, or it's actually just flat. But what's for sure is that it's not curving at the rate that we're told, at the very least. So one could argue, oh, it's a giant ball, bigger than they tell us, which has other problems to it, but just on this front, right? Or it's flat. So either way you look at it, there's a problem with the stated cosmology or the state of affairs. The claim that we're on a ball of a specific size. Follow?
I'm trying. So at the end, why would they lie? Why would NASA lie? You know, about this? Like, what's their I don't know, their purpose out of lying about whether it's flat or sphere or being on the moon. I don't believe that too. That someone been on the moon. But again, why would they lie about this? You know what I mean? Like, because I've checked many maps, and it looked flat, right? But I don't know if that's a map or that's a globe. I don't know this drawing. Yeah.
Well, the map is just a representation of
Mhm.
the territory and their configuration of the territory. Right? There are many different maps, or rather, there are many different projections of the same alleged territory and its orientation, and they're all perfectly valid maps. They're just different. They're just scaled differently and oriented differently, and need to be interpreted differently. But they're all valid, right? So the map is, it's an abstraction, effectively. It's not exactly the same as the territory. So, but that is a good point. Things are kind of, how you put it, surveyed as being flat and then just plotted out as so, right? But to your point about why would they be lying, I would say it's probably anybody's guess, because unless you're in the mind of an individual actually lying, right, you can't really know their motive, right? You don't even, and how would you even know if they are doing so to begin with? For all we know, they could just be completely wrong in their interpretation of real world affair.
Yeah, but imagine, for example, if there's a paper, it's flat, and now I stand in, let's say, in my city, Cairo, and someone else stands in New York, and another person stands, let's say, in Japan, Tokyo, and on the paper above us, there's sun, so at the same moment, we will all have the sunlight, like.
What do you mean by the paper? Could you elaborate on that?
I mean, if the Earth is flat, it's flat, like a paper. Am I right?
So let me see if I can expand on this a little bit. Like, I get what you're saying, right? A paper on a desk, and the desk has legs, and we're just talking about the paper, right? And we're just talking about the paper just as a flat surface, right? Like, we could be talking about a desk or a table, anything that has a flat surface.
Yes, that's
and
right.
then you're talking about a light that you think is 93 million miles away and 250 times the size of the Earth, right? That's what you think. But that's not what we're saying, right? For all you know, because all you know is the angular size of the sun. It takes up about a half a degree of your field of view at any given time in your vision during the day. For all you know, that piece of paper that you call possibly the Earth, right? We're not saying that the piece of paper is floating around in the vacuum of outer space. We're just using the piece of paper as an analogy. The size of that
just
paper.
An example. Right.
Let's say the size of that paper is the Earth scaled down. Then imagine a sun about 1 millimeter wide, right, and about 2 centimeters off that piece of paper, hovering around the piece of paper. All right.
I mean,
and
it will light
and the
up
reason
the Earth
and the reason
at the same time.
and the reason why it's that size is because you're the size of an atom, right? That's scaling everything down to size. If you really want to look at it that way.
Well, I mean, sorry to interject. I don't know if it's just me, but you seem to be coming in very distorted.
Am I? Hold on.
I don't know if it's your audio compression or jazz like that, but it's hard to understand what you're saying, bro. Did you catch all that, Henda?
Did you hear all that well? Can you hear me better?
No, I tried.
Yeah, that sounds good, dude. Try it again, please.
All right, so you have a piece of paper, and just for the sake of argument, we're going to use a piece of paper 8 by 11. That's the size of the Earth, right? And we scale down the Earth to that size of the piece of paper. Now, we're not saying that the piece of paper is a piece of paper floating in outer space. We're just using the piece of paper as a reference. Like, we don't know what's outside of Earth. We're just going to say the paper is the Earth scaled down. Now, if you scale down the Earth to that size, we could also scale down the sun to about the size of like a BB, about 1 millimeter or 2 millimeters wide, right? We're not saying that the sun is 250 times the size of the piece of paper. We're actually saying that it's probably
I mean
smaller.
we all know that the sun is bigger than the Earth.
No, we don't.
You know what I mean? I'm not.
Don't.
What?
No, we don't know the sun is bigger than the Earth. How do you know that?
Like geography lesson, we know that the sun is
No,
100
story
times
you told.
bigger than the Earth.
That was a story you told. That the sun has to be that size in order for heliocentrism to work. In order for first the Earth has to be a ball, then the sun has to be 250 times bigger than the Earth, and you have to be floating around in the vacuum of outer space for all of this to work in that story. But if the Earth is not a ball, the whole story is wrong, and we can just come up with another story because that story isn't the right story. The Earth has to be a ball for that story to work.
Yeah.
For all we know, the sun is a little tiny ball floating above our heads, and it only lights up a portion of the Earth at a time. And when it goes far enough away, it recedes with the light, and the light is over somebody else's head in that location. But it only lights up so much of the Earth. It doesn't light up the whole Earth. If it were a smaller sun, it wouldn't light up everything. Just like if you go to a neighborhood, right? You got a bunch of homes in a neighborhood. If only one street light was working, right? It can't light up the entire neighborhood, but the whole neighborhood could be lit up at different times if that one light moved in a circle around that entire neighborhood. Do you understand?
Yeah, I get it. Like if the sun is smaller, so it will light up a specific region. If it's bigger, it will light up the whole Earth at the same time. Is that what you're saying? And now we don't know if the sun is bigger or smaller than the Earth, right?
Well, we know it's not bigger than the Earth.
Yeah,
It can't be bigger.
like I'm 30 years old and I've been like studying that the Earth, it's one of the planets and the big star is
I
the
know.
sun.
They told
Now,
you the Earth was like everything else in the sky. The only problem is they never gave you evidence that the Earth is like anything else in the sky. They told you, oh, the things in the sky are round, so therefore the Earth must also be round. And if the Earth is like those things in the sky, then those things in the sky must also be solid, and we should be able to go and land on those things and go visit those things. That's what they told you.
Yeah, one thing that you find, Hendo, when you dig into this whole thing, okay, is that there are claims that are made about stuff in the sky or where we are or whatever, okay, that are kind of like, for lack of a better term, that are highly philosophically biased. Okay, so for example, somebody would go investigate something, they get some results, and then they have to interpret those results in some form, right? They do a measurement or whatever, and now they ask themselves, okay, what does this mean? And then maybe one or two or more options or possibilities come to mind. And then they have to wrangle with that. Okay, well, which one is most likely true? And that's a difficult question to ask because the likelihood of this or that being true, I mean, how do you quantify that when it's philosophically based? But that's what they have to do. It's kind of like, oh, I don't feel right about this particular option. I don't think it's likely or possible because that would mean this, that, or the other thing that I don't like. So therefore, we're just not going to investigate that possibility. You see what I mean? So then they'll pick one that does align with certain philosophical worldviews or philosophical views. And then that kind of gets ingrained as the status quo. And no one ever kind of, asks about any of the other possibilities ever again. Or rarely do they ever. See what I mean? There's a lot.
You're gonna have to go back to the beginning.
If the Earth is
Hold on,
if the Earth is
you're gonna
flat,
have to
that
go
means
back
that
to the beginning, back when you were a kid, before they broke your mind open and told you all these fantastic stories. You're gonna have to go back to when you were a kid and you would look in the sky and you would look at the sun and say, "Oh, the sun's right there in the sky. It doesn't look very big to me, but it's right there." And then the moon also is in the sky, and it looks about the same size as the sun, which means it's probably not that big. It looks kind of small to me in the sky. And the stars and the planets look even smaller because they're smaller lights in the sky. You're going to have to go back to that because you can't prove anything outside of that. No one ever has. They just told you a story and they gave you a bunch of cartoon images and told you this was the reality.
so if Earth were flat, orbiting would be impossible, right? Orbiting the sun, or
You have to remove
the
those two
idea
from each
of
other.
planets
If the Earth
orbiting
is
around
flat,
the
the
sun.
Earth is flat. If the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth. That's what you have to come to realization.
Yeah, Henda, the concept of an orbit where like a ball goes around another ball in some
Yes.
trajectory. Yeah, if it's not a ball, then it's not going around in the same trajectory as it would if it were a ball, because it's not. Right? Now you can have something maybe hovering on top of something and going around in a circle, for example. Right? Now, in that sense, it's not the same as an orbit in the traditional sense that we're told, but it is kind of going around, and for all we know, one might, create a secondary definition of orbit and apply it to that, and it would be completely valid. But certainly in the sense that you're talking about, or that we're all told about, no, because it wouldn't be a ball to go around another ball.
I can show you quantum locking with magnets and nitrogen, where a disk is hovering over a bunch of magnets, and they never actually touch the magnet, but they glide across the right above it. You can call that an orbit if you want, but it's not like what you think it is.
Is that the was it the super cooled?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool it with nitrogen, the disk.
Yeah. Yeah. Super. Yeah. It's like.
Do you have a moment to look for 20 cups? Are you busy? Can you look up quantum locking?
Quantum locking. That's it. Thank you very much. You want me to look it up?
Yeah, I'll just post it for Henda so she has something to kind of look at, because we always talk about really cool shit here. It's just, excuse my language, sorry.
No,
we talk about a lot of cool stuff, but
let me
the things that you think you know about outer space and planets, like you got to get the idea of the Earth being a planet, and then all those other planets out there. Yet it's not other planets. There's just Earth, and then there's the planets above your head. Right? Like we all see Mars. I can look at any time in the sky. I see a red star in the sky, and I can say, "Oh, that's Mars," because it's the brightest red star in the sky. I could do the same thing with Jupiter. It's the biggest surface white star in the sky during the nighttime. Right? During twilight, Venus is always on the horizon. Saturn is always kind of an oblong-looking thing, and when you look through it through a telescope, it always has those rings around it. We don't deny any of those things. Problem is, when you look up in the sky, I don't see grass on those planets. I don't see trees on those planets. I don't see animals on those planets. I don't see anything on those planets that would give me any idea that the Earth is anything like those things. So that tells me that Earth is different than those things. Earth is unique and special. If you want to think about it this way, we are the floor of the whole universe, and everything is above our head.
that means that you're canceling, or oh my god, my English is very ugly. I mean, about tides, yeah, the sea tides, the
Yeah.
The
tides,
problem
and the
is we don't know
moon, the
how far
tide,
away
the
they
sea
are.
level.
Like, in
What
order to
about
know how big something is, you have to know how far away it is first. Then you look at the angular size, and then based off the angular size and the distance, you can calculate the size. But you don't know the distance. You can only presume it.
And what were you getting at with the tides? I'm curious.
Like the Earth is a sphere, yeah, and what would happen to tides on a flat Earth, or
Well,
they just go back and forth in between the lands.
Yeah, if tides, for example, are just long period waves, right? Like, if that's the case, like what would be wrong with that, so to speak? Because like I've heard something like this before. I don't know if it's the same argument that you're making now, whereby, oh well, the moon orbiting above us, gravitational pull of the moon is what affects or creates the tides, right? So it's kind of like, oh well, if we're not a ball and the moon is not a ball having that gravitational effect, how would tides exist? Is that kind of what you're hinting at?
I mean, the edges, like if it's flat,
Like, you think
gravity
water
wouldn't
would
work
fall
the
off the edge?
same way it works now. I think like
So no.
everything, all
Well,
objects
yeah.
will go on the edges or pull toward the edges. You know what I
Well,
mean?
here's something to consider. Yeah, if the ground is not a ball, and all like ideas about how physics works and all this stuff based on the idea that we're on a ball, right, are to be kind of reconsidered, well, that would make sense, right? You think something is you think something is happening on a ball, turns out it's not a ball, then that means, yeah, all the other stuff are not happening on a ball, so we have to figure out how they're actually working. Yeah, I think that's very normal. Right.
And I don't even think anybody really like uses the moon and the sun to predict tides. Like, they just look at where tides are in one location, and then because they happen in one location versus another location, they just distribute the time evenly, if I'm not mistaken.
I think Matrix has something on that. There's a photo, or a graph out there. I think it's labeled like tidal nodes or something like that. Basically, little pockets of, in the graph, it basically high and low points of tide distributed around the world, and there are little pockets of high and low tide, irrespective of where at any given time, irrespective of where the moon is. So somehow there's been like a correlation, between where the moon is and where tides are. And I don't know if it was just kind of like a folklore. People notice, oh, the moon's out tonight. Oh, there happens to be tides tonight. Therefore, it must be caused, or there might be some relationship between that. I don't know. But there's
Yeah, because
evidence to
of the
go against.
moon, you can predict the tides. Yeah.
But not everywhere and not all the time. That's the interesting part.
You know what they call the sun and the moon in another? You know what other term they use for alchemy for the sun and the moon? Anode and cathode.
Voice is not so clear.
Can you hear me?
Is something wrong with your microphone?
Is it my microphone?
Yeah, there's something going on, man. You're coming in and out sometimes. I had you blasted up at some point, so it was really distorted for me. But I put you down, and it's better. But I don't know if you're out or something like that.
I am driving. I'm trying to get home quickly, but safely.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I went under a bridge though when I mentioned that. I just wanted to ask, in alchemy, they call the sun and the moon the anode and the cathode, right? So that would make a lot of sense in like directional current and things like that if they're creating an electric vector while moving above our heads. That's a lot of speculation there too.
Yeah, Henda, I think the big takeaway from all this, right? Because right now we're kind of spitballing, or I might be, or you might be, or whatever. Okay, but one thing to perhaps take away from this is whatever you were told about how things about the reality of things. Ask yourself, how was it ever demonstrated to you that something was the case? Right. So they say, oh, we're on a ball. Did they ever tell you how they figured that out, or who did it, or whatnot? Oh, the sun is this big. Oh, how was that measured? Et cetera, et cetera. Those types of questions. You know what I mean?
I can tell you how I learned it. When I was in school, they taught me showing videos, and then they had these really fancy computer models that were generated by cartoons. And so they would give a really great story about how this cartoon model would work. And then because that kind of story would fit if the Earth were a ball, then, kind of would fit. I'm not saying that would be the story, but kind of would fit. Then that made sense for me at that age when I was like 5, 6, 7 years old.
And if I can add to that, you might be shown like a mathematical model, for example, right? And the math checks out. Okay, so so you're almost convinced, oh, well, this must be representative of reality. But if they don't explain to you where they got that from, how they tested it, or rather, worse yet, trying to justify any of the underlying assumptions, that's where things kind of get wonky, because they can assume something. If something is true, then all of this other stuff will hold true. And then they show you all the stuff that's being held up, and it holds. So that kind of like confirms to you, oh, the assumption must be true. But that doesn't logically hold, because you haven't confirmed the assumption. There could be a myriad of other reasons why this thing that they did map out holds true with another assumption. Just because we haven't figured it out yet, it doesn't mean this particular one is the truth yet. That's why it's worth digging into these assumptions from the get-go, or even afterwards. To revisit it just to make sure. But if they don't, and you run with it, well, it's your best guess at best.
And here's the kicker: what alternatives did they give you when they told you the story? They pushed that one story down your throat the entire time and never gave you any alternative to let you think for yourself.
Would it change anything if the Earth is flat or spherical? Like, really?
It did for me. I now have more of appreciation for the life here on Earth. I respect it more. I'm no longer trying to break even with reality. I feel like I have one leg up with the world. Every day I go out, I have room to grow. I'm no longer wishing I was on another planet, right? I know that this place is the only place where life exists. And it's beautiful, wonderful, magical. Everything that we need to live is here on Earth.
Have you ever used the telescope?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you've noticed that everything in the universe is round?
Yeah. Everything in the sky is round. But we're not. We're special. Because life only exists here. There's no life out there. It only exists.
But it can exist also on a sphere, right? And we can be special.
And consider this, right? If you take a telescope and you look up and you see a circle, does that mean for sure, for absolute certainty, that that circle actually has a third dimension to it, i.e., is a giant ball instead of just a flat circle?
No, I don't know.
You know what? You understand the question?
No. Come
Okay, so
again.
you look up in the sky and you see a
Mm,
circle.
mm,
Circle, right? 2-dimensional circle. That's what a circle is, right? How do you
yeah.
know it's a ball just by looking at it and seeing a circle?
Yeah, what if it's a cylinder or a cone?
I mean, you hear my point, right? Just
Yeah,
because you
yeah,
see it,
yeah. Like
it does not.
because I'm looking at
Yeah,
it from one angle, right? Is that what
exactly.
you mean?
Exactly.
Right.
So unless you see it from various angles or all angles or whatever, you can't confirm a third dimension. So this is where, like I was kind of hinting at before, right? Where you look up, you see a circle. Like, this is a good instance of it. You look up, you see a circle, and you think, oh well, you might hold a Pythagorean view on the world where a circle or a sphere is the perfect shape. You look up, you see what appears to you as circular, and you infer from that, right, through that lens, that it must be spherical because spheres are perfect shapes. You see where the philosophy kind of comes into play, right?
Yeah.
And then you can do all sorts of fancy math on top of that, and make other inferences or whatever to try and justify your position on that. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. It just means within that framework, it could hold. But unless you address or confirm these underlying assumptions, you can't know for sure. Right?
And
Doesn't mean it's true. Go ahead.
I just want to say 20 cups. And I put a image in the side chat for you with some circular objects in the image labeled A, B, C, and D. Can you tell me which, based off of your observation, right? This is no different than looking at something in the sky because you can only look at it from the front angle, right? Based off of what you know about the sky, which of these objects are spherical or spheres, I should say? Which of them are spheres?
Mm, it seems like all of them, except I don't know. All of them depends on the light. In C, the reflection of the light shows how spherical, like obvious it is. Mm.
Okay.
But again, even if we try to look at the objects in the universe, through a telescope, if we change our direction, it wouldn't be a really change because if we do that, it's far away, yeah, and you can only move some meters. So, yeah.
So are you saying that all of these are spheres?
Yeah.
They're
Like
all
B,
spheres?
I don't know because it's the light. It looks like it's not, but all of them looks sphere. All of them look like a
Spheres?
sphere. Yeah,
And that's
Okay.
spheres.
the
Here,
point.
and then now here's the GIF to go with that image. And this is going to show you which ones are spheres and which ones are not.
Oh my God.
So when you
Oh,
see something from really far away and you've only got that one front view to look at something, you see how your eyes can play a little bit of a trick on you,
yeah, it's tricky. That's true.
right? You'd have to be able to literally go there and verify what you're looking at in order to say, oh, I know what that thing is. Now, we can't go to Mars or the moon or the sun or Jupiter or Venus or Saturn. But what we can do is we can go to the Earth, right? We can go to water and we can do tests out over water because water is fluid, right? If you look at a bathtub, when you have water in the bathtub, the surface of the water is flat. swimming pool, the surface of the water is flat. A lake, the surface of the water is flat. A sea, the surface of the water is flat. The ocean, the surface of the water is flat. Like water is the universal measurement for level. Level is neither side is higher than the other side. It's perpendicular to plumb, right? It's horizontal.
Mm.
So when we go out and measure over the surface of water, we're like, okay, well, maybe our eyes are playing tricks, right? But what you can do is you can find things that are off in the distance. And then based off of the geometry of the earth, size of the earth, like I'm 5'10". How tall are you?
160 centimeters.
Okay, so you're like what, 5'2", 5'3". So from your height, if you went out to the ocean and looked out, or even to a lake, looked out over a large lake, let's say a lake that's like 10 miles, or looking out over the ocean, which is even larger, the horizon should be about 4.5 kilometers away. But anybody who's honest with themselves that has been out to a large body of water, they know they've seen way further than 4.5 kilometers, and they've seen the horizon behind that. When I was in California as a kid, I remember, I was a lot shorter, so I was probably like 140 centimeters tall or something like that. I remember watching boats sail from Los Angeles to Catalina Island, which was about 26 kilometers away. And I would see the boats dock at the island. I shouldn't be able to see that if the earth is a ball. But I didn't know any better. I just remember that was the thing that I saw. So then I went out and tested it again. And it just, there's no curvature over the water. If there was any curvature to be measured, it would only be over the water, or to be honestly measured.
And can you see the chart? Henda?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you see the chat? Do you see what I posted in the last minute? Okay. Now, I don't know if you're mathematically inclined or whatnot. I don't mean to overwhelm you with this. Okay. If you're not mathematically inclined, don't worry about too much of it, except for on the first page. I want to show you something. Okay. Do you see that picture of the dark circle, the little triangle, and the A, B, all that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so picture this, right? Picture we're on a giant sphere, a giant ball. The Earth is like a massive thing, and we're looking at it from the side. Okay, and you have a little, or a giant person standing on top of that sphere, and you're looking at it from the side. Okay. You see the little squiggle H, H with a bracket. The distance between the top of the sphere and the point A. Right. So
I put an image in there for you.
Oh, thank you. The head of that person would be at the top. Now, according to the math, and just by observation, point B is the furthest part that person can see before things would start to be cut off from the bottom. Okay, so that's what Swole Dog was kind of hinting at, where the horizon should only be X far from you, because there's a relationship between how high that person would be and how far they can see, and this math kind of jots all that down. So when you crunch the numbers, if you go to the last page, it'll give you a formula that you can use to calculate how far one should see. And this is one thing that kind of throws a lot of things up in the air because we don't see only up to these points. We see a lot further. Yeah, Swole Dog's image is also same idea. Right.
Yeah.
So this is indicative that something is up with the story.
Yeah, that means that the Greek were wrong and Bible is wrong and everything is wrong. Even
Not necessarily
physics.
everything. I mean, let's investigate that, right? So what did the Greeks say?
It is spherical. They use the globe,
Right.
for the astronomy. Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. So the astronomical sort of mapping that they would have done. Okay, that's one thing. The assessment that the ground itself is a ball. That's another thing. Now, if they've mapped stuff out and created some sort of coordinate system that, for example, help them map, help them navigate, or help them predict certain cycles or whatever, that may have merit, might have value, right? Practically speaking, but the underlying assumptions might not be true. But to say that they're wrong per se might not apply depending on what you're talking about. But philosophically, like if you understand that it's a philosophical sort of leaning and interpretation of the world, then seeing through that lens, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, if they assert that we're on a ball and they never tested it, well, then that's where you can, pick it apart. Because it's actually something practical, something geometric. If it's a ball, it has curvature. If there's no way of determining the actual curvature directly, then it's your best guess.
Mm.
It's not just line of sight though. It's also like we have lasers that we shoot over long distances, and they hit their targets without any deviation from horizontal with the water. But you mentioned the Bible too. So oddly enough, the Bible is a flat Earth book, but most people don't like to talk about that.
About what the Bible say it is flat? Does it say that?
Yeah, it says that. Like I give you an example when Job, when it says that God hangs the earth on nothing. Have you heard that before?
Which verse? I'm sorry.
Job says, hold on. Let me see. Job, God hangs earth on nothing. Job 26:7. A lot of people like to use this verse. I used to actually. This was my explanation for why the Earth was a ball in outer space. Back when I used to believe that the Earth was a globe. But it says that he hangs the Earth on nothing, but people mistaken that saying, "Oh, because that's floating in outer space." No. He hangs the Earth on nothing because it's set on pillars. It's set on a foundation. It's not hanging. That's why he says it hangs it on nothing. It's been placed in a position that he wanted it to be. He put it there in that location.
Yeah. That he suspends the earth over nothing, and there's the Old Testament when they said the circle of the earth.
What translation was that? What translation was that?
I'm not
But
sure.
it was the
Actually,
NIV. Is it the NIV?
Coptic translation. It's
Oh, which Bible are you using? Is it the NIV?
I'm not too good at this. Hold on. It's
Because that's not the original translation. The original translation is "He hangs the earth on nothing."
yeah. Oh no, I'm talking about another verse in another chapter. I know that the top one is right, but yeah, there are many verses about how universe works, or the earth, and some adjectives in Hebrew that means it is round
Do
or
me a
something.
favor. Go to
Hmm.
Isaiah chapter 40.
Isaiah,
Go to
yeah.
Isaiah chapter 40.
Verse 22.
No, 21. Start on 21. 21 is more important.
Is 21 where the grasshoppers come in?
No, that's 22. 21 says that he said it from the beginning. So he's been
They
saying it
have
ever since
not
the beginning.
known. Have you not heard? Right? That one?
Yep.
Hath this not been told you from the beginning? Have you not understand from the foundations of the earth?
The
The-
foundations. The earth is on foundations, remember? The earth
Mm,
is founded on. Not floating in outer space in some corner of the universe. It's founded. It was placed in its location. Now go to 22.
okay, but sometimes we cannot like interpret it literally, right? He could mean like
But
foundation, meaning the order, the structure of something,
right. But why would God give Moses a confusing thing? Why would he tell a lie to Moses? Wouldn't he not explain everything to Moses plainly for Moses to write it all down so that way everybody could have the same knowledge?
But you are onto something though, Henda, because the interpretation of this is kind of arguably what kind of got us into this mess. Okay, if you do a quick cursory search on just Isaiah 40:22, okay,
Oh
online, and
yeah.
you
It's
and you look, if you were to look up a comparison of several versions, different versions of the Bible, okay, from the same verse, you'll see an
the
absolute
second verse, right?
match.
The verse after it.
Yeah, so if you like what I did in the past, okay, I haven't done it in a while, but this stood out to me, okay. I looked up Isaiah 40:22 on a site. It's got like a yellow theme. It's like a Bible comparison thing. And what I found was, of the 37 different different versions, all in English, right? 37 different translations, ranging from some of the American Standard ones, the KJV, the Catholic Bibles as well, all sorts of stuff. They all, or many of them, say different things. So, for example, I think I counted 20 of them use the term circle or something to that effect. 20 of them. 15 of them use the term ark. Okay. Another would use the word tent. And the one that I actually happen to have a Douay Rheims Catholic Bible. It uses the word globe. Okay. Now, I don't know about you, but a circle is a two-dimensional shape. An arc is not a globe. An arc is a segment of a two-dimensional shape, right? The perimeter of a circle, portion of it, right? So it's like it's kind of confusing when you do that. It's like, what was the original word? You see what I mean? Like it can get messy, right? So I understand your kind of confusion on that, but you got to look at who's done the translation.
I
Right.
totally agree, especially that those words were not written by Moses, or later on they started writing his teaching, right? Do you agree?
No,
That
he
was my
wrote the first
understanding.
5 books. He's the author of the first 5 books.
Of
Yeah.
the
Then to
Old
translate
Testament?
Yeah, in
the
the
Old
Old
Testament.
Testament, the order that they put them
Yeah.
in: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Numbers. He's the author of the first 5 books, or at least the first 4. Numbers may have like I'd have to go back and look at Numbers because Numbers is a genetic story. But he tells the story like when Exodus ends, that's when he dies.
Mm.
He's the author or the co-author. But here's the other thing too. Earlier in Isaiah, right? I think it's in chapter 26. Isaiah uses the word Baal when he talks about Israel's unfaithfulness to him and to God. And he says he's going to bounce them out of Egypt like a ball, or he's going to bounce them off the earth like a ball, right? Bounce them around, roll them around like a ball. They knew the difference between a sphere or a ball and a circle. So why would they use circle and not a ball? Saying that the earth is a ball. They say the earth is a circle. But there's just much more to that. Like, that could be a whole long conversation in itself about,
Yeah.
the earth is not in motion. It's immovable. How many times does it say the earth is immovable in the Bible, right? The God has set it in its location and it's immovable. Go back to Genesis 1 when God created the heavens and the earth, right? And he hovered over the face of the deep. And then he said, let there be light. And he saw this was good. That was day 1. The sun and the moon didn't even come into the picture until day 4. So what was the earth hovering, going around in outer space prior to the sun and moon being there?
Where's the light
Yeah,
coming from?
again, it's not a. Yeah. We
The sun,
can
the moon, the stars,
base
the
our
planets, none of it
resources
was there.
on religious books at the end of the day because they
Like,
are not here
yeah,
for
yeah.
science, right?
That's a good point. I was just going to touch on that, right? What we're not
Mm.
saying, okay, what I don't think is
Yeah,
being
yeah.
said, is not what I'm saying, is that the Bible says the earth is flat, therefore it's flat. That's not what I'm saying, okay?
Mm.
We're just kind of
Yeah,
going back and
Neither am
looking
I.
at, right. What we're kind of doing here is just going on what you said earlier, right? That, the Bible must be not true or science is not true, or however it was that you phrased it. Right? Forgive me
yeah.
if I'm badly
That's right.
paraphrasing it. But what the key takeaway, I think, is that the other stuff that we've talked about, right? Either the philosophical stuff, and then I think a few measurement stuff had come up in conversation.
That's right.
It's more to say that these types of observations and tests and stuff like that vindicate the words that we're referring to here that are found in the Bible, not the other way around, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah,
the Bible happens to say it's flat, right? Some people can take it at face value and then think it's flat. Others might reinterpret it using, spherical, ball wording and stuff. But then you go out and you measure it flat. And that kind of like, it must mean that what it said when it was saying it was flat was the actual proper interpretation. Because it was measured that way. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying the Bible is true. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
Have you measured it flat?
Hold on, real quick. I'm just going to finish this and then we'll get to you, Alpha Rica. I'm not saying the Bible is true. It just there's things in the Bible that have been tested, right? Like when they say, like for example, they say God is light and there is no shadow in the light, right? Well, you can light a match and then you can shine a light on the fire and there's no shadow. A fire, won't cast a shadow on a thing behind it, right? So there's truth in that. There's no shadow in light, right? So there's things that the Bible will point out, and we're like, okay, if this is true, let's test it. How do we test it? Well, it's saying from all evidence, it looks like the Earth is flat. So let's go test it to see if the Earth is flat. Let's go look for curvature and just prove that the Earth is flat. And that's the thing we keep running into.
Mm.
It doesn't measure any
Have
curvature.
you ever tried to prove it, like go far away and
Mhm.
travel it all around the earth and see if it's flat
Mhm.
or not?
Yeah, every time I've flown, it looks flat. I've never seen curvature. I remember flying at 40,000 feet, thinking, "Oh my God, look how big the Earth is. It still looks flat."
That wouldn't change anything, right?
It
Like,
wouldn't. Even
yeah.
from the ISS, the distance that they say the ISS is above our heads, you can only see 3% of the Earth. So even from the ISS, it would look flat.
Yeah. Mm.
But you can test for curvature because from 1 mile away, it's only 8 inches. It ain't that much. From 2 miles, it's 32 inches. 3 miles, it's 72 inches. 10 miles, it's 66 feet. 20 miles, it's they say it was 240 feet. Like it's an exponential curve as it gets further. If something gets further and further away, there should be a measurable drop over, right? Because things should be going behind the curve of the Earth. When boats go far away, it should disappear bottom up. The horizon should be at the location they say it's at, and it's not. But the real question is at the end of the day, right? So from your personal observation, it looks flat, right? Without any measurements whatsoever. So then, you know, from that, they should have given you measurements on how to go prove that the Earth is a ball, but they never did. Right? Because from the base level, the Earth is flat. So now they need to show you the magic trick. But they didn't show you a magic trick. They just gave you another magic trick. Can you believe that? So, they show you a Earth spinning and they tell you this little story about 4.9 billion years ago, the Earth was created. And they show you dinosaurs. And I mean, they only ever gave you that option. They never gave you any other alternative story of what could have been going on. And now it's deeply ingrained into your existence because you've known this story ever since you were a child without any evidence.
You know that early, like in the past, they used to think that the earth is flat.
Well, I mean, all cultures knew the Earth was flat. Like that was something like you can look into all ancient societies and cultures, and they all said the Earth was flat.
Mm.
They all had similar cosmologies when it comes to creation. Like if you look at like what their interpretation of what Earth was and how it was encapsulated and all of those things, like it's all a similar um, cosmology. And believe it or not, they taught that the Earth in schools that you would teach the Earth was flat all the way up until the 1950s. It's not some ancient thing that we knew the Earth was. We've known the Earth was a ball for 2,000 years. No, we
How
haven't, and
about
hasn't
the
been accepted.
eclipse? You know, the Earth shadow on the moon. It's,
Did you Google that? Because that's when you Google like what's the one thing flat earthers can't explain, that's the first thing that comes up.
yeah, and what about this? Like, it says that the shadow is always in a perfect circle.
Yeah. How do you know that the Earth is the thing casting the shadow on the moon?
What else can cast the shadow on the moon? I don't know.
Anything.
How do you,
Anything could
how do
be
you,
casting a shadow on the moon.
and we're still, how do you know it's an actual shadow being cast, and not that whatever the moon is just being limited in what it can express?
Right.
Right. So, like the light that we see at the moon, on the moon, right? Instead of a shadow being cast on that thing, just something is limiting the light to come from the moon, from the source. Like you can't actually really test either way, or can you? Or is it just
It says
philosophical?
that only a sphere can cast a round shadow. Like a flat disk wouldn't do the same.
But who says we're a flat disk?
Like if the Earth were flat, it wouldn't shadow a round shadow, cast a round shadow, right?
But again, who said that we're a flat disk floating in space?
That would be a problem.
This is where it starts. This is where the waters start to get a little bit muddy. Okay, if you or if someone were to take the notion that the Earth is actually flat and embed that in an already preconceived cosmology similar to one given to us by heliocentrism, then you automatically assume basically that we're a giant pizza floating in space. Now, nobody here is saying that. In fact, it's actually been explicitly highlighted that we're not a thing flying around in space. At least, if you take the biblical cosmology into view.
Yeah.
Right? You see what I mean? So it's very hairy. Okay, the argumentation is very nutty. A lot of people kind of mix things up and then create straw men, attack the straw man. It makes us look stupid. Problem is they're not actually listening to what's actually being said, and then you get stuff like that. And of course, you read it sounds ridiculous, right? That's the point.
So when the sun disappears, where does it go? If it's
Don't
flat,
know.
I don't know.
Don't know. We don't make any claims about the sky because we can't go into the sky and verify those things.
Like about.
Remember what I said earlier? If the
the
Earth is flat, if the Earth measures flat, right? There's no measurable curvature, and the Earth just is flat. Then whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth because there's no curvature. I know it's a wild concept, but it's like if I have a table and that table is flat, then whatever's happening on the ceiling is only happening over a flat table.
Yeah, and if it's a small sun, it's quite difficult to believe that the sun is small.
Well, here's the weird thing. You know how when you look at when you see the sun and you see sun rays?
Sun rays, yeah.
Yeah, when there's clouds out and you see the sun rays out over everything. So those sun rays are perspective dependent, almost kind of like everybody has their own personal view of the sun from their own perspective, right? Kind of like a rainbow. Like a rainbow is not physical. How do we even know the sun is even physical? We know it's there, and when it's out, there's heat, but that's about as far as we know. We see it move across the sky. We can put lens filters on, and we can see sunspots. But those sunspots never move; they're always in the same location. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
Remember that shadow you said casts on the moon.
Yeah.
Did you know that when that part of the eclipse is happening, right at the beginning of the lunar eclipse,
Hmm.
both the sun and the moon are visible in the sky at the same time? Like if you were standing outside watching that part happen, you could look over at the moon and then turn around and see the shadow on the moon. Turn around behind you and you can see the sun in the sky. So the Earth is not between the sun and the moon.
It's the moon which is between the Earth and the Sun. Yeah. If it's solar eclipse.
Oh, if it's a solar eclipse, I mean, we don't see the sun
Mhm.
for 2.5 days. Or sorry, we don't see the moon for 2.5 days. We don't even know if the moon is even physical, like terra firma, like the Earth. Right? Could be something else. During that time, during a solar eclipse, it's during a new moon phase. And when you watch the what they say is the moon passing in front of the sun, you don't see the full circle of the moon. You just see uh, like what if you look at what I tagged you in at 37 minutes past the hour. What you see on the moon is the same thing you see on the sun during a lunar solar eclipse. You just see like what looks like a disk passing in front of the sun, but you don't see the full disk. You just see an obscurity.
Yeah, but we can track the moon, and it says that that's where it is. And also, if you overexpose photographs of the eclipse, you can see the moon. It's definitely the moon that gets in the way of the sun.
I didn't catch anything. I'm sorry. Your
And
voice
either it came
isn't.
in real low.
I believed. Like I think 3 years ago, I was like, "Oh my God, the Earth is flat," and oh, I didn't believe. What I saw. The photos looked like AI. To me, it's but yeah, I don't know.
Hey,
At the end, it wouldn't change our
hey,
lives.
well, hold on to that thought for a second. I just want to mention, I think the gentleman who chimed in a second ago, he said something about if you do take a photo or a video of an eclipse, like
Yeah.
an overexposed video or photo of the eclipse, you do see the moon. I'd like to see that. That would be a very interesting thing to inquire about. But on that note, Henda, if you think about it, okay, the thing that would change is a worldview. So it's the change that would happen is internal. Okay, and that changes, and it's different from person to person because everyone has different relationships with their life in the world, how they see the world, how they see themselves in it, right? But the prevailing, my understanding of like the prevailing worldview is one of we came from nothing, our lives are meaningless, right? We came from monkeys, who came from pond scum, whatever, and we're all just these kind of like special chemical reactions, right? And that's all really our life is. Nothing more, nothing less. And so it puts a bit of a stain on how you perceive yourself and why you're here and all that stuff, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's a very personal thing. So if you absolve that, right, and you don't no longer see yourself in that same fashion, well, it changes your mindset, it changes your your reason for living, so to speak. Might not manifest in anything tangible, at least not immediately, but your behavior changes, right? And then that has ripple effects down the line potentially. So I wouldn't be so sure to say that it doesn't change anything.
Is my mic any better? Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bigly. But does that make sense, Henda?
Kinda, yeah. So you're all Americans here in that room?
I'm Canadian.
Sorry? Canadian?
I am Canadian.
Oh, I see. So you can see if it's flat or not. You're very close to the edge.
What? No.
Yeah, they are talking about a wall there, and there are people living behind that wall.
I didn't say that. Who
And
said
no,
that?
I mean, on social media, they say that in Antarctica there are like a wall and there are people, someone is hiding behind that wall, and there are
This
people guarding that place.
this is arguably part of the big mess of this entire thing that I was hinting at before. Okay.
Mm.
Because the thing is, so what we try and do in this room is really stick with what we can test and check out and verify. Now, there are factions of this kind of discussion that like to, tell stories and make wild guesses and speculate and shit like that. And that can be kind of fun, right? It's like, oh, you imagine what could be possible, and you talk about what you think might be, what might be, and you kind of like imagine what could be done to figure it out. And like, some of it never really goes anywhere, or it might, or who knows, right? It stays in the realm of unknown. Like, we just don't know, right? Now, if that gets out there and people take it at face value, or they interpret it differently, or they start spreading it as if it is true, then you get a whole mess of stuff like that, where it's like someone might say, "Oh, for sure we know that there's an ice wall, and beyond the ice wall are other worlds of other people." Like, you know what I mean? Like, that can happen. I'm not saying that's true. I wouldn't say it's not possible. I don't know, but I wouldn't argue for it. You see what I mean? So that's not what's being said in here explicitly.
Yeah.
Right? But what's interesting about that is there might be some people out there who do say that. And then you can ask them how they came to that conclusion and see what they say. And if they fumble, well, that's telling, right? Maybe they just don't. It could be true, but they just don't know. But they're speaking from a position that they do know, but they actually don't. So that's a character thing that you can assess. You know what I mean?
And what if I told you that all these scientists and mathematicians, they're all highly specialized, but none of them are specialized in the globe? And because of that, when you actually talk to them, they'll say, "Oh, that's not my specialty. So I have to defer to the expert." But there is no expert on the subject. They just think they know.
So are we playing favoritism here? And if so, like, why? Like, one rule for me, another for thee. Let's see how it
Well,
is.
you're
Oh,
being bothered, man. Do you want me to unmute you so that way you don't have to be bothered anymore? And that's what we always come into. So it's not that they're all lying, and it's that none of them were ever. Nobody ever really needs to know the Earth as a globe in order to make things work. They just all assume that somebody out there has already figured it out. And because of that, we can go back to assuming that the Earth is flat and stationary, and we can make all of physics work. They'll tell you, "Oh, we found a black hole." Okay, how? Well, we shot radio waves out into the galaxy. Okay. So did any of them come back? Well, you know what I mean? Like they'd have to bounce off of something and come back and say, "Hey, there's a dark spot here." But they don't do that. They just made up a story. And they'll disguise it behind, oh, scientists have discovered. But no scientist discovered it. Nobody was named for it. If you discover something, trust me, you're famous for an eternity. If you actually discover something.
You can't make all the physics work.
I'm sorry?
You said you can go back to assuming it's a level stationary plane and make all the physics work. You can't make all the physics work.
Okay, so when does the physics ever use a globe?
Gravity?
You don't need gravity to be a globe. Gravity works just fine on a flat plane.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Let me ask you something.
No, it doesn't.
Let me ask Richter, check this out, bro. Right? If you assume that gravity is caused by a mass attracting other masses, right? Is that basically your position?
Well, that's the emergent appearance of the force. But mass doesn't attract mass. That's the upshot of gravity. But yeah, okay.
Okay, well that's the Newtonian idea, right? Right? Or a giant mass sitting in, or occupying, space and warping space-time, having the effect of, basically pushing masses inwards towards each other or towards the giant one. Like that concept, right? Yeah, it's very native to, either heliocentrism or globe-esque worldviews, right? Because you have a finite object, and then all the other stuff kind of works around that. Granted, but when we're talking about gravity as the effect, the thing that we observe, not necessarily being the cause of what we observe, but the actual effect, i.e., you take something, you lift your phone up, and you let it go, and it falls down to the ground, right? All you're actually witnessing there is an acceleration, right? Now, if you don't know what's causing that, then you're starting from scratch, and basically anything goes. So why couldn't it work on a flat plane? The acceleration is the acceleration. It just doesn't fit your model.
What would your so what would it be then? With everything that we do, all the formulas that we use, using mass as the reason that space-time gets warped. Mass causes a depression in space-time, and then things fall towards each other. That's we don't know why mass causes a depression in space-time. So okay, granted, we don't know what it is, but when we use the mass causes it kind of reasoning, all the mathematics match. You have a larger, denser object, it creates more gravity. So we do the calculations based on that, and everything works. It all works. It all matches that. So it's a fairly.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Absolutely. Absolutely certain.
Matches what, dude?
Go ahead, Rick. That was for you.
I must have missed something, but I finished.
Triangle, what were you going to say?
You said it matched. Everything matches. Matched what? That's what I was asking. Matches what?
Yeah.
If you're not following that, dude, I think you're in over your head a bit. If you can't follow what I was saying, you're in over your head.
Do you want to expound on it instead of just cutting and dry like that?
You followed what I was saying. We use we've developed formulas going, okay, so if it's mass, then this amount of mass should have this kind of an effect. And when we do the maths, it all works.
So you mean all predictions all predictions match up to a satisfactory degree of accuracy, and therefore the model or the reasoning for the modeling is correct?
Yes, correct. As far as mass, what is mass's pulling effect, for want of a better sentence? Right. That's all correct. When you start to add velocities and things like that, things can get a little bit different. That's where Newtonian physics failed and Einstein made up for it. But as far as just a blob of mass, how much attracting force does it have? Yes, it all matches beautifully.
Okay, cool. Okay, so if a mass is going to attract another mass, i.e. a giant ball is going to attract other stuff towards it, you'd have to have a giant ball in the first place, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay, perfect. So when was it proven that it's a giant ball?
Sorry, I should have said it doesn't have to be a giant ball. You can use any mass.
Let's talk about the Earth in this case, right? Because we're given specs, right? So when were the specs ever tested to be and verified to be accurate or to be valid in the first place?
Okay, so after the Cavendish experiment, he calculated, what amount of mass gives what amount of attracting force. Once they had those formulas and assumed them to be correct, right? Yep. They applied them to what was happening to the strange wobble on not Neptune, Jupiter, I think it was, that they couldn't explain. No matter what formulas and maths and stuff they did to it, they couldn't understand this wobble until they had what mass does what, and then they said if there's a planet at this location, that would cause the wobble, and there was Neptune at the exact mass that was predicted by the math.
I gotcha. But again, when was it ever verified that the specs are accurate? I.e., if we're on a giant ball that weighs so much, it's of a certain radius, certain size, et cetera, like when was this geometry ever confirmed to be accurate? Hold on, I'm getting phone call.
I'm sorry, I thought I just explained that. I must be misunderstanding your question. I thought Cavendish gave us how much mass does what to space, and then it was verified by finding Neptune. So I must be misunderstanding your question, mate. Sorry.
Whoa.
What did he say at the end?
If you look at Jupiter and it moves, that means Neptune exists.
Mm-hmm.
So that's proof.
You can say like I just did.
That's proof of Spaceballs moving around when Jupiter moves, because Jupiter's made of gas, and gases are pulled by gravity, according to him.
Hey, before I turn you over to triangles, Richter, I gotta ask you, man. Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
Gravity is why the Earth is round. Yes.
Okay, so that's something you're going to have to prove. Just because you watch something fall down doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
It does when you apply what amount of mass will do what, and then you take the size of the Earth and realise. Hang on,
You had to
let me
assume it.
finish,
That's
right?
the first rung of the cosmic ladder, is that the Earth has to be a ball. And then from there, you start making all these other calculations. But you have to assume the Earth is a ball for everything else to math out.
And the calculations turn out right.
We know it's a ball.
Okay, then how do you know it's a ball? Can't use gravity because gravity.
Neptune.
God damn it!
Yeah.
Okay, I give up. Triangles, you can have them.
You give up. Okay, one down.
Yeah, one down. Yeah, I think you bored him to death.
I can tell that I'm just going to make you sound dumber and dumber, Ricta, because you're not going to make any sense whatsoever. That's why I bowed out. I understand everything you're saying because I used to believe it for 39 years. But nobody ever measured the curve of the Earth, so therefore, all those extra stories don't work. It's something else. Whatever it is, it's something else.
Yeah, well, stories that no one ever measured the curve of the Earth, which is just plain wrong. That makes you sound pretty stupid. Geodetic survey is
who measured the Earth
on the
curve?
daily. On the daily.
Who measured the Earth curve?
He said
geodetic surveyors measure it daily.
Really?
No, that's planar surveying. They're measuring in planes of triangles in a plane.
No, that's not planar surveying. Planar surveying is planar surveying. Geodetic surveying is different to planar surveying.
No, you need a planar survey before you do anything, so you have a reference.
What? Wait, explain the planar reference, right, to do geodetic surveying.
Yeah, well, look up how you do it.
Oh, so you can't. You're going to leave it to me. You make a claim and then say, I need to go find it out. Okay, well, I don't believe what you're saying, so why would I do that?
You just got to think about it for a second.
Okay.
If you have three theodolites, right, in a triangle, is that a plane? Is the lines of sight between those three theodolites a planar triangle? Three lines of sight. We have A, B, C. We have lines of sight between each.
Why are you using triangulation and stuff instead of just talking
That's what surveying does. That's what surveying does.
Geodetic surveying uses three, does it?
Yeah, it's called a triangulation network. Yeah.
That's how that's how you shoot straight lines, dude.
That's how you shoot straight lines, dude. No, you don't need three theodolites to do.
No, I'm just saying if you have three theodolites, well, you could have two rods and one theodolite. You could do it that way.
Yeah, so you just shifted the argument from what we're talking
it's
about
still, no,
it's still a planar
triangle.
Surveying and triangulation. Oh, so you just shifted it.
It's
from
still a planar triangle. It's still, bro, stop spurging. It's still a planar triangle. Still.
Yeah, and we're not doing planar surveying, so what are you talking about?
Okay. This is how you survey in any type of surveying. You have a theodolite, which is your optical instrument, and you have rods. And if you make a little triangle with the rods, or two rods, or one rod, and move the rod to a third location, that's a planar triangle. Because you're not on the surface of the Earth, you're above it. So what they do is they take those planar triangles, and they wrap it around something called a reference ellipsoid, which don't actually exist. It's a concept. The WGS84, the Clark ellipsoid, the bezel spheroid. Pick one. They take their measurements and they stick them on this other surface. That's what geodetic surveyors do. So no, they don't measure the curvature of the Earth. They take a bunch of planar triangles and wrap it around mathematically an imaginary surface.
Yeah, sure they do. Again, just
yeah, they do.
To make it something that you think your listeners don't totally understand, and you make yourself sound like you understand it.
I do understand it. No, don't let your bias creep into this, dude. Don't let your bias creep into this. You think we're flat earthers, so we're dumb, and you have a bias. No, we're not dumb. We investigated the globe, and we found out that it doesn't actually exist. You have just believed that somebody who you have no idea who it is has said, hey, yeah, Earth's the globe. And you're like, yeah, sure, I believe you. Well, we said, we don't believe you. We're going to check. We checked. It's not a globe. You should go check
likewise,
too.
you have a bias that you think I just, never looked into anything at all. I just went, the scientists say it's a globe.
Yeah.
I've never done
You
anything
did.
at
I
all.
heard you
You've
say
made
gravity.
that assumption that I couldn't possibly know what I'm talking about, but I'm supposed to trust that you have looked into stuff that is impossible. But I know what. But I trust that you know what you're talking about.
I know you don't know what you're talking about because of what you're saying.
Yeah. If you were wrong, then you'd be wrong about me not knowing what I'm saying.
But I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. You said that geodetic surveyors measure curvature every day. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they do. It's not bullshit.
How?
Go look it up. That's all I got.
I have, and I just told you how they do it. I have looked it up because I've heard this before. I have looked it up. You haven't.
No, you tried to involve planar surveying, right, and triangles, right, with looking through a theodolite and seeing drop over distance. You tried to confuse the situation.
They don't see drop over distance. They don't even measure a long enough distance to even measure
do see drop over distance.
Oh, no, they don't, dude. Okay, because there's something
They absolutely do. Stop talking nonsense.
That's no, they don't. Want me to publish a paper? Want me to post a published paper right now?
Who's it from, and what biased calculations are in there, and misinterpreted results?
He already doesn't want to see it.
He wouldn't understand it anyway. That's the problem. He doesn't want to see it because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't even understand what we're talking about.
I absolutely understand what you're talking about. I
want to know who his reference for geodetic surveying is. Who's your reference for geodetic surveying, Richter?
So did you say who or what?
Yeah, who's your reference?
Wouldn't know. Countless people looked up heaps of geodetic surveying and their results, and didn't note any of it down. Very convincing stuff to me though. But I can go and relook it up if you want me to show you the kind of evidence that I use to come to my conclusions. I can do that when I get home. No problem.
Well, the ones that measure drop over distance. Who are you using as a reference?
Honestly, couldn't tell you their names. They're at the top of
Is it like an anti-flat earther, like Maine Surveyor or Jesse Kozlowski or Baron Rutledge, one of these three that are known anti-flat earth clowns?
Oh, they don't know what triangles are, though. They failed.
I know they don't.
Failed the triangle test on me.
They didn't even know. They didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was in surveying, which is hilarious.
So they're making videos on Earth curve, and he doesn't even know what a triangle is, and yet he can say that this is bigger than a triangle, a spherical triangle, but doesn't know what a triangle is. That's weird.
I got no idea what you're talking about with he doesn't know what a triangle is. I wasn't privy to that conversation that you had, and I
don't worry, it's recorded. So it's part of my triangle test I give everybody. He failed it.
So I posted in the chat. It's called Updated Atmospheric Modeling of Refracted Zenith Angles Using Vertical Temperature Gradient for Refraction Coefficient, Journal of Geosciences, 2023.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you're saying that gravity doesn't necessarily pull directly down. Is that the upside of it?
Well, it's not me saying it, it's them saying it.
Right. Anyway, everyone listening, has anyone ever held a plumb bob and it didn't hang straight down?
No, I haven't. I don't believe it does
do
what they say. But it's needed for geodetic surveying to work.
Oh man, that's
it's called a geoid model, right? It's called EGM 97 geoid model.
There goes
So it's lumpy
geodetic
gravity.
survey.
So you have tilted.
That's out.
According to what you believe in, geodetic surveying, you have to believe that plumb lines are curved.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do, because in geodetic surveying,
No, I don't.
they have curved plumb lines, dude.
They don't have curved plumb lines. So
Wanna
I
bet?
assume what you're doing is you're adding you're adding the geoid, because the Earth isn't completely smooth. Right? There's also different densities of matter underneath the Earth's
No, the
surface. So we
geoid
do
is
get
the
variations in gravity.
bro. The geoid is not the surface of the Earth. It's the equipotential surface of gravity.
What I was trying to say was, when you add them all together, you get quite a strange picture of what the Earth could be, right? And that's where you get these
flat.
claims of, gravity doesn't. No, none of it adds up to flat. None.
Okay, so you're driving, but I'm posting in the chat from Platter also posted it from geodetic surveying, curved plumb lines. In fact, they have publications called Curvature of the Plumb Line.
They say that they should be able to hang a plumb line and it not hang directly towards the Earth.
Instead of what they think is, if they hang along in a plumb line, it would be a curved line and not hanging straight down. And it definitely isn't going to hang to it definitely isn't going to point to the center of the Earth on an oblate ellipsoid. Dude, you're in the major leagues now, dude. This isn't fucking TikTok.
Not understanding science as a whole.
Understanding science. You don't know what even science is.
The world championship of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, but you can't say what I misinterpreted or what I misunderstood. Weird how that is. All you can do is like a backdoor ad hom. You're just doing a backdoor ad hominem. That's all you're doing.
Man, you're doing one right now.
No, no, not at all. I'm pointing out what you're doing. I didn't say anything about you. You said, I don't understand something as a rebuttal to my argument. That's just an ad hom, dude. Yeah. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. You're saying that what I'm saying isn't true, and so
you're wrong.
It's an insult.
You're factually wrong, though. But you were factually wrong.
Yeah.
And I posted in the chat the facts that you're wrong.
If you're taking him saying that you're wrong as an insult, then you got problems, man.
And it actually isn't me that says you're wrong. It's the entire field.
You guys do not.
It's not me saying you're wrong. It's the entire field of geodetic surveying that says you're wrong.
Yeah, right. So I say the same thing to you, and you say that's an ad hom. I say, no, you're misunderstanding it. You're wrong, right? And that's an ad hom. But when you tell me I'm wrong, no, that's factual, dude. You don't understand it. Give me a break,
you
man.
said I don't understand it. You said I don't understand science. You said me. Okay. I said you were in error, and I told you what the error was and who the source of my claim of your error. It's not me. They say you're in error. Your own worldview says you are in error.
No, not correct.
Okay, so it's not correct. The things I posted in the chat that are right out of geodetic surveying manuals that say curvature of the plumb line. You guys always do this when I bring up the plumb line's curve in your model. You think that it's flat earth or made up bullshit. No, it's your made up bullshit. Yours. You're not going to voice it onto us. It's yours.
It doesn't have an effect on a plumb line. Right? Just like the Earth is not shaped like that freaking, like, what is it, a heat map looking kind of thing. That is the
worldview, it does.
The Earth doesn't look like that, and now you're talking over me.
Dude, you're just denying what is written down. It's written down in the surveying books.
You've seen that picture of the Earth, right? That's not a picture. It looks like, how can I show it? Like a heat map, right? Which is the geoid. Earth looks nothing like that. But that's a map that they use for the actual shape of the Earth, or sorry, the gravitational density. But the Earth looks nothing like that.
Okay, I never said the Earth.
So is that piece of
you don't
bullshit?
understand the
Is that
point.
piece of bullshit? Is that piece of
No.
bullshit?
Okay. I never said the Earth looks like the geoid. I said the geoid was the exponential surface of gravity. That's what I said.
I'm pointing out.
Why is that
You're
important?
misunderstanding.
Why is that important?
Because I'm pointing out. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm pointing out where you've misunderstood the extent to which this non-vertical gravity goes. That geoid looks nothing like that.
Yeah, bro.
So the Earth looks nothing like that geoid.
Dunning-Kruger is off the chart. No one said the Earth looks like the geoid. What you're not understanding is when you take your theodolite and shut up. When you take the theodolite and you go to level the instrument, the plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. So if you go out and then you try to measure a dip, assuming that your horizontal is 90 degrees from the surface of the Earth or parallel to the surface of the Earth, you'd be wrong. You don't understand how surveying works. You don't understand what they're doing. You don't understand why the geode's important. Okay, what's the first thing you do when you set up a theodolite?
How much is this not vertical?
What's the first?
How much is this not? I asked you that a minute
in
ago.
Australia?
I'm talking over this. So just answer it.
Well, in Australia,
how much is it that much?
In Australia, 0.71 seconds, dude. Seconds of arc. Seconds of arc, dude. You don't even know what that is, do you? It's degrees, minutes, seconds.
Maybe at home, dude. Like you know.
You have no idea, dude. You're drowning, bro. You're drowning, bro.
I'm drowning.
You picked the wrong topic because you don't know anything about this. Because you don't know anything about this, dude. Sorry.
How's 7.1 seconds in at home?
What would if I was hanging up?
In fact, Australia, because of this
a 1 meter string. Why are you interrupting me? What are you What are you scared of?
And no one's scared of you, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm just like a cat playing with a mouse right now.
You're just talking yourself up. If I was holding a 1 meter string with a plumb bomb at the end of it, right? 0.71 arc seconds. How much is that not going to be?
I didn't say arc seconds.
Down by?
I didn't say arc seconds.
I thought that's what you said. 0.71 arc seconds.
No, it's degrees, bro. Degrees of the units. Not arc
degrees
seconds.
Of units.
Degrees are the units.
What? Degrees are the units. Okay, sorry, misunderstood. Yeah. Audibly misunderstood you.
That's fine.
So if I hung up a 1 meter string with a plumb bob at the end of it, right? That deviation, how far not centered to my hand holding it is that plumb bob going to be?
Yeah, well,
how many centimeters away from being vertical? How many centimeters away from being vertical is it going to be?
I don't know. That's not the point. The point is you're using that vertical as your horizontal. Listen, you're using the vertical as a horizontal reference. So if I shoot 3 miles and my deviation from the vertical is 0.02 degrees, that's 6 feet and 3 miles. That's the drop according to that's the horizon dip for the globe is 0.02 degrees.
Right. So if I see several hundred feet or several thousand feet of drop, what's the excuse for that?
Because it's based upon distance. Okay, so 0.02 degrees, you want me to double it? And 30 miles, it's freaking 60 feet. That's the deviation. That's the error, dude. It's 60 feet of error on a 0.02 degree deflection of the vertical. That's why they only shoot short distances and they leapfrog and shoot a whole bunch of them. Because when you do long distances, degrees. To 1/100th of a degree.
Okay, the numbers are changing. The numbers are changing.
There's just one I know off the top of my head. I know that in 3 miles, a divergence from the angular difference, right? The absolute difference in size. Like, say I take a laser and shoot it level, and then I dip it down 0.02 degrees and shoot it below where I originally shot it, it would be 6 feet lower. That's supposed to be the horizon dip at 3 miles on the globe. It's supposed to be 6 feet.
So in 3 miles, if in 3 miles, 0.02 degrees ends up being
6 feet of
60
drop. It's 6 feet of drop. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got to go to a job, and I'm nowhere I can validate. I'm sitting in the car. I can't validate or verify anything you said. So I'll come back when I can. You going to be hanging around for a while?
Yeah, maybe. I'm probably like 30 minutes, maybe.
Oh,
Don't rush. There's other
see you
people
again.
here, dude. It's just I might not be here, but other people will be here.
I just don't want to be accused of running. That's all. But I'll see you another time for sure.
Dude, we're not bitches here, dude. We're not babies, dude. We don't do that shit. Girls do that shit.
Thanks very much.
You
Thanks for
ran
having
away.
me. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for talking. Yeah.
Right.
Thanks for talking to us.
Right. Take care. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Another McToon acolyte goes down in flames.
Well, when like after a while listening to him talk, I was like, God, that's Jesse Pathel. Sure.
You think that's Jesse Pathelite? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
No way.
I think like everybody's sticking in with Jesse Pathelite's argument because of that whole celestial theodolite thing. Like they're just like still so stuck on.
He brought it up. He brought up the celestial theodolite. Really?
No, he didn't bring up the celestial theodolite. He just brought up theodolites. But I know from talking to people over in Ether Cause, like they are like deep into like the imagination of what theodolites can do over long distances. The celestial theodolite isn't even using a theodolite.
Yeah, I know. It's
it was just a timestamp.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like, but I brought up theodolites because he talked about surveying. So if you're going to talk about surveying, you got to talk about how what they're actually doing. He said they measure horizon, they measure curvature every day in geodetic surveying. Well, the instrument they use is the theodolite, and they only measure angles with that. That's the only thing a theodolite measures. It measures an angle. And then you have to extrapolate that angle into like a size, right? So in 3 miles, so say I take a theodolite, right? And it's supposed to be 90 degrees to the surface of the earth, and I turn it down 0.02 degrees. Now I should be looking at a spot 3 miles away, 6 feet lower than where I originally looked at. But that's not how it works in practice. That's how it should be in their freaking messed up vacuum world, right?
Yeah, no, I know from life experiences, everything that I've ever done with science, what they taught in the classroom, as soon as I got out into the field, yeah, forget everything you were taught. This is the real world.
Yeah, man. The lab is the lab. And that's all that is. Like what happens in the lab, you know, look, I mean, just seriously, like, yeah, I'm sure they can do amazing things with the internal combustion engine in the lab. But then when they take it and they put it in a car, it don't go so well.
Yeah, no, like when I heard him say like they what did they say? With the autolites they measure
curvature, he said.
So
they measure curvature.
Like dip. I think he said they measure
dip.
dip.
He measures the drop. He said they measure the drop. He actually didn't say dip, but the dip, I just skipped instead of arguing about what that means to measure the drop. It's actually a dip angle. That's what they would measure. Right. They'd set up the theodolite. They'd make it so that it was like 90 degrees from vertical. Right.
Right. And
they'd
then they measure the angle between.
They'd put the crosshair on the theodolite or on the horizon and then go, okay, the horizon's dipping down or dipping up. Right. From the horizontal. But but this is the thing I'm getting at, is that horizontal is determined by vertical. Because to find the horizontal, you have to find the vertical first. So you level the instrument. And the leveling of the instrument is with either a prism that hangs from a string inside there and it shines a light through it. And when the prism is perfectly level, it'll reflect back, and then that's how the thing reads level. Or it'll have bubbles, like a little bubble levels, and you look through it with nearly a microscope, and you level the instrument that way. either way, both of those work by the downward vector. So that's the first thing you're doing is you're finding the downward vector. And then wherever the downward vector is, horizontal is 90 degrees from that. But according to the globe, that downward vector is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. It's that it can be tilted because of lumpy gravity. So now think about it. You have a tilted vertical. That means now you have a tilted horizontal. And then they're taking the theodolite and aiming at something and going, oh, there's a horizon dip. Well, your instrument wasn't horizontal relative to the Earth in the first place. You didn't have a vertical orientation. That's why this horizon dip stuff is nonsense. And did you see what I published? What I posted?
I've seen what you posted before, man. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is new. This is new shit.
Oh, this is new?
Yeah, so this is cheap dog. It's so funny, man. Like you said yesterday, I always come back with new shit.
I've seen this image before. You talking about the one at 11 after?
No, further up.
Oh, that was Platters.
Further up, the updated modeling of refracted. Okay, so these guys, they measured a concave Earth dip angle. That means the dip angle was up. Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of a dipped horizon, the horizon was too high.
Right.
No, is there a concave Earth now? Did they prove a concave Earth because they measured these freaking this negative dip angle? Of course not.
No, it just made a correction back to the fucking globe.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, because they're using spherical coordinates, this means they measured a flat Earth. But it's neither here nor there. The point is that you can't draw conclusions about the surface of the Earth because your initial reference is the direction of the downward vector. And according to those guys, it isn't straight down. But they want it to be straight down when they're like, oh, a dip angle. And then you tell them, well, it's not straight down. You guys have curved plumb lines. And they run away from that as fast as humanly possible because think about it. Your idea has curved plumb lines. They know that is poison to any normal person that hears it. That go, what? What do you mean? What do you mean the globe model has curved plumb lines? That's ridiculous. Meaning that if you take a weight and hang it from a string, that string is curved. It's not hanging straight down. That gravity is making that thing curve. Well, now if it's a 6-foot string, it's in such an infinitesimal amount you can't see it. But if it was like a 1,000-foot string or a 10,000-foot string hanging in a hole, right? You'd actually be able to see this string be curved. This is what they think in their worldview. And if you said this to, like, if a normal person hears this, they're going to be like, the globe is some bullshit. That's why they want to get out curved plumb lines as fast as humanly possible. They don't want to talk anything about that. Why are you interrupting me? Did you hear me talking?
I just want to know who's dumb.
Globers.
Anybody that thinks plumb lines curve.
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
No.
So you build the building, right? And you want the wall to be straight. So you hang a string with a weight. And then you build, it's called a plumb line. You hang a weight, you have a weight on the end of a string. And you hang it.
Okay.
That line's straight, right? The string?
Yeah. I'm straight. And the line is straight too, yeah?
Yes. Well, not in the globe Earth. In the globe Earth model, that string is not straight.
What?
Yeah. Scroll up, look in the chat. Scroll up. Exactly. This is anybody that believes that is dumb. That's why globe Earthers don't want to talk about it because it makes them look crazy. Look in the chat. So if you look in the chat and you look at a couple images, I'll post another one. I'll post it again.
Fucking dumb, I think.
Yeah, it is dumb. So look.
Yeah, I am dumb too, I think.
Yeah, you're not that dumb. You
Yeah.
know that if you hang a weight on the string, that string is straight. Okay, like you're not so stupid that you think it's curving.
Okay. Okay.
So
I'm
look at the diagram. See.
yeah. I'm
So
curving.
if you
I'm
look at the
curving straight.
diagram in the text chat. Look
Where?
in a text chat. Text chat that's attached to this channel. Do you know how to use Discord?
Absolutely not.
Ugh.
I'm dumb. I'm just
You're
dumb.
So you just came in here to interrupt.
No, absolutely not. I just want to know better.
okay. Earth is flat. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
It's not a ball.
Not a ball.
No, not a ball. Not negative. No ball.
No ball. Okay. Ball is not straight.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Can I ask you, Indio? Like, can you give me like a concise reason of why geodetic surveying is important for, like, I guess it would be map making.
Um, actually, like important.
Yeah, like, is it more purposeful to use geodetic surveying, or is it more purposeful to use planar surveying? I mean, I get it, like, different tools for different things, but I'm just trying to figure out the purpose of geodetic.
The only geodetic surveying is useful in the sense that because at long distances, like say I'm making a road, right? Say we're making a road that crosses America.
Yeah.
And I start in Kansas.
You,
and I start building the road. And now I've gone 100 miles.
you are
And now I can't.
American. You are American?
Yeah, I'm American. Go on mute, bro. Go to a beginner channel. So say I'm in Kansas, and then and I'm using planar surveying to make the road, right? And I go 100 miles. Now I'm not exactly sure what my orientation is relative to where I started because I can't see over there anymore. It's 100 miles away, right? So how do I like make a unified spatial reference? Okay, we use the stars, right? Because all that geodetic surveying, it's really astrogeodetic surveying. They call it geodetic surveying, but it's really
Now I
astrogeodetic.
gotcha. Now it makes sense.
Because they're just trying to map it to the latitude and longitude system, which is in the sky. So, thing I've talked about this, but it's called in the 1927 they made what's called the North American datum. So they surveyed east-west across America, and they did some north-south, but we're only going to talk about east-west. They didn't use like a what do you call it? Like the reference ellipsoid that we use now. What they did is that they went to a place in Kansas. It's called Fort Meade or something, and they took astrogeodetic survey data, right, to figure out their exact position in the celestial sphere, right, their exact latitude and longitude. For 6 months, they did this, right? So all night, every night for 6 freaking months, at least when you could see the sky, they're trying to fix their position, like like celestial navigation does. They're trying to get what their GP is, right?
Like every hour they were taking a timestamp of the star.
Yeah. So once they decided, hey, this is our latitude and longitude, then they surveyed out from there, and all the geodetic surveying points were referenced relative to that initial starting point. So that was their origin, right? Fort Meade in Kansas was their origin. And they surveyed out, yeah. So that's the zero, right? So you have, like, just imagine you have graph paper, right? You got the zero, you got your x-axis and your y-axis. That was their zero, okay? So they surveyed out from there to the coasts. So years pass, and you're like, let's do it again. So we're going to make the North American datum 1983. But we're not going to start at Fort Meade Ranch, whatever they call it. We're going to use this other thing called the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid, which is purely conceptual, and we made it up in our mind. Then they did the survey, and then they looked and they said, holy shit, these two things don't match. That's exactly what happened. See, want to know what they did? Because there's already survey markers stamped into the ground. They just changed the numbers instead of putting a new survey marker, which is what they should do, right? When they actually find a coordinate, right? They go, oh shit, this is like 45. This is like 45 north, and there's no marker here. We should put a marker, the 45 north marker here, and go pull up the other one. Nope, they just went to the other one and said, well, we'll survey over here. Like, okay, this is 4532. Let's just stamp a new number on it. Yeah, that's what they did. They just stamped new numbers on the shit. When they found they were in the
totally
wrong.
Makes sense now that you say it like that, because it goes back to when we were talking about how they made longitude and they used the celestial sphere. And I was like, basically, they just plastered the Earth to the inside of the celestial sphere. You're like, yeah, basically, like all that just makes sense now. Completely.
Yeah. And like, yeah, so at long distances, you need the sky as a reference so that you know, like, kind of like your orientation relative to something else, right? Because you can't tell from just looking at the ground. You have to use the sky. That's the point. That's really the purpose of it. You know, we have a good idea. If you're in Los Angeles, the stars in the celestial sphere, when they're going to be over your head, time and time again, within a pretty good at it. Make that good prediction. What's going to be over your head, and that's like a certain location within the celestial sphere. And we're going to call that latitude and longitude. We know when the sun's going to be there. We know when these stars are going to be there. And when like there's a coincidence of the sun and the stars at a certain date, then go, hey, you this is your coordinate. That's what people don't understand is like the latitude and longitude systems it's a mixture of space and time because of the star's motion, right? You have to assign time to it because you can't say, hey, I'm under this star. There's no one on Earth where you can go, hey, I'm under a star. You'll be under a star for a couple minutes, but it's not for long, right? So that spatial reference of the sky, it has to be linked to a timepiece, right? It has to be linked to some time. And the longitude is the time. But we don't call it a time, we call it a place. But it's really a time. So the latitude is the place, depending on how high the sun goes above the horizon, and longitude is the other place, depending on when the sun goes over your head. Or it reaches its highest point, I should say. It should be solar noon. So think about that. There's a point in the sky where the sun will be its highest above the horizon, right? And at a particular time of year, those two things that, like, there's a coincidence. Hey, it's December 21st. I looked, the sun was freaking, 1 degree above the horizon at its highest point. Okay? There's not too many places on Earth that are like that. And then we assign that place where you make that observation a coordinate. But they think that coordinate is actually a freaking place, dude. Like a place. Like okay, I don't know how to describe it, dude. Like, 125th West 33rd Street, you know what I mean? In New York City. Like there's an apartment building there. No, it's just a coincidence of time. You could just Just change the clock, you'd have a different coordinate. Change the frickin' units, or change the origin of how you measure latitude and longitude, how you measure latitude, and that'll also change. Will change your position. But to answer your question, the purpose of geodetic surveying is to kind of deduce stuff and match up with the celestial sphere to places on the ground.
Makes sense. Like, what is it? Planar surveying could be very useful even for like building neighborhoods and stuff like that. But geodetic surveying would be like connecting those neighborhoods to a main road that leads to another neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's important because, planar surveying is great, but you could planar survey and make a road from frickin', New York to San Francisco if you wanted to. It could work. But the thing is, we have something called the interstate highway system, and we have multiple states. Each of those states has their own frickin' plane survey system. So we need something uniform. We need some uniformity between systems, and they chose geodetic surveying.
But yeah, that deflection of the vertical is killer.
Say the federal government's like, okay, we're going to make a road across the United States. Each state's going to make their own road, right? And we're going to connect them all somewhere at the borders of each state. That wouldn't work.
Right.
But I should also say this, these datums that everybody, like the datum we use, the North American datum, it's just one. There's something like 110 datums. And each of these datums has its own unique scaling factor. So if you took one datum and tried to be like, okay, here's so there's something called Ordnance Datum Newland, which is like the UK datum. And I tried to just apply that metric to North America, everything would be wrong. I would have to convert it into the North American datum using a scaling factor, because the scales aren't the same. And you go, hold on, how can the scales not be the same? They're all just using latitude and longitude. How's the latitude and longitude scaling? Yeah, well, it's a good question. How is it scaling? How is latitude and longitude being scaled depending on where you use it? Meaning shrunk or expanded.
Right.
Yeah, the space between the lines, right, the latitude and longitude lines, either shrinks or grows depending on the datum you're using, which it shouldn't be doing if it was some uniform global spatial reference system that was actually universal, right? It means it's not universe. It means people are taking measurements all over the world and they're shoehorning them into latitude and longitude. And when they don't fit, they just change the scale until they do fit.
Yep. No, I get that, man. Like, oh, that formula didn't work. Here's another formula.
We got AI has talked about this, the military grid system, that mapping system. You're familiar with it. Now we know the military grid system's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I take out my road atlas, will the military grid system map onto that? Or will it map onto the geodetic surveying information?
No.
Will those all match up, or will it be different? What if I take some USGS topographical maps and then use them? And it could, because there's topo data on the military grid. So are those going to match up? None of this stuff is going to match up. And then the ballers goes, "Where's your map? Where's your map? Show me a
You
map
see
and
what
I'll
I
show you something that's wrong." I mean, it's literally that simple. Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong.
have you seen the map that I always give Glovers when they ask for a flat Earth map? I don't know. Have you?
I had Hapro today yesterday, denying the apparent sun and denying there's an apparent horizon. Just like,
Can you hear me, or is my microphone bad?
No, I hear you. I hear you good.
I know you don't like hearing a flat Earth map. Have you seen my flat Earth map?
No, I said no, man. I want to see it.
Oh, I didn't hear you. It cut out.
Oh,
So I was like, wait, I guess you didn't hear me. It's gotten buried since I've gotten new stuff. I know I'm close when I get down to where my. Oh, here we go, right here. This is my flat Earth map. Every time a Glover says, "Where's your flat Earth map?" There it goes.
it's so funny. That's awesome. Oh my God. That's great, man. That is so great.
You know what they always ask?
I'm sorry,
Where are the
dude. I'm stealing that, man. Stealing it. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. Their first response always is, "Where are the continents?" I'm like, underneath this.
For real? They say, "Where are the continents?"
I swear to God, that's the first thing most of them say.
You say they're underneath it. Oh man, it's underneath. Underneath what? Underneath that map. That's where the continents are. They're underneath the map. Well, show me the other side. Well, turn around. Wow. That's genius.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro. That's genius. Because that is the map.
I
That is
give it to
actually
you,
the
man.
world map. Is the stars. It's not the ground. It's the stars.
When you helped me realize that, like all maps are basically, they just took the celestial sphere and they pressed the Earth up against the celestial sphere. I'm like, oh, so the map is the sky.
That's right. It's easy to prove too, and they bug out when you ask it. When you, it's you can prove it with one question. Tell me your coordinates using nothing but the ground. Can't use anything in the sky. You can't use the sun, the stars, the moon. It's completely cloudy. You can't see anything. How do you find your coordinates? Want to know what they say? Use GPS.
Yeah. You're right.
And I'm like, no, man, no, because GPS uses the same coordinate system. Like, okay, fine, just find.
That's what they don't understand either. Like,
Well,
oh,
just find.
GPS. Like that's exactly what GPS does. They basically took all the math and put it into a computer simulation. That's all they did.
Simple. They can't do it. It's not possible. Not in latitude and longitude coordinates, that's for sure. They can't find it. So the map is the sky. It's that simple. And the odd thing is, it's like they fight against that the map is the sky when all they want to do is talk about the sky every other time.
That's so true. And then when you like actually have to talk about the sky, no, we can't use the sky. Here's this meme that I have right here. This
Wherever you
one,
posted second, I can't see it. It's not even showing. Oh, there it is. Never mind. I got it.
yeah, it's a video I just turned into a gift.
Dude, I used to love
Take it
Tom and
back to the
Jerry.
old days. Tom and Jerry.
That's freaking great cartoon, man.
Bro, they took Speedy Gonzalez out of the cartoons because they said it was racist, and all the Mexicans got mad because they wanted Speedy Gonzalez.
I know. Then they had no representation.
But they got rid of Slowpoke.
Oh, Slowpoke Rodriguez. Slowpoke Rodriguez. Listen, if it wasn't for Speedy Gonzalez and Slowpoke Rodriguez, I'd have no idea what a Spanish person sounded like until I was like 15.
Right.
I mean, you're in North Mexico, so I mean that's different. But Mexico North.
When you think about it, though, like Latino people in general have no idea, like unless you live in like southern Argentina, have no idea or how to drive in the snow. That's why a lot of them crash.
Oh, of course not, man. That's not true. Now I think about it, that's not true.
No?
There was a freak snowstorm. I was working in Leominster. There's a Mexican guy that worked with me. There was a freak snowstorm. My girl at the time, she would have had to drive and come get me over a fucking mountain. So one of the dudes, this Mexican guy, he gave me a ride home. And we're talking like, we're in the mountains, bro. And we're like going up a mountain. Like it's called Mount Wachusett, dude. We're like going up this thing. There's cars off the road, freaking like crashed. There's like 10 inches of snow in the road. Crazy. This dude drove like a maniac. Bro, I was like, I can't believe you drove like that. I said to him. He says, oh. And like this guy worked 3 jobs, so I know he was Mexican. He had 2 full-time jobs and a part-time job, so 100% he was Mexican. Yeah, he was leaving. He gave me a ride home because he was on his way to his second job, which was the freaking Home Depot. It's crazy, man. Which was also a full-time job for him. So, but he said, "Oh, I used to drive demolition derby in Mexico. I was a professional race car driver." I was like, Jesus Christ. Because demolition derby's in sand, bro.
Right.
They race in sand, so that's a lot like snow. That's what he was saying. It's a lot like snow. It's like driving in sand and driving in snow. It's almost the same thing. So there's your one exception to the rule. The one guy that can drive in snow that's Hispanic. He was the only Mexican guy where it worked. The most of everybody else was like Puerto Rican or what's the other place everybody was from? There wasn't very many. He was the only Mexican guy, but there was a lot of like Honduras, El Salvador, no one from Brazil.
Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic.
Yeah, there was Dominicans there too. Haitians.
Cubans. Haitians, not Spanish.
No, we didn't have any Haitians. We had yeah, I know there's lots of Haitians in Boston. These guys, they were Jamaicans. That's right. I remember the Jamaican dude. It started snowing and he saw snow and he fucking was like freaking out because he didn't know that snow fell from the sky.
Oh, really?
He'd only seen pictures of snow and it was always on the ground. He'd never seen a photograph of snow with it falling from the sky. So he was freaking out. Like, I'm like, dude, like, it started snowing, like we were on lunch break, and it started snowing, and I seen like the look on his face. I was like talking to him, and he just like stopped talking, got this look, and I'm like, "What's wrong?" He's like, "What's that?" I'm like, "It's freaking snow." It's like, "Oh, I never seen snow before." I'm like, "You never seen snow before? Wait, what are you talking about?" And he's like, "Oh, I've seen it in a book. It was on the ground. I didn't know it fell from the sky." He had no idea how it got there. Yeah, he was bugging, bro.
Life. This world is so amazing and awesome. Man. Like it gives. There's some funny things that come out of this world. There's a lot of stupid shit, but there's a lot of good, funny things.
Yeah, but the stupid shit can be fun too.
That's true.
I mean, you shouldn't laugh at other people's misfortune, but sometimes it's just funny.
No, fuck that, man. I'd laugh.
Well, that's the thing. That's what they say is that like laughing is actually like it's like it's caused by empathizing with pain. And that's actually what's actually funny is that we're empathizing with pain.
You know, when shit happens to me in my life, like I always laugh. Like like she's a girl, so she'll blow some shit out of proportion, and I just laugh
No
at her, and
way.
then she starts laughing. I know, right?
Yeah.
Well, I had to make it relatable.
Dude, I heard about a broken coffee cup for 20 fucking years, bro. Like, seriously. I didn't even break it. It was my best friend. He broke it. And, like, well, best friend at the time. He broke her freaking coffee cup that I gave her for, like, her birthday, dude. I heard about that shit for 20 fucking years, man.
That's
no
fucking
lie.
hilarious.
Like that time you let Rob borrow my coffee cup. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Am I ever gonna live this down? Gonna buy you 4 more freaking coffee cups.
No, like it's funny. My wife, she'll like a couple of times, like every once in a while, I'll get on here and listen and maybe interject. And as soon as I open my microphone and talk, she's like, "Really? You're talking to your friends online? You're not spending time with me?" And then so I'll put the phone away, and then 20 minutes later, we'll be talking, and she's like, "Yeah, but you don't want to spend time with me because you want to spend time with your friends, like you were earlier online with your friends and not with me." I'm like, "Oh my God, you're like." You're freaking out for no reason. So I know exactly what you mean, man. Like I'm only
bro.
a year and a half in. Oh my God, I know it's gonna be crazy.
God. You gotta nip that shit in the bud, bro. I'm not saying do
I am.
anything like I'm just saying like women are weird,
I
dude.
let it go for a little bit so she can get her shit out, but then eventually it
Well, I'm
always
saying
comes back
that's
to
like her
us
way
having
of
a conversation.
saying like when they do shit like that, what they think is what they're like seems on the surface is the
It's
problem is
control.
actually not the problem.
It's just
Some other
control.
problem. I mean, it could be.
To me, it seems like that. Like they want to rub their finger in it and say, "Look what I did," and then control it after. Or
I
at least that's the
mean,
way I'm seeing it. I could be wrong.
well, there's two
It could just be
possibilities.
the general shit test.
There's two possibilities. She's insecure, okay, and she's jealous when you talk to your friends.
I don't think she's insecure.
Okay, now that's one possibility. The other possibility is the one you said, that it's just control and it's a way to isolate you from other people.
And I don't think she's doing it in a way to be manipulative. I just think that you know.
I didn't ascribe a motive. Okay, I'm just saying the
Like
motive.
sorry,
I mean, she could be
sorry,
doing it like was she brought up in a fucked up household? I mean,
no. To my knowledge, she wasn't. Like her parents were still together after all these.
That don't mean anything. They could have a bad relationship. You know, like not everybody knows how to be in a healthy relationship. You know what I mean? And they'll get like she could have seen her parents in a unhealthy relationship and thinks that like behavior
It's
is
okay.
normal.
All right.
Yeah, it's just normal. It's not good or bad. It's just normal.
Yeah,
For her
no,
to
like
do that is just normal. It's not even like a bad thing. There's not even a bad connotation to it.
my mom's mom had bad relationships with men, and because of that, like she had this understanding. This is what she thought of me, right? So I get what you're saying, but like for like I don't know, like I'm definitely nipping it in the butt. Like I let it go for a minute because I mean you can't just like nip it in the butt all the time. Sometimes it'll resolve itself. You just gotta like
Yeah.
let it play out a little bit, but
When I say nip it in
eventually
the bud
I
is to
haven't.
make sure that that's not a symptom of a greater problem. Is that like she's saying that, but she's really actually bothered by something else. But she's just being a bitch about this other thing. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right. That's the other thing I think it might be. Is there something underneath that is pissing her off, and she doesn't want to tell me? And
Well, I mean, you're married.
because
Like, what were her expectations of marriage? Would she think it was gonna be a fucking constant party? Like, like people have unrealistic
I don't
expectations
think
of like
it'd be
marriage and long term relationships. It isn't a constant freaking party. It's just not. Life is boring and mundane. And like she's expecting you to be her clown to entertain her all the time. I mean, that's
right.
unrealistic, dude. That's not fair to you. It's not fair to her because fundamentally happiness comes from inside. And if she's looking for you to make her happy, dude, good fucking luck. No matter how great of a person you are, sheepdog, you
Oh
can't
yeah.
make
No,
her happy. You can't make
I told
anybody
her
happy. People make themselves happy.
sure it's a choice. The happiness is
Yes.
a choice. But I told her I said like if you think like I'll spend as much time as I can with her and everything. But at some point I have to go out and hang out with my own friends and be
Yeah.
my own person and all these other things because I have to have outside resources. I can't just be limited to just her. And so I told her
Look,
once before, I was like, you get mad at me when I talk to my friends online. How are you going to feel when I go out golfing with my friends when I actually have money to go golfing? Or I want to go out to a bar with my friends and shoot the shit with them or maybe have poker night or something like that.
well, let me ask you this. Do you talk to her about like what you do online?
Yeah.
Yeah, then I don't see what the issue is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Now,
Listen, you got to
she
tell her this,
follows me
dude.
on all my social media. I'm not hiding anything.
Okay, that's how
I
I'm
talk to
talking
her
about.
about what I do
You're like,
going on.
hey man, I talked to so and so. Like you tell her like, what I'm just saying is she
In
might
my
feel
phone, I set up her
excluded.
face.
She might
I
feel
set up her
excluded
face
from
to
like a
read
part of
on my
your life.
phone.
No, what I'm saying, no, this time I'm saying just she might just feel excluded from a part of your life. So listen, I would
Yeah.
say this to her. This is what I would say. We can't do everything together because if we did everything together, I'd never be able to tell you anything. We'd have both of have done it, and like there'd be nothing to tell you. That's the
Right.
thing about doing everything together. Then you experience everything together, and then there's nothing to fucking talk about because you
There's
both
nothing.
did this shit together. It isn't like, oh, by the way, honey, while I was driving to work, I watched the fucking 3-car pileup. Well, if you're doing everything together, she saw it too, right? Like you can't even tell the person anything new or relate to them like your experiences of life if you do everything together. Like you got to kind of got to sound like, baby, if we do everything together, then what new things can I tell you?
Yep.
And that might make her feel better. I don't know. Maybe not.
No, I think it'll still be the same. I think it's going to be a constant struggle, but she's always willing to listen. She doesn't freak out. She freaked out the first time I stood up to her. But
Yeah,
ever since then,
but what need isn't being fulfilled that she thinks that like what is she trying to accomplish? Well, I shouldn't say that because women aren't trying to accomplish anything when it comes to things like this. What feeling does she have? What feeling is
Honestly,
like?
I think because I speak English here, but then I talk to her in Spanish. I think that might be a part of it. You know what I mean? Like,
Does she understand English?
a little bit, not a whole lot. But we
Oh,
have these
so you could be
conversations on
saying
here.
anything and she wouldn't even know.
Kind of. I talk fast on here also, so she
Yeah,
can't pick apart the
and
words.
plus it's also actually a complicated topic.
Exactly.
Probably a lot of shit she don't understand. Probably makes her feel insecure.
But I tell her the earth is flat all the time in Spanish.
No, but it probably makes her feel insecure that you're having a conversation in English with people and she doesn't understand what you're talking about. So it's like almost like there's like a, I don't want to, like, they'll take this, like, it's almost like you have a secret life, even though it's not secret.
Right.
And it's out in the open, but to her, there's like a wall there that she can't see through.
Right.
Because she don't speak English. I'll be your
Well, we're
marriage
working
counselor,
on it, Phil.
sheepdog, dude. I want to see you make it to your freaking dead, dude. I want to see, look, bro, I want to see you buried together. That's what I'm going for.
My bucket list is in my lifetime I want to tell her happy 50th anniversary.
Oh man, you're great, bro. That's awesome.
That's a goal of mine.
Praying that it happens.
I've met some great people that have had 50-year anniversaries. Great.
Not easy.
I met one
made
dude
it
when I worked
30.
in the hospital. He made it to 30.
I made it to 30, then it freaking all went to shit. But
that's still pretty good.
Almost got it. Almost did it.
Yeah, but how long towards the end was it going to shit? Or did it just all of a sudden
I was
fall
going
apart?
shit for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, there was always problems, but because there was always problems, we never had expectations that it was going to be easy. So
Right.
we fought through a lot of
Sounds like
problems.
you kind of more or less stayed together for the kids.
In the end, yes, but not. No, not in the beginning. But that was just. Let's just put it this way. I don't even know. I'm not even gonna say that. I'm not gonna say it on the live stream. Yeah, I don't want to.
Can we definite?
It's just to say the reason was medical that all this shit happened.
Gotcha.
For lack of a better, like that's as vague as I'm gonna be. And people probably imagine why would you break up with someone after 30 years over a medical problem? It's like medical is just the broad general term.
Yeah, the broad term. I know. I got it.
It's more like psychiatric, but which I didn't want to say, but I said it anyway.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, like
I'll just say
give you an
this.
example. My ex-wife, she would take Zoloft, right? Not to get too into this, but she'd take Zoloft. Well, one of the problems with taking Zoloft is if you drink it, you counteract the medication and it doesn't fucking work.
Ouch, yeah.
And she drank all the fucking time. So she was taking this medication while drinking, and so the medication was having an adverse effect. And she was just like, when she would drink, she was a completely different person.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm talking lithium type mental illness. I'm not fucking around, bro. Like, I'm dead serious. We're talking freaking involuntary commitment for violence into the state mental hospital, which is which isn't easy to achieve. That's a hell of an Xbox achievement. So
side quest completed.
No, an involuntary commitment. You should know, dude. You were a fucking ER, dude. Getting someone involuntarily committed for freaking psych reasons isn't like easy.
No, yeah, I know. It's like there's a whole court process. It takes like a week.
Exactly.
Sometimes.
This is so bad they threw the proverbial threw the book at the person, and they gave them the max you can be involuntarily committed. That's how messed up the person is. Okay, let's put it that way. So after Yeah, I dealt with that for probably the last 6 years. Yeah, at least 6 years, probably 8. Does it like schizophrenia in women will come out in middle age? I don't know if you're aware of that. It's either going to be young, 18, 19, 17, that range, or in middle age. So, yeah, it's the second one. Anyway, I almost made it.
Yeah, I know it's a little it's a little hard to start this late in life and try to read.
I mean, I don't care about all that. I got that shit covered.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I hate to say it like that. That shit ending was like the best thing that ever happened to me.
Oh, I'm sure, man.
I have a penchant for trying to finish what I start, so that's really my only problem. But it's going to be something that I can't finish. So, but it's for the best.
But I mean, like I'm committed to her. I don't, like with my ex, she had kind of like one foot out all the time, even though she wouldn't admit to it. That was her idea. It was like she was ready to leave or bolt if it ever got too bad, which she did. She filed for. She was the one that filed for divorce, not me.
Yeah.
And
that
so
goes with the trend of 70%. So
yeah. And like with this woman, she seems committed. Seems like, hey, divorce is not an option. Okay, well, if divorce is not an option, then at some point you're just gonna have to shut up and listen to me, and accept, let me take my lead, right? Like obviously, if I'm giving you leeway, I'm gonna let you do whatever you got to do. But if I have to put my foot down, then you have to accept that. Like that, there's no way around it. If you want it to work.
What's funny is that how you solve problems in a relationship is a lot different if divorce isn't on the table.
Yep.
If you think that you can always push the nuclear button to solve a problem, where you always have that in your back pocket. Oh, I'll just freaking get divorced. Nuclear button. If that's not on the table, you'll actually try to solve your problems instead of trying to like smash your head against the wall and be like, do what I want or I'm getting divorced. You know what I mean? Which is childish, obviously. But the point is that like if you don't have that attitude where divorce is an option, then you'll actually try to solve your freaking problem because you have to live with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I'll try to take the Sean Connery approach. If you remember the Barbara Walters interview.
Yeah. Dude, I swear to God, the way Barbara Walters looked at him, she was like, smack me. She was dying to be smacked. She wanted to be smacked right then.
She wanted to.
She was like,
if he would have
oh,
slapped
smack
her,
me, that'd be so hot.
She would have ripped his clothes off, dude, guaranteed. No, but he made a lot of sense, Like she was like, do you ever smack your wife? And he's like, no, because she knows when to stop. She knows how to not push my buttons. And she's like, you don't like doing everything with your wife? And he's like, no. Like that would be boring. Then I'd have nothing to talk to her about when I come home for dinner. So you're absolutely right.
Yo, it was good talking to you though. I gotta bounce, man. I got a fucking long ass day tomorrow.
Yeah, me too, man. I gotta go. I gotta get up early. But yeah, thanks for the talk and thanks for the presentation on geodetic survey.
Oh
Good
yeah.
luck.
Yeah. You know it, bro.
All right,
I'll pray for you and your wife, man. I mean,
oh, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right, man. Good night.
Have a good night. Before I leave here, anybody want me to put on some music?
What was the question?
Does anybody want me to put on some music?
No.
have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. Said the sky was not the limit. He fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stalking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black the
What's up, Matrix?
Ah, just the usual. Expectations. Birds. Top half of trees. Very tall buildings. Hey, he's going, guys.
How was work?
Very hot. We actually had one of our longer standing members retire today. She'd been just in our facility alone. She'd been there for 20 years and also had probably 30 years experience in other facilities and hospitals and all sorts of in between. But yeah, she was telling us a story today and it's like, wow. Like she's a super nice lady. But and it was like, yeah, I was just gobsmacked. Like I've normally got a smarty pants comment for most things, but even I had to sit down and shut up for this one.
Right.
But yeah, it's actually really nice to listen to decent people sit back and just tell their life story, and you sit back and you go, you know what? I had a fair bit of respect for you prior, but now that's just awesome.
Yeah, there's a lady that she goes by the name of Dr. Lucy on X, and we'll have our spaces and everything. She's so sweet. When she comes up on stage, we tell everybody to shut the fuck up and let her And she'll go on like a 20-minute rant, and her draw on her speech is a little bit slow, but she's so sweet, and then there's just so much like meat in her words. There's so much density in her words, and so much honesty and truth in her words. It's just like you have to sit there and listen. You don't, like, we'll kick you out. She's all inspiring, you know. Her husband died a few years back, and so social media kind of gives her little outreach and everything, and took it upon herself to learn how to do like faces on X and everything like that.
Oh, cool.
But she has her little elderly community and everything, but most of them don't have the conversations that we have. So she's like, you guys teach so much, and we learn so much from you. Like, just listening to her, I wish this was the 40s all over again.
Yeah. You were a paramedic or something for a while there, weren't you?
Yeah, for 14 years.
So you would have been into like nursing homes and stuff like that?
Kind of. Like, I knew of them. Like, I would never be, as much as me and my mom argue, I would never put her in a nursing home. I would just go
No,
home.
but whilst in the capacity of a paramedic, dropping people off, picking them up type thing.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I'm aware of them. I know what they do.
I was going to say, next time you're in DJ's server, scroll down to the music section, and I actually got AI, I won't say I did it, got AI to do a song about where I work. So what I did was asked a few people just to give me 5 words to describe this place, whether it be the residents or the staff or what happens. And there's a few of them that gave me list of words. Punch.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, it does that.
It automatically plays.
Yeah.
Revelation remixing it a seed, medicated me,
Yeah, I think it only was it 3 minutes or something.
23. Pharmaceutical creep, patient get deceived, nomination leaves, taken by the beast, running around like a head.
Booted it.
Yeah, it didn't get to stop. It didn't give me the resume or anything.
No, that's alright. Yeah, I think it's like 3 minutes or 5 minutes or something. They just kick back into gear. But so I got them all a list of words, and I punched into AI, and I said, right, what I'm after is a feel-good song to describe, number one, the worker or the staff, and in brackets, the team, and the people that reside there, in brackets, the residents, and it has to use this lot of words. So I gave it a pretty strict outline of what I was after. And it spat this song out, and it's in my list on DJ's server. So yeah, if you get yourself a spare 5 minutes, have a listen to it. You're like, oh wow, that hits home. So if anyone's had any dealings with nursing homes, you'll just go, yeah, that's pretty fair.
If you want the most honest experience, like if you don't work in the medical field and you want to know what it's like to be a paramedic, you have to watch this movie called Bringing Out the Dead.
Mm.
Now, they take all the most extreme situations and put it, like, the whole movie is based on a paramedic's experience over a Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. It's like one weekend.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
In New York City. But, like, it's all the extreme shit. Like, you don't see shit like that every fucking day, right? Like, it's like in 10 years, you might see a couple cases here and a couple cases there, and they'll really, really stand out to you, and so you can tell them seamlessly in that. But so the guy that wrote the story, the book, he was a paramedic, and he basically like condensed a lifetime experience into a weekend of what this paramedic, he's all burnt out. He's going through the stages of burnout. And this is the reason why, right? And so, like, you got to see it for that. Like, okay, this is not what paramedics go through every day. They will experience this over a course of time.
My sister's a paramedic, so I've got heard some pretty horrible stories.
Yeah, no. If you watch this movie, you're like, oh my god, like that's what it's like being a paramedic. I'm like, yeah. If you stretched it out over 10 years instead of 3 days, yeah, exactly what it's like. It's a lot of boring, and then occasionally shit gets exciting. But yeah, Bringing Out the Dead. If you look this movie up, you're gonna look up the what is it called, the IMDb on it, and you're gonna see like an all-star cast of like anybody who's anybody is in this fucking movie. Like, why have I never heard of this movie?
Bringing Out the Dead, done by Scorsese.
Bringing Out the Dead by Martin Scorsese. Yeah.
So what's it say on Wikipedia? I don't know what it is. Read more. 99 American psychological horror drama film directed by Scorsese, written by Paul Schrader, based on the 98 novel by Joe Connolly. Stars Cage, Arquette, John Goodman, Bing Rames. Tom Sizemore. The plot depicts 48 hours of the life of depressed New York paramedic Cage. Oh wow. Yeah, it's got a pretty hot cast in it. I'll just jump to full page.
It's like Dick Tracy.
Cliff
You ever see
Curtis.
Dick Tracy? You're like, oh, it wasn't a great movie. But anybody who's anybody was in that movie. But yeah, I recommend it. It's funny, man. Like the opening statement, like if you're not a healthcare provider, you wouldn't get the joke. But I've done CPR so many times. So they're doing CPR, and there's no bringing this guy back. And so John Goodman's like, all right, I'm going to call medical control. So what's his name? Nicolas Cage is still doing CPR. And then right as John Goodman comes back into the room, the patient starts breathing again, like they get a heartbeat back. And John's like, "All right, you can call it." He's like, "No, we can't. He's got a pulse." Like, oh no shit! And so they take him to the hospital. But oh no shit, like just that nonchalant about like bringing somebody back to life, like that.
I noticed a lot of the paramedics have got
experience.
a twisted sense of humor, like sick, dry, next level.
A little bit, yeah.
Like that's what my sister was saying one day. They'd been to a whole string of attempted suicides, and that's what they said. One of their running jokes is a book, Suicide, get it right the first time. And it's like, right. Oh wow, you're that twisted. And she goes, oh yeah, she's so chill about it. But yeah, she's seen some pretty horrible stuff that she's had to have a bit of a time off for, so it's not all niceties.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll be careful about some of the things we say on here, just because we've got the streams on in here. But yeah, the sense of humor is definitely a little twisted as far as like life and death, right? Like life and death, and what's everything in between. In between life and death is boring.
Looks like we get the in-betweeners in here.
But it's a great movie. It's even got Clifford Curtis in there. You know who Clifford Curtis is?
Yeah, I saw that. Don't know who he is, but
He's in there.
I'll probably look at his face and go, oh, that's
Mark
that dude
Anthony.
out of such and such. Yep.
Yeah, he's actually recognizable in this movie, but in some of the other movies he's not recognizable. But yeah, he was in Fear the Walking Dead. He was he was in Training Day. He was one of the gangbangers in Training Day, and then he was in Die Hard, the last Die Hard. I don't know what it was called. But yeah, I gotta head off to bed, man. Figured I'd say hi since you popped in and fairly silent.
Yeah, normally about this time, jump in. You guys are either ultra late going to bed, or we get the super duper early ones rising. And it's play a few tunes for a bit, steal some of Doog's music and play that.
Yeah, man. Musox is not working right now, so you have to use.
Oh, what? Why not? What'd you do to him?
Well, I tried to play it and it was saying unable to play. So even after I
Sometimes it
kicked it,
just doesn't like certain songs for some reason. I don't know why. Let's have a look. Where is?
they were YouTube videos. I will say
Oh,
that.
right. Well,
Songs I was trying to.
well, let's have a look here. Copy link, and we'll see if he's going to play.
All right, man.
He likes me.
I'm gonna head on off, man.
All right, catch it, mate.
Wait a minute.
An old globe-towered net surfing on a dark and windy day. Upon a room he rested, with not much wise to say. When all at once it struck him, his location he just saw. 24/7, flat earth discord. Yippee-yi-oh, yippee-yi-ay, globe-tart, come and try. He branded them all lies, but their proofs were sold with zeal. They showed him how it measured flat, no strawman he could steal. A bolt of fear went through him as they told him of the lie. He mumbled about gravity, and then we made him cry. Yippee-yi-oh, yippee-yi-ay, globe-tart, now you cry. His lies got burned, emotions stirred, he even tried to bet. He's trying hard to prove the curve, but he ain't done it yet. 'Cause they will camp in there forever and wait for you to try. Bring out all your best curve proofs and crush them on the fly. Yippee-yi-oh, yippee-yi-ay, globe-tart, don't you lie. They laid the black swan on him, he's shown he has no game. If you wanna ring the bell, old soul, and bow your head in shame. Globe-tart, change your ways today and stand along with pride. Realize there is no curve, just go and check outside. Yippee-yi-oh, yippee-yi-ay, globe-tarts come to try. Globe-tarts coming alive. Globe-tarts, now you cry.
Welcome. Okay, how do you say it? Mr. Joez? Oh, he's just been replaced. How's it going, Melon? Welcome. Who was that? Joe. Alright, I think we're gonna play another random song. Yeah, I like that one. I'd like to thank me mate Flat Lloyd for the lyrics.
Hello, Glober, my old friend. I've come to chat with you again. There is a liar softly creeping, told us lies while we were sleeping. And the model that was planted in our brain still remains within the pseudoscience. Yeah, in fantasy we walk alone on a spinning water globe until I measured that it wasn't that. I turned my camera to the long and flat when my eyes were stared by the path of a line of sight. It split the fight and touched the pseudoscience. And in the infrared I saw 200 miles, maybe more. The horizon without curving, walking level without spinning. People breathing air that dinos never shared. No one cared. Disturb the pseudoscience. Disturb the pseudoscience. Yeah. Fools said you do not know. Science like a cancer grows. Hear these facts that I might teach you. Take these tools that I might reach you. But no curve is where all this will fail. But echo the pseudoscience. And the people bowed and prayed to the model they had made. And the numbers gave its warning of the plane it was forming. And the sign said the words of the prophets are written on the Discord walls and encrypted calls that destroyed the pseudoscience. Destroyed the pseudoscience.
Crikey, dude, you're not very good at sponsoring your own music, are you? I better play a song. Where's Duke folder? Where is... Yeah, that one will do me.
Slow step, chalk dust in the air. He writes his name like he's drawing a dare. Rod, coat dragging on the floor. Class is in session, he locks the door. He says, Globa, stand up. Bring that textbook brain, bring that memorized stuff. Pointer, drops on the board so light. Circle on the paper, but the ground feels tight. He smiles, 3 lines, 1 bet. Walk east, walk north, then we'll see what you get. Triangles don't lie, they only confess. Professor Triangle puts pride to the test. Professor Triangle's test, step by step. He checks your sense. You quote pages, he measures steps. You got book words, he's got proof on the deck. Professor Triangle's test, every angle he makes you sweat. You say I know, he says not yet. Professor Triangle's test. All day in the parking lot grid, cones as his markers like a kid with the rig. He whispers, walk straight, don't guess. Your feet draw a shape, your mouth feels pressed. PhD, yeah, put that on the name tag. Radrian, letters on a black bag. Take your globe talk, I'll take my chalk. You brought long words, he brought long walks. That's a Triangle's test, step by step. He checks your sense. You quote pages, he measures steps. You got book words, he's got proof on the deck. Professor Triangle's test, every angle he makes you sweat. You say I know, he says not yet. Professor Triangle's test. Left turn, right turn, you spinning your tracks. He watches your path like he's reading the cracks. Trust your toes, not that chart in your head. Feel the floor, feel the line instead. He laughs when your route doesn't match your claims. You got facts on fire, but they miss the frame. Yep. Professor Triangle's test, step by step. He checks your sense. You quote pages, he measures steps. You got book words, he's got proof on the deck. Professor Triangle's test, every angle he makes you sweat. You say I know, he says not yet. Professor Triangle's test.
Keep an eye out for someone named Nuke Enjoyer to join.
Why?
And, they're in the lobby in the home server an hour ago wanting to get VC verified, and I just posted the link to this chat. So come in here and talk to us, and I'll give it to you.
Oh, fair enough. Were they spiraling in the chat, or were they just a random?
I didn't see that far up the chat. I didn't scroll up that far. They just, I think they were hoping to get VC verified, and I guess nobody's turned up. It was about an hour ago.
Oh, fair enough.
Muhammad.
Hello, what's up?
Much. How are you, sir? Okay. Fair enough. See ya.
Scared would be the correct answer. Mr. Reinvent, welcome. Or is it Mr. Rainvent? I don't know. You can't talk to me, mate. I ain't gonna bite you. No, click your microphone again and say hello. Chicken. Actually, that wouldn't be
too bad of an idea, T-Dub. Do up a bit of a song about some of the carryings on whilst waiting for our special friends to drop in.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. It'd be pretty quiet though. Right at the start, you'd hear the mousetrap click as it's set. 3 minutes of silence, and then whack at the end, and then someone can start talking.
Yeah.
What was his name? Ran Khan. Well, look, Ken Run. I'm actually surprised we haven't had a whole stream of clown cars rolling in, clowns included, just talking about, what is it, Artemis 2 or 16 or whatever number they're up to, and all the other lore that follows.
Yeah, nobody seems too excited about it.
Welcome.
Hey, what's up?
Well, oh, not a lot. Just sitting down with my feet up, waiting for someone to come in here and tell us why they believe they live on a globe.
I guess I can try, even though I pretty much agree with you guys. Let's see, what else has me wondering? Well, all right, let's see. Well, shut up, cat. My cat's in heat. Darn. So it's called gravity. Gravity is not. Hmm. Okay, well, what about? Okay, so you guys believe the sun The sun moves, right?
Well, just as we see it, sun passes over our head each day. So if I go outside, I can watch it slowly moving. I wouldn't recommend staring at it though, it'd probably do some damage to your eyes.
Well, yeah.
What happened to that?
What was that, T-Dub?
So what happened there? What happened to that conversation?
Yeah, she asked me about the sun, and I said, yeah, it moves across the sky as we see it, but I wouldn't recommend staring at it. And then she disappeared. We'll just reset the track. It's all good.
Who's Bar?
Don't know. Hello, Bar. As in Bar Black Sheep.
Yeah. It's a fluorescent globe. Profile pic. Weird one.
What?
What the heck is that?
It'd be nice if you could make their profile pictures bigger. Like heaps bigger.
Yeah, like you click on it and I know, like you expect it to be a little bit bigger when you open their profile. Well, I guess it is a little bit bigger, but yeah, I always have to like screenshot it and then enlarge it, like
Yeah.
enlarge it so I can see what it is. Hey, Elbow.
What's up, T-Dub?
Yeah, not much, man. Not much. Just waiting, waiting for someone to come in.
Hey, what's that title means, man?
What's that?
The title, they watching what's it?
What? Who's watching Witcher? What? Is that?
That's the
The
title
event
we have
title.
under the Fighter Discord thing. It says they watching what's it? What's it gets it?
Huh?
Probably the song.
They will. Oh, right, yeah. They watching by
Watching
Witsit.
by what's it?
Oh. What? How does that work? What's going on there, Matrix?
What's that? The title?
Yeah, like under the where you click on to join the channel, 24/7 flow of Discord. Says it's got the little music symbol. They watching Witsit.
I don't know who's put that in there. Someone's typed that in. What do you want to change it to?
I was confused. I came in to see what's going on with Witsit, but then after I looked at it a bit more, it says that was Notice it was music.
Yeah. I don't know why that's there.
I don't think I've heard that song. I'm gonna check it out. I don't think I've ever heard that.
What have you never heard?
Oh, the song. I mean, I just heard it now, but it's like 3 years old. I've never heard it. They watching. Why should we believe in the gloom? Who was that?
Mahmood.
What's up, Mahmood?
Hello. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, man? Hey, why should we believe in the globe, man? Why should we?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Mahmood?
Yeah, Luke. How are you?
Why should we believe in the globe? Damn, I even couldn't even answer the question. What's going on with these people, T-Dub?
I know, right? Don't they read the channel name? I think that's what the problem is half the time. They come in, they don't read the channel name. They just see a bunch of people in a VC. They join it. Then we start talking about flat Earth, and they leave.
No, that's not correct. Most of the time we say hello, welcome, hi, how are you, and then they're gone.
Yeah, well, that's true too. There's a lot of that as well. Yeah.
Like, it'd be a different story if it was like, do you realize you've just dropped into a flat Earth channel? Kaping!
That has happened.
Yes. Oh, we've got a winner. Welcome.
We do have a winner.
Actually, I like that. That's pretty good. Might
Better
change
than
my
a
name
whiner.
to Wiener.
A wiener.
change my name to Winner Chicken Dinner. Oh wow! Just reading through Facebook crap, something out of the ordinary, and it's a phone messages to and from. My day is just crap. What's wrong? Beer frozen, burnt my pizza, and girlfriend's pregnant. And the comment back, you just can't pull anything out on time, can you?
Oh, ouch.
Yeah. Finally, a Flat Earth Friends post. Genuine curiosity here, if someone could explain and add some clarification. How do waves work on a flat Earth if water always finds its level? And currents next. Wobble theory or something. Pro anti-FE clown. This next guy. Have you never been to a lake on a windy day? Wait. How do they work on a globe? Wave machine. Oh, here we go. The moon is a magnetic force that pushes the water, hence why the tidal bulge is always in front of the moon's path and not behind it.
Wind friction. Duh. Wow.
You know, one thing. Oh, Matrix isn't listening.
Hello.
Hey, Fringe. How's it going, mate? Oh, well, he dropped into a channel, said hello. Someone ticked the box for him.
You gotta be kidding me, right?
What's that?
Just again, like, what's that, the 10th one now in a row?
Hello,
Look at
and then drop out.
Holy shit, what's going on?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? I can understand it more so in here, where their English isn't that crash hot, and they might be a bit nervous about speaking in English. I get that.
Yeah.
We used to get it in politics too. So, and they're supposed to be debate clowns over there.
Right. I don't know if you were here earlier. We actually had someone here drop in and spaz out instantly, telling us we were dumb and swearing at us and telling us to suck, you know what, and yeah,
Wow.
instant spiral.
It's hard to know sometimes whether to sit back and just let them get it all out so they can look like a complete tard, or do you shut it down and try to control them? You know, like sometimes it's just easier to let them go off like a bomb. They get it all out, and it's just like, yep, and that's your typical spiral clown bomb, and he's gone.
Yeah. Oh man, like, because you know, like back in the day, I don't know, like if you're just around for it or not. Like you know, you weren't far behind me as far as joining the home server, but I mean, going back, you know, like when I first joined, the panel had become so accustomed to people like sound bombing and just like, you know, as soon as they'd get unmuted, even like they'd go through the whole verification process, put on the big show, you know, like, yes, I'm such an innocent, sweet little person, you know, and then they get into the live stream, and as soon as their mic had opened, they'd start like ranting, yelling profanities, all sorts, just saying all sorts of stuff to try and invoke a violation on YouTube or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it did work a couple of times. Plus, with the image perms posting, you know, porn bombing and all that, and but the panel had become so used to it, they developed these like quick draw skills, like just I don't know if someone was just ready and waiting, like with every new person, they just right click them and just be ready, you know, because they get like half a word out, you know, they get a syllable out. No, yeah, I was so good at it, so quick, man. It was impressive.
That's what I do. When I see someone new come in, even with the anti-FE clowns, I'll right click on them and just patiently wait for them to do something stupid. And normally someone will go for the mute, and hopefully they've done some kind of TOS stupidity, and I can just go, yeah, thanks a lot, clown. Come back in 2 days.
Boom.
But yeah, that's how come I can get them so quick. There's a lot of them when they drop in. I'll tag them. That's what I call tagging them, anyways. So I like that one there.
Yeah.
Copy user ID and say good day to Yatri.
Hello, guys.
Yatri.
Oh, wow, he
Did I
talks.
say it right?
Yes,
Hey.
Yatri.
What brings you in here today, my friend?
I'm here to say the Earth is not flat.
You're here to say it's not flat. Why do you think?
We are, I was just going to say, we are aware that there's hills and valleys. Like, that's not what we don't mean. It's like perfectly smooth. If that's what you're thinking.
It's a ball.
Oh, okay. I'll go for a matrix.
So
why do you think it's a ball?
Because all the planets are balls.
So
you can see the planets. You can see them.
If you were to go to a walk into the forest, and you look around and all you see is trees, does that mean you think you're a tree?
No.
So why would you think we're a ball? Because you're looking at other things that you can't confirm is a ball.
That's a wrong example.
Oh no, it's a mad example. I love it because people have to actually think.
You behave if I'm in the forest, right? It's easy to know that I'm not a tree because I'm not behaving like the trees around me.
Exactly.
That's
Good
an
work.
excellent
Good
answer.
job.
So, does Earth behave like the lights in the sky?
Yes.
No, we're not a light in the sky.
Because if you look at the moon, it has phases, right? When it's in one side of the sun, it is there is the light hits a certain spots in the moon, just like the Earth. When it's night in one place, it's dark in the other side.
That's because the sun moves. That's easy.
No, but
Hey, you know what? That's actually, I've never heard anybody say that before. That's fascinating. I've never heard anybody relate day and night like to moon phases. That's interesting. But your problem is you don't see a Terminator line on the Earth.
I don't see it terminating.
No, you just experience day and night. You don't see like a line drawn across the ground where you can step in and out of it. Oh, look, I'm in the light. Oh, I'm in the dark. Oh, I'm in the light. Oh, I'm in the dark.
That would be fun if you could do that each morning. Nighttime, dark, daytime, nighttime, daytime.
Right.
No, it's well, that's the light, and if you take a flashlight and you try to calculate when the light ends, it is a gradient. Is it? What's the word?
Oh, that doesn't look like what's happening on the moon. Looks like a clear line.
So the energy levels of the light get weaker and weaker, and probably follows a thing called the inverse square law.
It fades. Yeah, that's the word.
Fades away. Yeah, much easier. Gets weaker. Fades away.
Listen, I can understand that you're relating moon phases to day and night. Like, I can understand that. And that you could imagine that if Earth was a ball and it was in outer space and it was receiving sunlight, that you could be at a vantage point somewhere in this, like out there, and look back and see the Earth similar to what you see the moon. But you'll never experience that. And you can never determine that that's what is happening, and that's the case. So that's not really a similarity that you can liken to the Earth as the moon, And plus, the moon doesn't really show the properties of being a sphere with the so-called light being reflected, off its surface from the sun. I mean, where's the specular highlight? Doesn't really show that sort of property of being a sphere that's reflecting sunlight. But right, like listen, I'll grant you that like you could look at the moon and it could seem to like possibly have a curved surface, like have some sort of curved contour to it, right? Yeah, sometimes I look at it and it seems that way. Other times I look at it and it doesn't seem to be like that. But okay, let's say its surface is curving, right? That would be the major similarity that it has, right? That would be the major property that its surface has, right? That would be defining its shape. If it's a sphere, its surface would be defined by curvature, right?
Yes.
Right? Right. So the main thing we'd be looking for on the Earth's surface is curvature to see if it has that likeness with the moon. Because if it doesn't display that property, then we can rule the Earth out as being anything like the moon or being a sphere at all, right?
Are you saying that when we look at the moon, we see a circular shape, but it's not a sphere. It's just it's a flat circle.
Well, that's another question entirely. What is the moon? What's its composition? Is it a ball? Is it surface curving? Like I could show you a picture of, example of 4 objects which all look like they're spherical. Only one actually is, and you'll have a hard time picking out which one it is, right? So, if we were to go off looks like only, right? Because we can't go there. You can't go there. I know that men have claimed to have gone there, right? I don't necessarily trust their testimony, right? But if we were just going off what we can just see with our eyes and we look at the moon and we say it looks like a ball, so I'm going to say it is a ball, well, then we can just simply look at the Earth's surface from where we are and say it looks flat, therefore it must be flat, right? Because that's the standard you're applying. Right? Because the Earth does look flat. You've got to admit. The Earth does look flat, doesn't it?
Of course, it looks flat. Of course. That's,
right, and if so, if the moon...
we believed that the Earth is flat for thousands of years, but finally we had some tools to figure out. No, I mean, yeah, I know you guys don't believe the cameras or things, but I don't know why.
Go back a little bit. What tools to figure it out? That's important. So it was flat for thousands of years, and all of a sudden we've got the tools to figure it out. What are those tools, and what did they figure out?
Telescope, Galileo.
So a person's ability to look long distances proves the shape of the ground?
Yeah, let's go to the example of the trees and in the forest. It's easy to find that I'm not a tree because I'm not from the same material as trees. But when you look at the other planets, you see that they have phases. They move just like you move around the sun. So,
no, but you don't see that. These are things that you're assuming are true that's circular reasoning, because you've never witnessed the Earth in that from that perspective. You've never seen the Earth as something that's orbiting the sun. You've never seen the Earth as something that has phases. You've never seen the Earth as something that is a circular object hanging in blackness. You've never seen that. That's not like what we see in the sky. There's no way. You can only assume that the Earth shares those likenesses based on a philosophical standpoint, a bias that you have about the Earth's shape. Until you witness the Earth as that shape, you can't say that it shares those similarities with those things in the sky.
Without a mirror, you can never see your ear, right? So
no, you can look down at your arms. You can look at yourself. You can you don't need a mirror to determine that you share no similarities with a tree other than being standing upright and vertical. I mean,
can't see
beyond
your,
that, you've got some limbs. Okay, I grant you've got some limbs like the trees in the forest, right? But you don't have leaves. You don't have multiple branches. They seem to be rooted solidly in the ground. You don't. You're not. You can walk around. They can't. So, there's these distinguishing differences between you and trees, right? There isn't many similarities. So you can really easily determine in a forest that you are not a tree, right? But we're looking for those very distinguishing qualities that the Earth's surface shares with those things in the sky, and there isn't any.
these planets, they spin, right? And they have light, sunlight in one side and not the other. So
This is all things you're assuming. You're assuming all those things. You don't know if that's the case.
But you can see the other side of the moon. Not the other side, but it's just a small part of the
So
other.
just because it is doing something, you've just assumed we're doing exactly the same thing.
It's easy. I mean, it's very easy. Of course,
it's an assumption. So what you're doing is, because A, therefore I will assume B. That's it. How about we verify the B and to confirm that that's exactly what it's doing? How's that sound?
But
for example, you say the moon is a ball or a sphere. Okay, has anyone ever measured it to confirm, yes or no, that it is a sphere? Same as the Earth. Why don't we just measure it to confirm?
Well, they measured it.
So it's been measured. And what was the result?
It's I mean, I don't know what is the measurement. How?
Hey guys.
12,000 miles in circumference, according
Who
to
thinks
them.
the Earth is flat?
You will when you look into it.
Huh?
We're just having a chat with Yatri. Oh.
Okay, what about the Mars? Do you think that Mars is flat also?
Yatri, can I ask you a question?
Okay,
Why
go
is
ahead.
it, in your endeavors to prove what you're standing on, you've looked in every other direction except for the thing that you're standing on? For example, if I was to say, hey, this is my Ferrari, I'm not going to get the camera and point it to the house across the street. I'm going to be pointing it at my Ferrari, showing that shit off, having a great old time. This is my Ferrari. This is the sick engine that's in it. See the sexy badge on the front? Ferrari, yeah. I'm not going to be pointing away from it and showing you everything else. This is my driveway. This is the cat walking down the street. This is the house across the road. I really like it because it's got tinted windows. I'd be showing you the car. Now you're trying to tell us about the car, but you're showing us everything else.
Yeah. But what if you're only sitting in the car, right? And you took a picture from inside the car. I'd assume that, because I can see that everybody else's car in their driveways are SUVs, you must also be in an SUV.
I don't like SUVs. But it's very interesting, isn't it,
What's
Yatri?
wrong with soccer mums?
All the soccer mums. Yummy mummies. Awesome. Isn't it interesting how a lot of the proofs are nothing to do with the actual ground itself? It's all to do with things in the sky and everything not related to the ground. It's absolutely amazing when you.
But if you study the laws of the universe, physics, and how things work, this is the only thing. This is the only way. This place we are in can work is to be a ball. It's
physics, like the physics of water, flat and level, horizontal, whilst at rest.
Yeah, we can study the physics of things that we have immediate access to, like our physical experience reality that we can sense with more than just our eyes, right? But you can look up into the sky all you like, you're never going to understand if any of the physics that we understand here terrestrially applies to things celestially.
Yeah, I mean, it does. We have.
You don't know that, bro. Let's talk about the physics of water then. You like physics? Let's talk about hydrostatics. How about that?
Okay. What's wrong? What's wrong with the physics of water?
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, so when you fill up a glass of water, right? When you fill up well, let's say you half fill a glass with water. What does its surface look like?
Flat.
Flat. Is it flat? Is it actually flat?
Yeah.
It is actually flat.
You're asking if you fill the glass of water, what's the surface of the water?
Yeah, is it actually flat? We agreed it looks flat, but is it actually flat? It looks flat. Is it actually flat, though?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, it's used as a standard for flat and horizontal.
I don't know.
In the study of hydrostatics, they tell us that the surface of liquid at rest is perpendicular to vertical, and that would be flat. That would be a 90-degree angle.
Okay.
Yep. So what about if we fill up a bathtub? It's the same principle?
Yeah.
Okay. What about a pond? Fish pond?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What about a lake? A very large lake.
Yes.
Same thing again, right? What about the ocean?
I get what you mean. Yeah.
Right. So it's going to be pretty hard for you to think of the Earth as being a sphere when all the water's surface is flat and horizontal.
Okay, but the bath is not flat, right? But when you fill it with water, the surface of water is flat, right?
That's because water takes the shape of its container and has a flat, level surface.
Yeah. So, right. So when you fill it, the water is just flat. It's the bath is not flat.
Well, we're not worried about the bath. We're speaking of the surface of the water because that's what we witness when we go down to the pond. We can't snap our fingers and magically make the water disappear and then go, oh, that's where the pond should be, and then put the water back. We look at the water, the surface of the water.
When you put water in any surface, the water surface is going to become flat. Any surface.
I'm so glad you agree with us.
So 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and that water's flat. Then the Earth can't be a sphere.
Okay, but just because the surface of water is flat doesn't mean the planet is flat.
70% of the surface of the Earth is water.
Okay, you fill the bath.
So 70% of the surface of the Earth is flat.
No, listen.
Yes.
No.
Okay, Yatri, we agree that water in a container, doesn't matter what shape the container is, bathtub, drinking vessel, copper pot, the local pond, the local swimming pool, We understand that it takes the shape of its container. We agree with you 100%. We all agree that the surface description of those vessels is flat, horizontal, whilst that liquid is stationary and unaffected by external sources. So,
Yeah.
the problem you've got is the claimed number for Earth is 72% of Earth is covered in water.
Right.
So, if 72% of a particular thing is flat, level, horizontal, what shape is that thing?
Right. It's I got you. Yeah, it's flat. Should be flat, right? If
Look at you go.
okay. Hmm.
You've got something to think about now, eh?
Interesting.
Now he's thinking. Excellent. You want to
Let
see
me
something
think.
good? This.
I need to.
I was going to say, what we'll do, we'll show you some things so you can go, oh wow. Where is it? Let's put up a few laser tests. Okay, in the side chat. Loading. I just posted up a couple of laser tests for you.
Okay. But hold on. Okay, I just. Yeah. If you look at, if you stand in the beach, you try to look at the ocean. It looks flat, and then you assume that the shape of planet is flat because the water shape is flat, but that's wrong, because you're seeing just a very small part of the planet. So that's why the water to you looks flat. So just like
Measures flat.
if you're an ant swimming in a
Measures flat. Measures.
Measure.
Not looks. It looks flat, yeah, but measures also.
Well, how do you measure?
How do you survey the land? With tools. Theodolites, lasers, line of sight, signal propagation, surveillance of the land. When we measure the surface of water, it's horizontal. Actually, water is used as a horizontal referencing tool. So we measure it to be flat over the surface of the earth, where it should measure to have curvature, a rate of change of slope of 8 inches per mile squared. We don't measure that.
Okay, but imagine you're a tiny creature in a bath. You're tiny, right?
Imagine you ball with a radius of 3,959 miles with a rate of change of slope of 8 inches per mile squared. That means that you should measure over a distance of 10 miles, 66 foot of descent from point A's horizontal tangent. We don't measure that. Please don't tell me how big the earth is and how small you are and how you can't measure the earth. We measure the earth every day. We should measure the curvature of the earth. We don't.
Okay, so you're rejecting people who tell you that you cannot measure because you're tiny.
I'm telling you that the earth is measured flat. Now, what are you saying that I'm rejecting? What have I rejected?
You say you don't tell me I'm tiny and
Well, you
planet.
are tiny compared to the earth. It's big.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you that according to the mathematics, we should measure curvature because of the radius value given and the rate of change of slope that I aforementioned. That's 66 foot over 10 miles. We should measure that. We don't. Now, sir, what am I rejecting?
No.
You said
I'm
I was
saying,
rejecting something. What am I rejecting?
you just said, don't tell me that I am small.
Yeah,
And
I pointed out to you how big the Earth was and that we should measure the curvature of the Earth. So you saying that we're small and the Earth is big is non sequitur to the problem.
okay, okay.
Thank you.
Right, because actually based on your size, which would, like let's say your height and the claimed radius value of the Earth, you should be able to predict just how much of the surface you can see across it. Right? Looking out across the ocean, for example, you should be able to predict how far can I see, right? And if you can see further than that prediction, what does that tell you? What would that tell you? Right? Because you can use geometry, right? You can use trigonometry, Pythagorean theorem, to predict how far, based on your height and the claimed size of the Earth, just how much of its surface you can see. That would form a horizon, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, right. So it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, based on the math that we're given, right? That's how you figure out the distance to the horizon. And if we see well beyond that across the surface of the Earth, then obviously that geometry fails and that claim is false, right? We can show you if you like. We can show you examples of it.
Okay, so if the flat earther people proved with mathematics and measured without a doubt the Earth is flat, so why is it not something that everyone agrees on? Because you have unequivocal evidence.
The reason for it, mate, see how you first dropped in here and your attitude towards flat earthers? That's why. The exact same thing. Everyone does the same thing.
Yeah, but if you have math, if you have proof, if you measure, then you have proof. Then
it doesn't matter.
Nobody can tell you.
I know, but guess what? Like, we can show you interviews. Like, for example, there's one in where a flat earther, tried to present some measurements and evidence to an astrophysicist lady, right? Very well known in her field, and she refused to look at it. She didn't want to talk to the man anymore. She didn't want to know about it. She didn't know. She said, "How do I know that that's right? It's wrong." And he said, "Well, I invite you. Let's look at this together and figure it out." No, I don't want to. No, this is a waste of my time. Didn't want to know because they're very, very sold on their belief system. They don't want to let go of the idea that they've built careers on it and things that these ideas, right? Not that they've ever proven it or measured any of it.
No, they of course, okay, they built career on this, but they cannot build career on if the Earth is flat. They cannot be. They are scientists. They're always going to be in business, whether the Earth is flat or ball. It doesn't make a difference because they're studying
Yes, it does. The reason it makes a difference is they have to follow a narrative. If I'm paying you $200,000 a year to do a particular job and you turn against that, am I going to continue to employ you?
No.
There you go.
Okay, but they're always accepted narratives in science that get changed after evidence comes, and they adapt to it. It happens all the time. Just
flat Earth is not just a science question. It also puts a thorn in the side of authority. If our government's been lying to us about something as simple as flat Earth, just imagine what else you've been lied to about.
Right. And these so-called experts and people, with very learned in their fields, so-called, like astronomy and astrophysics and theoretical physics, etc. Right. they're not as flexible in their stance as what they make out. They'll tell you, oh, yes, science is very open to change. Yes, we're very willing to admit we're wrong. Mm-hmm. Sure you are. They're not. They're very, very dogmatic about what they say is true and not true. They have moments of honesty where they admit, oh, yeah, we know very little about the universe. We're just guessing, etc., etc. And meanwhile, when somebody like one of us comes along and shows them long-distance observations, which are absolutely impossible given the claimed geometry of the sphere Earth, they don't like it. They get hostile. They argue with us. They won't listen. There's a few that have come across and actually gone and performed their own observations or tests or measurements and have actually had to concede to the fact. But they're few and far between within academia. At least at the higher echelons, anyway. The people that do end up admitting that the Earth is flat and motionless, just as they experience, right, based on new evidence presented to them, it's not something. When they do publicly announce that position, they get ridiculed and they get scoffed at. And if they were very high up, they'd lose tenure. They'd probably lose their career. Their career would go down the toilet. You got to admit, right? They wouldn't get listened to.
Right.
They just get called a crazy conspiracy nutcase because the government can't be lying to us, right? They've shown us pictures from outer space, so that it can't be. You got to be wrong somehow.
Is the sun up where you're at right now?
It's heading towards setting.
That's crazy because it's pitch black here.
Yeah, imagine me never having considered the day and night thing, right? I've just never noticed that all my life, right?
What causes that according to your religion?
Well, the sun's not above me anymore, is it?
So if I light a little torch and I hold it over my head, it just shines on the ground like a spotlight?
Yeah, light has a range. Correct. Yeah, the sun's light has a range. Obviously, it's not incapable of illuminating the entire surface that we know about.
So how far away is the sun?
Couldn't tell you.
Pretty far, right?
And how are you going to validate your measurements?
I can tell you how far. I can tell you how far they claim, that astronomers claim it is, right? But if I was to be perfectly intellectually honest, I'd have to tell you I don't know.
If I hold a flashlight on the ground and I step backwards more and more, doesn't the light spread out more? So that would have to mean for you to be right that the sun is pretty stinking close to shine a light on your section of the flat Earth only.
And the problem with this is?
Well, you would have to also not only be a flat earther, but believe that the sun is small.
And yet again, the problem with this is?
Well, it's not, it's not cold here. And it's almost like the sun's radiant heat warms up the earth, right? Wherever it's shining.
Yeah.
So if it rotates, yeah, we have seasons. What causes all of that?
So if the sun moves, we have day and night, and if its path slightly varies, I would suggest that the seasons follow that.
The path of the sun? So why isn't it, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why do seasons happen?
Because the seasons are dependent upon where the sun is in its entire path. The path changes throughout the year. Moves
so wouldn't that be the exact
same?
Hold on a second. Day and night is because the sun is moving, and so are the seasons.
Correct.
That doesn't make
Correct.
sense. No,
Because
it
there's
can't be both.
yeah, hold on. I know you're excited, Sonny. Just hold your pants. There's
let you
two
have it.
separate circuits: a daily path and a yearly circuit.
Yep.
So every single day follows its happy little path, comes back around, and there it is again. And over a year, that path changes and oscillates from extreme at one end to an extreme at the other.
What causes
or
that?
over a 6-month cycle, I should say. So after a year, it returns back to where it was. That's all. And as the sun moves, the seasons follow.
What causes that?
What, the sun to move?
No, what causes the yearly shifts versus the daily shifts?
So what causes the sun to move? That is an excellent question. I don't know.
Huh. Seems like it takes a lot more faith to be a flat earther than it does a round earther.
Why? The reason we're flat earthers is because the ground is measured as flat. Not any other reason. Nothing to do with the sun, nothing to do with the seasons, nothing to do with the moon, nothing to do with Mars, nothing to do with Jupiter, nothing to do with telescopes. It's just it's measured flat.
I just
right, and what you're doing is projecting, because we've been intellectually honest and said when we don't know, that means we're not putting faith in anything. In regards to that thing, if you go ahead and make a claim about why or how, and exactly how what the sun is, its distance, its size, right? What it is or isn't doing, right? And it being the cause for things that you can't necessarily demonstrate to be true, then it's you that has the faith, not us.
All I did was make a point that light works a certain way with a flashlight, and so in order for you to be a
if you're considering with your light,
let me finish my
why
thought.
don't you just grab a light meter and go and check the inverse square law and then go and play with it?
Let me finish my
thought.
thought.
You can finish your thought, but you want to think about what I just said because it's pretty important.
Well, I can't do that unless I finish my thought.
Your thought was broken.
To me. You agreed to me, right? Yeah, that you also have to subscribe to the idea that the sun is very close to be a flat earther, yeah?
No, I don't.
Yes, you did earlier.
No, I don't. I don't have to subscribe to that idea at all. I don't know what the sun is, even. I don't know what if it is a physical object and exists within some kind of medium, an unknown medium, right? I don't know its size. I don't know its distance, right? We could assume if it is a physical object, then we could assume certain things about it, like it might be local and close and smaller, right?
But we know how
than what it has been anticipated.
But
I'm not going to make positive claims about that. No, I don't have to. And to determine the Earth's surface geometry, I don't have to make assumptions about the sun at all. It's irrelevant.
But it's not. We know how light works. We know how heat works in relation to that.
So do you know how the inverse square law works? Go and look it up and then tell us about your sun that's allegedly 95 million miles away.
How about you answer my question first?
You haven't asked a question. You've made lots of statements which none have anything to do with the shape of the ground.
My point is that if we know how light works, then we can conclude that the sun has to be very close, which means that you also have to describe the physical characteristics of the sun.
No, I don't. Listen carefully. Again, it's very simple. Again, I know you're excited and you believe this is some kind of gotcha moment. Now, if I come around to your house, to fit carpet in your lounge room, do I stare at the light bulb or do I measure the lounge room floor?
Say that one more time.
If I come around to your house to fit carpet in your lounge room, do I measure the lounge room floor or do I look at the light bulb and make assumptions about it?
How does that have anything to do with the properties of light?
It's analogous because what you're doing is pointing to the sun and saying the sun must do this, the sun must do that, therefore the earth equals this shape.
No, I'm saying because of...
Yes, you are. That's exactly what you've done. So please don't say no.
No.
Well, you've just said it 3 or 4 more times.
You are saying, based off of how you're describing seasons and days...
You said it, not me. You're the one making assumptions about the sun. We do not care. You seem to not understand that. The sun doesn't prove the shape of the ground. It is a light in the sky. And you're still trying to talk through it. And you're not understanding it's a light in the sky. It has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
It's not a gotcha
No,
moment
it affects
because
the reality.
it's not a
It's
gotcha
a
moment
gotcha
Oh,
because
moment.
yes, it illuminates it. That's all.
it's not a
Yes,
gotcha moment because all we
yes,
would
it is.
have to say, is, well, then maybe it acts closer to a laser than a flashlight, and then before you know it, you can put it at any distance that you
Another
want.
one that's going to go and look up the
There
inverse
you go.
square law.
There you go. Actually, what he just said, I actually can resign, is a good answer.
Exactly. So don't use that to fight flat Earth because we can just say.
Hold on a second. I can use whatever I want until
No,
you
I know. I'm
disprove it.
just saying you can. Of course, you can. I'm just saying it's not a good idea because when you think about it logically, all light has to do is act slightly differently, and before you know it, you can't use the distance of the sun as a relevant form of argument about the
And I'll
ground.
give you that one. I will actually give you that one. Because believe it or not, I am not just trying to push some agenda here. I'm trying to challenge your beliefs in the context of you holding them.
Right. Yeah. Did we actually, when you came in here, did you hear us make any definitive positive claims about the sun and how it operates?
You made definitive claims about how seasons work, and I gave you definitive claims about how light works.
No,
And
we
based
can
off
just
of those
describe.
two things,
We didn't make a claim. We can just observe and describe. That's what we can do, and that's what we
however
do
you
do.
want to mince the semantics, whatever you
No,
want to
it's not
do.
semantics, bro. It's
Yes, it
not
is. You're moving the
semantics.
goalposts.
No, it is
It's a
not.
description of what
I'm
the
just.
sun does.
Yeah, exactly. From
Do
your
you
vantage
not
point,
see
you can
that?
just describe what it does, and your experience of seasons and the changing climate throughout the year, and how the sun behaves throughout the year as well. Now you can correlate it if you like, and say that there must be a correlation there, but it seems
There
to be
is.
the
You said
case.
it was.
We're just
You
simply
said there was.
describing what we
You just
experience.
said earlier that
That
there
is not
was.
a claim, bro. That is not a claim. Describing your experience is not a claim. Building upon that and assuming it adds, adding to that would be making claims,
So
saying,
if
well,
everything
that
is
is because
subjective,
the
because you
sun
claim
is XYZ and the sun is doing XYZ,
it.
right? Beyond your natural observed experience, right? That
If
would be
everything
making
is
claims. We're
claimed
not
the
doing
way
that, bro.
you're describing
We're
it,
not doing
then
that.
there
And
is no.
the only
Okay.
reason that we even answer it is because we get asked it, because you somehow think, people somehow think that it has some sort of relevance to our claim, and it doesn't. Our claim is to do with the
Then why
surface
are you
geometry and
using
how it
it? Why did you
measures.
use it then? Why did you use it then? That's crazy.
We
You're
didn't.
using
You
it. We're
brought it
not.
Yes,
up.
you did. Yes, you did.
You
Is
brought it
this guy
up.
stoned or stupid? You're the one that came in here talking about the sun, not us.
I'm saying when I asked questions about light and seasons and you gave me an answer.
Yes, I gave you an answer of what I see on a yearly basis.
Okay, so.
What, are you calling me a liar?
Okay, so there you go. There you go. So you're making your observations.
Are you calling me a liar from what I see on a yearly basis?
I'm making the point. You can get on your high horse.
And what did I? And afterwards, when you asked how this happens, what was my answer?
You're falling into a logical fallacy here. Like
afterwards, when you asked how this happened, what was my answer?
I'm not going to let you get on your high horse about this. No, I'm not going to let you.
Yeah, his answer was he doesn't know, Jen.
Exactly. Thank you, T-Dub.
That was his answer.
So now our friend here is a weasel. He's not going to be sitting too highly on my like ladder. Oh, he ran away. Fancy that.
Crazy. That was crazy once.
He was an anti-FE. I know his voice. I'll think about it. It's a shame that shit's ain't coming here too, because it was good talking to that other fella.
Yeah, unfortunate. Anyway. Right, Manuel Volad, or I'll just call him Manuel. Yeah, sure, you can do that, right? You can just say, well, whatever you need to, make the variables, just do it, and for it to work, and that's it, right? There you go, got an answer. Sure, yeah, that's what the globe does. The globe just makes whatever variable necessary for the Earth to be a ball, right? Spinning in outer space, right? Um, without ever having verified those three fundamental requirements, right? But we try not to do that. We don't want to do that. We want to be intellectually honest, and if we don't know a certain thing, we don't know the variables, then we admit it. We don't know. And we would also say that nobody knows those things, right? And if you claim to know, then we want to see the evidence for that knowledge-based claim. And see, it seems to be a double standard that they, a lot of people have with us when it comes to that. Like that, if we did make a claim, they would necessarily want to see the evidence for that. Then, right? Oh, we'll prove the sunlight behaves in that way, or prove that the sun is close and local, etc. Right? Like, yeah. I'm not going to because I can't, because I don't know those things to be true. Right? So I don't make a claim about it. But when it comes to their claims, they don't feel like they have to. There's, yeah, like I said, double standards. We get it a lot.
I was crazy once.
What made you say that?
I don't know. Should be sleeping
Oh,
actually. 3 a.m. Wow.
oh, it's cold. Mm.
Oh, half an hour. So how do you reckon? Wait 10 minutes and everything on the dish rack is dry.
Yeah. Mm. Stupid pillows.
It's actually cooling down a bit now because the sun's going down. But yeah, we've just had a heat wave here in Australia.
Oh wow. I like Australia.
What do
Just
you
to give
guys
you an idea of
think?
how warm it is, 7:41
What,
in the afternoon or
yo,
night,
what do
whatever you
you
want to call it.
guys think? Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
What do you guys think about the fact that the weather is changing like weirdly?
Yeah, uneven heating.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's
I mean, it
weird.
wouldn't be the
I'd just say
wouldn't be the
summertime.
first time. Sorry, Matrix. Go on.
I was just saying, to me, it's not weird. It's just summertime. Just hot normally.
Do you know how it's now in Russia?
Yeah, tell
Like
about it.
the the snow is on the fucking buildings. Like it's so high, it's high like a building.
Oh my god.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen. Yeah, I mean, yeah, anomalous weather patterns happen a lot. Like it's just what happens.
Yeah, what happens?
So basically, I'm gonna yeah, here it is. Look at this shit. Can you see?
No. Oh.
It's in the
What are we
chat.
looking at? Oh, in the chat. Okay, what are we looking
Yeah,
at?
yeah, yeah. Oh my god. Is it true?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
Freezing.
that's crazy. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome. It's not awesome, but not good for a lot of people. But
Huh.
yeah, state of emergency. That's pretty bad. But I mean, it's not the first time it's like things like that have happened, right?
It said in 60 years.
Yeah, in Russia. But I
What?
mean, like, there's other places that have experienced, freak snow storms, blizzards, or freak drought, right? Like, it just happened here, happened there, at any time. Like, it just happens. I know, like scientists want to say that there's some kind of continuing warming going on, right? I don't listen to that
I
garbage.
I don't know how does that explain the snow?
Because it's messing up the weather patterns.
Yeah, but if it was true and all this sun thing, like it's too hot, you wouldn't have a winter, man. You wouldn't have it.
Oh no, they'll tell you that that's what they expect.
Yeah, I don't believe a shit about the. Yeah, there is a climate change maybe, but I don't believe it's because I don't know of the sun. Like what the fuck? No, you need sun to be healthy. The sun is healthy for you and for your skin. And saying that it's not and it provokes cancer, this is driving me insane because it's not true. The sun helps you with vitamin D, which is really necessary for you and your
Yeah, I
mental
agree.
health.
Yeah. Actually, our skin needs sun, actually. It can smooth our skin and feels not too dry, right?
What?
Not too dry. If you that situation in Russia right now, it's still maybe the skin dry and need more lotion to put it. Is it?
Sorry, I don't understand what you're asking of me.
Yeah, just now you said we need the sun. You need sun, right, for our skin,
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
yeah.
I think it's true. I agree that because when we have the sun, vitamin E, just now you said, because our skin will smooth, and how to say it? No dry.
Yeah, basically, the sun helps you with sleep. Like the sunlight helps regulate your circadian rhythm. That
Mhm.
means it's helping you fall asleep easier at night. It improves your mood. Like the sunlight increases serotonin levels, which helps to reduce the depression and anxiety. Uh, yeah, and then is the vitamin D production. It helps the body produce vitamin D, which is essential for strong bones, teeth, and immune system. Yeah, and it helps with heart health, which means sun exposure may help lower blood pressure and improve cardiovascular health. Then there is the immune system. So basically, the sunlight exposure supports the immune function. You have hormonal balance as well. Sunlight helps regulate important hormones like melatonin and cortisol. So this is why sun is really, really necessary. But yeah, I think because they keep trying to make like cloud seeding for us to not have access to sun, because then we will be healthy and we would not need medicine that much. This is what I believe.
Yeah, I believe that too.
So yeah, too bad I cannot change this. Sometimes I wish you have the power of God to make it all better for everyone. And just about the theory of what Earth is, round or flat or wherever, dude, at the end of the day, does it really matter? It's about what you do on this planet, man. If we don't help ourselves,
So you are. It does matter. That answers our question.
yeah, it doesn't.
Really?
Yeah.
So let's just say
And I
right now,
I
I snap my
also believe
fingers.
I
Yep,
also
your
believe it's
beliefs.
not.
That's great. You seem to say believe a lot. Let's
Can
just
I
say
say
right now, I snap
something?
my fingers,
I didn't
and
finish, man. Let
well,
me
yeah,
finish.
I know. You're telling us
Yo,
about
why are you
beliefs. We
triggered?
want facts. We want
Dude,
verifiable
stop
proofs,
being
not what
triggered by
you
words.
believe. Now,
Yeah, it's
let's
what you
just say
believe as
right now,
well.
I snap my fingers, and everybody knows it's flat.
Can
Don't
you
you think you're going
please
to be
shut
asking
up
some
and let
extra
me
questions?
finish? Can you
Can you
let me
speak?
finish?
Can you please tell us how you don't believe it really matters, and then you tell us on this planet? So you do believe how it
Can
matters.
you
It's just a
please let
slimy
me
way, or you're
finish
completely
my
stupid. I
idea?
don't know.
Yo, are you
Yo,
are you okay?
are
Just
you?
let me finish,
Do you
man.
know what's really interesting? If you'd have not yelled through
Can
me,
I
I'd have been
finish
finished a
my
minute and a half
sentence?
ago.
Are you idiot? Let me
Are
finish
you
my
deaf?
sentence.
Hey,
Oh
Neville,
my god.
So basically,
he's not going to
Nancy,
help
you're
you.
saying that you're not going to listen to anybody else until
No, I
you've been
was
heard.
not finished with my sentence. You
Yeah,
cut me
right.
off.
Which
I
means you're
wanted
not
to
going to
say,
listen to anything anybody else has to say unless
no,
you're
I want
fully
to
heard
finish.
yourself. Go ahead
Dude,
and
I
finish
want to
then.
finish my sentence, then you can talk. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
no, then you'll listen. Otherwise, you won't
Yes,
listen.
but let me
No, then
finish
she'll
first.
leave.
I was gonna say that it doesn't really matter, but I believe that it's not round or flat either. I think it's something in the middle. But it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, the shape of the planet doesn't shape our life. We have to have actions, not just talk about it. And that's it.
So,
Why do you call it a
I've
planet?
magically snapped my fingers, and all of a sudden, everybody knows it's flat. Aren't you going to be asking questions?
I'm gonna ask questions. But what does it
Yeah,
matter if it's
like
flat or
how it got
round?
there. Like how it
What?
got there.
Why do you want to know? It's from God. That's
No,
it.
no. Well, at the moment, if you believe in the Baltard theory, it's from a big bang, nothing exploded into something, and all these little molten lava balls went zipping around, and now they circle around a great big light in the sky whilst it's flying at some other weird angle through this bullshit story.
Yeah,
And all of a
because it's
sudden,
bullshit.
right now, oh, now you talk for me. That's lovely. And now we've snapped our fingers. You know it's flat. Don't you want to know how it got here? Don't you want to know
It's
the
not
who,
really
when,
flat.
how? It's
You
not
cannot
flat. Well, it's
say
measured as
you
flat.
cannot you cannot say for sure because we
Mm.
don't know
Yes, we can.
everything.
Yeah, we
No, you
can.
can't. No, you can't
Yes, we
because you're not
can.
God.
You sitting here
You are
saying,
not
no, we
God.
can't.
You cannot know
Nepalese,
everything.
listen. I didn't
We're
say
not
I
claiming
know
to know
everything.
everything.
I'm saying the ground is measured as flat.
We're not even making a shape claim. We're making a surface geometry claim, yeah, but it's not an overall shape claim that we're making. We don't know the shape. We don't claim to know the shape. And you're the one
Okay.
calling it a
Then,
planet. You're the one
well,
calling it a
don't
planet,
say
like you
it's flat
know it's a
if you
planet.
don't. You don't have to say it's flat if you don't know the shape. How can you say it's flat if you yourself said you do not know the shape?
Because we can examine the surface, because we live on it. So we
Yeah,
can
which is
examine the
the
surface.
surface, is not the entire planet. So you you cannot say it's flat if you
See,
don't know
it's that
anything
ingrained into
about
her.
it.
She's still calling it a planet and she doesn't even know why.
Yeah, why are you calling it a planet?
I'm not calling anything a planet. I just said
You just
Earth.
did.
I didn't say planet.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you did.
It wasn't me. It was meter. Meaty tricks. Didn't say it's. I
You
said it
called it
didn't.
a
It's not
planet.
round
This
or.
is why, actually, we're going to help you. This is why I pulled you up earlier
I
when you
said
said
I.
it's
It
not one
doesn't
or
matter
the
if it's
other,
flat.
but on this
Yeah.
planet. So naturally, you're saying it's a planet. You're consciously
Yeah.
saying,
Planet means
I don't
plane.
care either way, but then you still say planet on top of it. So you do care.
A planet. Do you know where planet comes from, though?
I don't care. You're the one that said it, so I'm going to say out of your
Okay,
mouth.
so basically, planet. It's a plane. Not
No, it
plane.
comes from
How
the
do I
Greek
say it in English?
planetus, which means wanderer.
No, it's like a level. Like a plane. I don't know how to say it in English. Wait a second.
No, I'm telling you, the word planet originates from the Greek word planetus, which means to wander or wanderer. Because that was a description for the certain stars in the sky, right, which
Yeah, that's true.
take a different path to other stars.
It's not from Egypt. It's from
Retrograde
Greek.
motion. Right. Has nothing to do with a plane surface.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, no, you can absolutely determine, a surface. It's, you can make a description of a surface without describing the shape. So I can tell you the surface of my kitchen table is flat, right? I don't have to tell you the shape of it. It could be any shape. It could be asymmetrical. Like it might not have a definitive symmetrical shape to it. Could be any shape: oblong, circle, star-shaped, hexagon, or irregularly shaped. And I could still describe its surface as being flat. And that's what we do. We're describing the surface that we live on as planar in nature, while we acknowledge the undulations, the dips, the rises, the hills and the valleys, and the turbulent surface of the water in the ocean.
Yeah.
We're saying that
So
that's distributed horizontally.
so
It's not
I
curving.
found something which kind of is interesting. I don't know if you can follow through of my idea, but you said about planet, yeah, and I said about plane, like the planes, like a plane, like planus, which means flat level in Latin. So plane comes from Latin. So plane means flat surface.
Yeah, sure, but the word planet comes from the word planetas, which means to wander. And they called the stars in the sky that took a different path to other
Planus.
stars
It's
planets, planetas, right, which means wandering
That's something
stars.
else. Yeah, that's something else. I'm talking about plane. Like the level, the
Yeah, okay,
dimension, the
that's fine.
flat
Yeah,
surface, like plane. So basically,
yep.
it's planus, which in Latin, which is flat level. So that kind of
Yep, cool.
makes me think that's something there
I
correlating
don't know.
to what we are talking about.
I don't know. I'd have to dig deeper into it, do a deeper etymological dive, but I don't know. There might be a correlation there. I don't know.
Non lo so, non rispondo proprio ora. No, perché voglio imparare la chitarra sta persona, perché è pesante. Imparare la chitarra.
Hey guys, this is English speaking this room. If you want to practice other languages, you're more than free to go somewhere else and do so.
Ettela proprio, ettela. Adesso si ettela.
What the fuck?
You know, we can like for example, we can look at the surface of water, right? We can actually use the surface of water to help us establish horizontal. Right? It's
Okay, so
nature's own.
how can you um explain the sun and moon then?
Well, I don't.
Like
Don't
how am I
explain them.
how can I see the sun but you on the other part of the world you do not see the sun?
Well, obviously, it's above, someone else, and not above me, or it's above you and not me, or it's above me and not you, right? So, because the sun moves just like you observe it moving every day, it moves across the sky. So its light shines upon me and not you, and then it will move to where you are and shine upon you and not me.
Then why do I see it like how do you say, like a curve, like he comes from the sunrise, yeah, it's like a rainbow, yeah, shape. So it's the sunrise and he goes slowly to the sunset. It's like a curve. How can you explain that?
It's like a curve. What do you
Like,
mean?
yeah, like curved line.
A curved line across the sky, the way it moves?
Yeah, the way it moves, it's moving like a curve. Like it comes from I don't know, from the sunrise, yeah, and he moves just like a rainbow and then goes down like to the other part of the sky and then it went away. Like the curvature, it's a curve.
Yeah, that's just a matter of perspective. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily doing that. Because you can like point your arm to it, right? And if you were to follow it with your hand all day, right? You'd start off with your arm horizontal, and then your arm, the top of your hand would arch over the top of your head, and then reach an apex, and then arch back down to where the sun sets, right? And that's like an arch, right?
Yeah.
So it's like a semicircle, right?
Yeah,
But that
yeah.
doesn't mean that the sun has actually taken that path, right? Because you could do the same thing with anything that is traveling in a straight line above you, right? When you first see it when you first see it on the horizon, like an aeroplane, right? You see it, and it's just going to be traveling straight in the sky, right? Not changing
The
altitude,
airplane, yes, but the sun
right?
doesn't.
Right. But if you were to do the same thing with your arm and an aeroplane, your arm is still going to make that same arch, right? But it doesn't mean that the aeroplane took an arched path across the sky. Just went straight.
If we are taking the possibility of the dome, I think that's why it's curved. Like arched or whatever.
I wouldn't even claim to know what the sun is, right? And exactly what path it is taking. But it doesn't mean that just because it appears to be in an arch doesn't mean that it actually is an arched path. Just like I said, right? It's the same thing as like stand in a building, right, and point at one end of the roof with your arm, and then move your arm across, pointing up towards above you, and then end it across on to the other side of the ceiling where it meets the other wall opposite, right? Your arm has made an arched path, but the roof is flat, right? That's terrible. Yeah, and so yeah, the sun isn't actually going down like at sunset. It's not actually coming up at sunrise. You know what I mean? It's just perspective. If something draws further away from you and it's above you, the apparent distance that it is between that object and the floor, right, appears to get narrower, smaller, just like looking down a long hallway, right? The roof and the walls appear to converge, and the floors appear to converge towards a point, right? Doesn't mean that you looking down the hallway doesn't mean that the roof is actually getting closer to the floor. She's gone. I was about to point out your post there, Yaga, but never mind. Thank you. Thank you there.
The one I was disappointed with was Diego. I got a sneaking suspicion with an account that was only created last month and his first visit in here today that he's some anti-FE clown. Very broken all over the place. And when the information got put down to contradict his claims, he vanished into thin air. Fancy that.
Oh, that was the other guy that was talking about the sun?
No, that was a different one again.
Oh, right.
But we also got Manuel Volador. What did you post?
Manuel's
in
back.
Parts. Manuel is back. In parts, you can see faint, far-off hilltops peaking above the darker, well-defined water horizon. That's curvature. So what you're saying, Manuel, is by a pure act of God, a freak of nature, that these gentlemen that just did 7 laser tests, just by pure coincidence, picked the only flat spot there is, did the laser test, and it starts curving beyond the lasers.
You can't VC, Manuel?
Maybe, Manuel, instead of just skimming through videos, you actually sit down and watch that one. Also attached is the documentation just above it that goes with it. It's about 120 something pages, I think. So it's a little bit of a read, but you can practice your English while reading it. So that's good.
What does it say? In parts, you can see faint, far-off hilltops peaking above the darker, well-defined water horizon. That's curvature. Why would you say that? How do you even know what you're looking at? Like, how do you know that that's just not what that land is expected to look like from that distance? I mean, you have heard of angular size change with distance. Like I was just describing, angular distance between two things appears to get closer, right? They appear to get closer with distance. Like 2 car headlights, they appear to get closer and eventually form one light with enough distance. Doesn't mean they actually got closer together, right? Well, just in the same manner, objects appear to get smaller with distance, right? Their apparent size decreases. So how do you know that those hilltops isn't exactly what you would expect to see? Their angular size. What makes you assume that they're poking up from behind something? And it's funny how this curvature always looks flat. Things hide behind the curved water that looks flat.
I love it when you point out it's flat, and then all of a sudden, yeah, that's because it's so big you can't see the curvature. Okay, we'll just wait till the next customer comes in that says boats disappear over the horizon.
Right. Yeah, look at your glass of water. The surface is flat. Oh, that's not enough water. Oh, okay. Well, look at the horizon, at the ocean. Oh, that's too much water. Okay. So if we in the middle somewhere, what?
So what's this happy medium we're talking about here? What distance does it go from not enough to too much? I want to know that line because I'm parking a boat right on top of it.
There's always excuses and apologetics, because they have to, because it's just not apparent to them. They're not observing or experiencing this big giant spinning ball. But trust me, bro, it is, because the guy on TV said so. Welcome, welcome. Who was that? Ding, ding, ding.
It's only me.
Beeps. Beeps is gone. Hey! AG. Welcome back.
AG is back. Welcome.
Amen. Hope all is well with everybody.
Yeah, pretty good, mate. Little toasted after the last couple of days. But yeah, pretty good. And yourself?
Man, life. Be right back.
Hear that? Not faring too well last couple of weeks myself, but I've probably got a lot better than some others. So just still be grateful.
Fala, guys. Suave. What's up?
Welcome.
What's up? How's it going?
What's up? I'm good, twin. And you? What's up? You good?
What brings you here?
What?
What brings you into this chat?
I don't know. I'm just interested to talk, to learn some English. Oh, this is 20 Flat Herb. Oh, there's a game. Oh, sorry.
That's not a game.
Nah, the Fire Marriage Valley. The guy playing.
Right, yeah. That's yeah, okay. Bye. See ya. Yeah, we'll play a game. Find the curve.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, it's been like this most of the afternoon, AG. You get long stretches of quiet, then all of a sudden everyone will want to talk together about random weirdness. As if T-Dub doesn't scare him away.
Hey, what?
We just had a because dropped in.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Old coward, huh? Surely not coward enough. Came in here. What do you know? Because not a talker, huh? Is a bit overrated. Yeah. Some might say I talk too much.
Yeah, but you're dropping facts, T-Dub, so it's all good.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Welcome, water. Is it true
Why
that
is
water
this?
is flat and level whilst it's at rest?
Is that my favorite proof?
It's actually joined us in the chat.
Bro, I talk about you all the time.
Why is this channel named Flat Earth? Flat
Or
Earth.
that right there, that which I last posted.
What is this? What is this room about? About Flat Earth?
It is about how water is level and the earth is not curved because we've measured it over water.
I don't get it.
Yes, no, maybe. You cut out. Anyways, when we sail across the water, we find that there's a large amount of water, and water is our reference point for altitude, right? So you have 100 feet above sea level, 1,000 kilometers above sea level. The depths of the ocean is measured from the surface of the water. It is 1,000 feet deep. It's 100 feet deep. You follow? Well, airplanes fly, right? And they reach an altitude and they stay at that altitude for hours in a level flight. Okay?
Okay.
If the claim is that the Earth is 70% or more greater, right? There's more water on Earth than there is at the surface, than there is the dirt that we stand on, right? Then all of that water is flat and level. And the Earth itself, because of water, is identified as flat and level. Now, if someone says, hey, you're actually on a sphere and the gravity's causing the water to conform to the surface of the sphere, then the water would be the perfect place to try and find the curvature of the Earth. Meaning, wherever you're at the top of the sphere. And when you look out into the distance, you're actually looking down the sphere. As you get away from your original point, you're actually traveling down the ball, right? So an object in the distance should be disappearing bottom up because the sphere is geometrically causing it to disappear bottom up. And because it's a sphere, with a given radius value, we can identify the rate that that is supposed to happen. When we look out at the horizon to try and find that rate of curvature to verify the sphere geometry that they gave us, we do not find that, right? You follow so far?
Yeah, like where did you find all that information?
I found the information from the so-called experts. They say that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. This gives you the distance to the horizon in miles, right? So if you're at 1 foot observation height, the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. If you're 6 foot, then the distance to the horizon should be about 3 feet. If you are 30,000 feet above the surface, right, you're at the height of a commercial airplane, then the distance to the horizon should be 219 miles. If you're at the max altitude of commercial aviation flight, then that's 44,000 feet, and the distance to the horizon should be 252 miles, 254. I don't remember. And so at these altitudes, we should be able to see the curvature of the Earth, the drop over distance, and it should conform to the sphere because somebody measured it. Somebody got the measurements to give us the radius value. But what ends up happening is people go out and they observe the horizon 10 miles away at 1 foot observation height. And that makes the radius value, according to math, 264,000 miles, not 3,959. And then it's not just that you're debunking the globe claim, it's identifying, logically, am I on a sphere that's, you know, causing the horizon? Then I'd point you to the horizon and say, look, when you look at the horizon, it's always changing distance. So now you can conclude that the Earth is constantly expanding and contracting in size. Or you can conclude that you're looking over a flat surface and the distance range of visibility is changing for reasons not the ground shape. And we got a gentleman in our group who, you know, so, people who believe in the globe, they're always like, okay, well, boats disappear bottom up. And so one of the guys, name's Indio, he decided he was going to go to the beach, or he was going to go to his coastline and look at the boats in the distance, right, and watch them disappear bottom up. And he ended up seeing a boat 30 miles away from the shoreline. That's insane. And he verified it using the applications it's given to us to verify the distance or the locations of these objects using their GPS trackers. So he's on the coastline, he's seeing 30 miles away 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet gives him the distance to the horizon in miles. If he's seeing the boat 30 miles away, that means the horizon is beyond the boat. What elevation height would he have been in order to see 30 miles away, according to the geometry? It is not what he experienced in reality, which was less than the altitude required to see 30 miles.
Wow.
This image has identified mountains in the distance from the observation point that this person took the photo. In order to see these distances away, he'd have to be 350,000 feet in the air. He is not 350,000 feet in the air. I don't know of any mountains that are 350,000 feet high.
How did you know that it wasn't like 3,000 something in the air?
Let's look up the mountain feet. You do it, I'll do it. See what we get. Tallest mountain on Earth, Mount Everest, 29,031 feet high. So if that's the tallest mountain, then the mountain he's standing on is obviously not 350,000 feet high, because then that mountain would be referenced as the tallest mountain. You could take this equation and go do it for yourself and make your own observation and find the distance to the horizon. All you'd have to do is find something in the distance recognizable and determine the distance between you and it, and then either the horizon is in front of it, meaning it's between you and the object, or it's beyond it, and the distance is greater than the distance to the object you've identified. So if you're standing on a hill and there's a water tower ahead of you, and it's 12 miles away, 15 miles away. If the horizon is beyond that, then the horizon is greater than 15 miles away.
Where can I find the horizon? I need to be near the beach, right?
You don't have to be near the beach. You could be anywhere. You have either the horizon line that's made by topography, which is why we refer you to water, because water will not have topography. At best, you'll get waves. And you can go to whatever place near you that has a large swath of land, like a field, and look over that. You could look on. You could get on top of a large set of land that has hills, and you can get the height of each of those hills, and then you can find the farthest hill with an object on top of it. Use the map and find your distance between it. If all of the hills are, I don't know, the peaks of them are all at 100 feet above sea level, then you're looking at a plane of hills that are 100 feet high, right? The valleys between the hills could be like, 5 feet, but your identified altitude above sea level, 100 feet, the tops of those hills are all going to be 100 feet. So it would be as if you're looking at a flat surface or looking over a rug in your house, right? All the fibers on the rug reach a specific height. They don't go any higher, but they then make a plane. This is why a lot of us are flat earth. We try to measure for the curvature of the earth. We don't find it. We try to find out who measured the curvature of the earth. Their attempts at measure of curvature of earth is not actually measuring the curvature of the earth. Like if you was to Google who measured the curvature of the earth first, you'd probably get some ancient Greek guy. If if you ask specifically who measured drop over distance uh, to find the curvature of the earth, you would get Al-Biruni, who's like pre-Islam Muslim guy who stood on a cliffside and then looked at objects in the distance and then got the angle measurements to those objects. Right, that would be the closest you get to measuring curvature of Earth. But we do the same process, and we get a radius value that he didn't get. We get radius values larger than the radius value given to us.
Who was that guy? You should say it again.
Al?
Guy. Al. Sorry, who was that? Mhm.
What's up, you? Goodbye. Hey, you. Welcome. Glad you could come back. I can give you a list of observations people did with lasers and tried to see if the laser would rise in altitude at the receiving end because the laser being level now makes a tangent plane above the sphere, and the ground would then curve down and away from the laser. But they don't see that. The laser is the same height above the surface on both ends. Since the ground is not curving, the Earth cannot be a sphere.
Okay.
What's up, you? Got any questions? I can answer them for the next 40 minutes.
Not yet. I think I'm gonna check out one of the videos you just sent.
Okay.
about the other person? How about other people in this room?
Well, besides you, there's only one other face that I'm not recognizing. Other than that, everybody else is a flat earth.
Oh, okay.
What's up, you? Got any questions? Welcome to the
I think I do. If the Earth is flat, then why do all the planets that we see, like I've looked at the moon through a telescope,
Uh-huh.
and I've seen it on different days, and I see different faces of the moon when it spins around.
You said faces or phases?
So like I've seen like a little mark, like that's black, and it shifts in a circular motion.
Phase. Do it.
Sorry?
Phase. Not
Phase?
face. Because, like,
Face.
the phase
Yeah, it's
on
different
the
faces of the moon.
or
Or
the
like
phase of the cycle.
it's not the
Yes.
phase. I've just seen the different faces of the moon.
Damn.
Not phase, like it's not a crescent moon. It's just I see different markings on the moon.
Okay.
So the
So
moon
you've
is
seen
round,
more than just
so why
one
would
side
the
of
Earth be flat?
You've seen more than one side of the moon?
Well, we can only see the light
because
side of the moon, but I've seen it
I've only
moving.
ever seen one moon. I've never seen the moon change, right? Like maybe you can watch the gray portion uh, rotate, but you won't see a different moon. And the only
Wait.
like the phases of the moon change, right? Like the crescent will slide from one side to the other from the beginning and the end of the month. And then like you'd have the growing black portion or it begins to shrink at the end of the month.
Jim, what if I told you that there's pictures of the dark side of the moon? Shout out Pink Floyd.
Oh man, I'd have to ask you how you verify that that's true.
I'd
That's what I
have
would.
to ask you how you verify that it's false.
Well, I've never seen it, so
Right. So that is
yeah,
that's the
yeah,
distinction
pretty
that you
much.
make.
I mean, okay. Now,
So that's the
what is it
criteria
that
that
you
you've
need
never seen it.
to be true? Because if you're going to try and claim that, well, there's a vacuum of outer space, I'm going to need you to verify that, and then I'm going to need you to verify that the Earth's actually a sphere, right?
Yeah.
And that the Earth
So there's a
and the
few
Moon
issues.
are actually moving in this vacuum. I'm going to need you to verify that too in order to
Okay.
support the claim that the
So
picture
have
from
you
the
seen
vacuum
the
of outer space of
I
a
know what you're saying.
spherical Earth moving in an orbit in that vacuum.
But
Yeah.
you haven't answered my question. I can see the craters moving around in a circle.
Yeah, that's
Why?
fine. I can see them move around too, right? Because it goes
And
from
then
one
why
side
wouldn't you
of the
think that is
sky
spinning
to
in
the
a
other side,
circle?
and it's changing its relative position to me, similar to, well, if I look at my ceiling fan in my living room, then I would have to walk from one side of the room to the other in order to make it look different, but I've only ever seen one side of the ceiling fan.
What, are you saying that we are rotating around the moon? Is that what you're saying?
We're not rotating around the moon. The Earth doesn't move. The
We're
moon
wobbling
is
around the
the one
moon?
moving.
Okay. We're just
Yeah,
still. And what's the moon doing?
the moon is moving,
It's
and it goes
rotating
through
around
How?
us
phases.
apparently.
I don't know how it moves.
But
I
then
don't know the
I just told you
mechanics.
that from the telescope I saw the crater going around in a
That's
circle.
fine.
Okay.
If I
And what does that show?
look at the moon through my telescope, I'm going to see the exact same thing you do.
Okay, and what does that tell you? What does that tell you is the question.
It tells me that the moon's in the sky because I have to point my telescope up into the
No, but
sky.
like I'm talking about the crater that rotates.
How do you know it's a crater?
Well, there's a
Why
grey
does it
mark,
matter what it is?
whatever you want to call it, there's a grey mark and it shifts to the
That's fine.
left when I look through my
It
telescope.
shifts.
Yeah,
Right.
it's shifting around.
We're
Or even my
looking at the
iPhone,
same
when I
thing.
zoom into it and I look in the
The
moon,
only
I take
thing that
pictures
I
of the
can
moon.
derive from that is the moon looks this specific way. The moon
Jesus
is
Christ.
in
Right.
the
Let
sky.
me
Oh,
sorry,
you're
let me
being
interject
reductive
here.
now.
No, right, sorry. Let me interject it. So I'm gonna give you an analogy that we're in a room and there's a beach ball in between us. Jim. I see one side of the beach ball, you see another side. Are you with me so far?
Yeah. Is it a 6 or a 9?
No, see that's not what I'm saying. I understand
Then please
that
conclude.
yeah, no, I understand that if it was high enough high up enough, we should it would make sense that we'd see different sides. Now, if the moon is between us, let's say from Australia to England, the moon is in between us. So you should see the dark side of the moon.
No.
Why?
Because in reality, what happens is somebody from the north sees the moon in the south.
Yeah, that
The
doesn't answer my
Australian
question.
in the south looks north to see the moon, and we
Listen,
see the same face of the moon.
the moon is
That's what
between us. The moon is in
it's not
between
between
me and
us
you.
because if it
It
was between
literally
us,
has to
they would
be.
be
We're talking
closer
about
to the
England
sun.
versus Australia.
Yeah, we're
That's fine.
talking about two opposite sides of your pancake.
Yes,
The
I'm
moon is in
agreeing with
between.
you. I'm agreeing with you. One
Okay,
person's in the north, one person's
so
in the
Jimmy,
south.
I'm asking
But
you to
how
visualize
is
it for a
it
sec.
that in your analogy, if the Earth is a sphere, that somebody in the UK and somebody in Australia is seeing the moon at the same time?
No, see, we can get to that, but I'm just asking you to
I need
try
to
and
get to it now because I need
No,
to know how that functions.
Jesus
Because on the
Christ, Jimmy.
sphere, the
Hold on,
UK
don't
Yeah, he
and
knows you're right.
Australia are on
He knows you're right.
opposite sides of the
No,
sphere.
Jimmy, I'm asking you about your flat Earth belief.
I'm asking you about the globe
So
because
you're
you're bringing
pivoting.
technology to me as if
So
it's
so
true,
you
and
tap
it
dancing.
happened. I
Admit that
need
you
that.
can't answer it. I'm not. This isn't got you. By the way, frankly,
I
I don't
don't
give a shit.
care. In order to prove if the Earth is flat or not, I don't use the sky to prove the ground.
That's
I wouldn't
pathetic.
walk into your house as a carpenter to repair your floor and start taking
Why
measurements
are
of your
you
ceiling.
all just a carbon copy, parroting clone of every single? Like, why do you always bring up
Why
that
are
same
you a
thing,
carbon copy clone of every other glober that
Jimmy?
walks in here and asks
Jimmy,
us the same stupid questions as if they're original
why
to
do you
their own
bring up the
mind?
sky when it suits you? Because you often bring up the
You
sky
bring up
to
the sky when it
Jimmy.
suits
Please,
you.
have some decorum
Not
about
making
yourself.
any sense, my guy. You're not
Jimmy,
really answering his
Daughter came
question.
in
Jimmy,
earlier and asked me the question,
Jimmy,
why am I a flat earther? And I gave her the answer, which was
Jimmy,
the ground. I
have
didn't
some
say
basic
anything about
etiquette,
the
please.
sky.
Right,
So
Jimmy,
why are
listen,
you now projecting the sky as a claim upon me
Jimmy,
when that's not my claim?
give me 15
So
seconds.
we just said that we
Well,
can see the moon
Take
rotating.
one.
You just said you can't see the dark side of the moon, right? So if the moon rotates and it's above us, right? How can we never see the dark side of the moon then? What are you talking about? Unless we're spinning also, right?
Are you unaware that in the heliocentric model, the moon spins in such a rate that it only ever shows one face to the
Yeah, we're
surface
aware.
of the Earth?
Yeah.
Mm-mm. That's not why. That's wrong. It's because
That's
we
wrong.
spin. It's not because the moon spins. It's because we also spin.
No, well, we both spin, but right, Jimmy, just answer this question
In the
for me, please.
heliocentric model, the Earth and the moon both spin, but the
Yes.
rate of the moon's spin is such that it only shows one face to the surface of the Earth.
Right, we can get onto
Yeah,
that,
but it's not.
Jimmy.
You're acting like we think it's spinning at like 50 miles per hour. It takes
Hold on.
a day.
Hold on. Let me just say this one thing, right, Jimmy? You know the way Polaris seems
I'm about to
seeming.
lose signal for about 3 minutes, maybe 4.
Yeah, your satellites are cutting out.
No, not a satellite. It's a
Why would
copy
all this
Satelloons.
technology
in the
work as
same
well
valley, and I
if it was
always
all
lose
wrong?
signal in the same valley. Here, I'll show you. I'll keep talking, and you'll experience me
But how could
losing
we
signal
talk to each
because of
other?
the
I'm in the
valley.
UK. You're in America. How could we
Because I'm
talk?
using a phone, which has to use cell phone towers in order to communicate with you. It's not a satellite
You're breaking
in the
now.
sky.
You're going in your tunnel.
No,
I don't know what you're saying anymore.
he was right.
I'm at the bottom of the valley. I have minimal signal. As soon as I reach the bridge, then I'll have a clear signal and you'll hear me clearly.
I don't know if I want to hear you clearly. I'll be real. It's the same.
All right, then leave.
No, but until you at least address the question I had. Are you back?
No, I need you to address the surface of the Earth because that's going to be the thing that proves
Okay,
the
I'll
shape
get
of the
onto that.
ground.
But Jimmy, please
Not
listen
the
to
sky.
me. Oh, we've lost him.
Your signal's gone again.
Now I'm coming up the other side of the valley.
Yeah, Satelloons reconnected.
No, it's not satellites. Your phones don't connect to satellites. Your phones connect to towers, which are grounded.
So how does
Connected to
GPS
each other
work?
by cable. GPS on your phone functions through the cell phone tower, which is the same method of internet reception that your phone receives. If you're out in the middle of nowhere near no cell phone towers, you will not be able to use Google Maps on your phone in order to find them.
Okay, cool. Right, Jimmy,
You will
listen to me
get, you
closely.
have no
Listen to me
signal.
closely.
A route
Very closely.
cannot be created. You would then have to read the map by yourself
Jimmy, darling,
because your
please.
phone will save a copy and then you
Yeah, I
can
got
do it.
you.
And then the signal trash enough and your phone didn't actually save, you won't be able to use Google Maps because there won't be anything saved.
Cool. Right, fantastic. Jimmy, would you say that the fact
Yeah,
that
but
Polaris
answer this question for me, and when you answer the question
Jimmy,
for me, I'll
please,
just
darling.
dismiss it.
Right. I'm saying, would you say that the fact that Polaris seems fixed in its position and that everything seems to rotate
That
around
Polaris
Polaris?
seems fixed in its position,
Yeah.
and we use that to identify latitude. Great.
But Jimmy,
What's
please, I'm saying that's a famous flat Earth argument that Polaris
Not a
is.
famous flat Earth argument.
No, it
Polaris
literally is.
is a globe claim. Hey, look, I'm now so
Listen
many
to me,
angles of
Jimmy.
degrees
Listen to
away
me.
from Polaris. Now I'm down the side of the ball.
Flat Earthers say that everything seems to rotate around Polaris, the North Star.
That's exactly what people appear to see.
Okay.
Is that the northern stars circle
But
around Polaris?
listen, Jimmy.
And then if
We'll
you're at
get
the
onto that. We'll get
equator,
onto that,
the
darling. We'll
stars
get
go
onto that.
directly from east to west. And then if you're in the south, then they rotate around
Yeah. Okay.
Sigma compass.
So would you say
Yeah,
the
okay.
fact that the sky appears to rotate around a fixed point is evidence for flat Earth?
No, the sky is not the proof of the ground.
Didn't say proof.
The sky does not prove the shape of
Didn't
the
say
ground.
proof.
The motion of the sky lights do not prove the shape of the
Didn't say
ground.
proof. I'll keep saying it.
That's fine. I'll say it.
Like, are you
And
mentally
then you can take
handicapped?
whatever it is that I say and try and deduce what it is that I mean. And then your next question can be in reference to what I said. So if you say, well, if flat earthers are saying that Polaris is a flat earth proof, then I'm going to say no. The stars are not proof that the earth is flat. A
Well, a
measurement of
lot
the
of
ground is going to
flat
prove that
earthers
the earth is
use
flat.
them as proof. Like, you've got some fucking clueless cunt putting it in the chat right now about fucking celestial bodies and stuff.
Hey, we
I don't
don't need
care
to
about
swear at the flat earthers. We don't need to. We don't need
No,
to get
not
mad
flat
at the
earthers.
flat earthers.
They're a source of endless entertainment. To be fair, they do fascinate me.
Okay.
Okay, so
Flat
the Earth
earth.
spins at 1,000
I
miles per
see
hour, right?
you as like a subject to be studied. I see you as like a specimen. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, your brain needs to be studied by science.
Right.
You're a cute little pet.
I don't
That
think they're
is like,
that interesting. I think it's very basic.
also
It's just
included in your
they want
study?
community.
they're fascinating. I am.
They just want
fascinated.
community. It's psychology. They want community.
Hello?
They want to belong. They found something that accepts them. So
The
did you kick
topic
him?
is the earth, not people. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Laps? Go ahead, ask your question.
Yo, what's up, guys? Morning.
Yo, brother. Shalom, shalom.
Oh, was that killing too?
What up, what up?
Apparently that's his actual
Met the
Oh,
guy
that's
listening
what you look
in.
like?
And... Yeah, that's me, brother.
Oh, you're beautiful, bro.
Well, thank you so very much, brother. Make me blush.
I'm just on my way to work right now. Hope everybody's having a good day.
Amen, brother.
Morning so
Many
far.
returns.
Thank you.
So how's the globe proof been as of late?
Well, not 20 minutes ago, we had people spiraling about the lights in the sky.
Nice.
So you mean the sky was falling?
No, it was apparently my burden of proof to support somebody else's claim that the stars are proof that the ground is a specific shape.
Yeah, it's just lights in the sky. It's okay. The world will not be spinning tomorrow.
That'd be a category error, though, to go to the sky in order to prove the ground. Oh my.
Well, he was trying to make a stereotype fallacy by saying, well, flat earthers say that all the stars are orbiting around Polaris, so that must mean that you're also claiming that. And I said several times that the sky has not proved the ground. The lights in the sky do not prove the shape of the ground. And the guy was like, well, I didn't say proof. I did, though. So now you can deduce from whatever answer I give you what I'll mean when I say what I say. It's like if I say the lights in the sky do not prove the shape of the ground, why would you then try to continue asking me questions about how other people claim the lights in the sky are the shape of the ground?
Amen.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man. When they're like insisting on you explain why someone else was fallacious.
You know, it's funny. A lot of these people, they probably come from TikTok and other places, but I have met quite a few of these flat earthers on TikTok. And when I keep hearing people say, well, yeah, you guys say these kinds of things, I'm like, oh, yeah, like this is where they're getting it from. These other flat earthers on TikTok and stuff. Yeah, they actually do say this kind of stuff. So,
Yeah. Which, like, we've been talking about this as like, why are they uncensoring the topic again? And it's like, these people keep insisting stupid arguments. So if they just uncensor the topic, all of these stupid arguments will be populated and everybody will see the stupid arguments and will let them implode themselves. Like,
the fleshing of the lies. Go ahead. Sorry, brother.
yeah, I mean, no, send it because I'm just going to rant.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The more that the lie is sussed out, then the truth ultimately will grow to the top, right? Amen for that.
Welcome.
And yeah, when these TikTok videos get like 100,000 views, they're going to go to the top of the search engine, right? Because that's what the search engine's supposed to do, is supposed to pick out the most popular content and put it at the top of the search result, right?
well, the thing is too, like there are a lot of Bible flat earthers out there, which I don't blame them or anything like that. But I went into somebody's live the other day, and I was like, "Hey, I'm just curious. Like, what are you gonna do if the person that you're arguing or debating with or trying to convince that the earth is flat doesn't give a shit about that book? The guy didn't have an answer. He couldn't like empirically prove to me without that book that the earth was flat.
Yeah.
Like me. I'll be the one that does it. Like I've got my own, philosophy on faith and everything like that. And I have an issue with the Bible, huge issue with the Bible, but I don't really discuss it with a whole lot of people. But if somebody brought the Bible up as a reason for the earth being flat, bro, you're in for a long night.
Bro, that was their only reason. He couldn't give me any measurements, any long distance observations, like anything. I was like, oh man.
Well, I just want to put something out on the table. Right off the rip in scripture, you have the identification of water and two directions, up and down. Amen.
Yeah.
And when you venture further on the second day creation, you have the introduction of what Father created being the firmament. And we have the validation of the firmament with the pressure we measure at sea level, which is 14.7 pounds per square inch. So biblical cosmology holds the truth at the end of the day, whether you want to admit to it or not, but we'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Yeah, but it's empirical measurements that give validity to the scripture. So if you're just holding on to scripture without any kind of validation for it, it's just blind faith at that point.
Well, I'm just saying to you, where I just said to you, the validation of that would be the pressure measured, right? Empirically, 14.7 pounds per inch gives us the quantitative measurement that's required in order to validate containment.
Yeah, but some people use the Bible and they give this like arcing dome, kind of like you're inside of what are they called? A snow globe, right? And we don't make any claims, or we don't make any claims to the shape of any kind of firm barrier. Because that would be the right thing to say, right? It wouldn't be validly correct. I'm saying this wrong, but I'm saying it to say it. To show a picture of Earth under a dome, would it?
It's not specifically saying any sort of shape. It says things like heaven stretched out like a tent. It doesn't define the shape of the tent. And the word for rakia, its letters have meanings, and those letters build the meaning of the word. And the letters are along the lines of outside of the reach of my vision. So whenever you get a specific English translation saying dome, they're forcing dome into the conversation. At best, you could say that my field of vision is dome shaped, and therefore the heavens is dome shaped. Or you can try and say that the tent that Moses made in the wilderness was a dome shape, and therefore the sky was also dome shaped because that's what he was told to make it shaped like. Or you can take the Pythagorean idea and say that the container was made and the pressure is equal in all directions. So we're standing on the plane, which is in the middle of the bubble, and the top of the bubble is the sky, and therefore that's the dome. But you're still talking out of ignorance because you don't know. You're just saying, well, these things line up, so therefore it must be that.
All right, boys. Just got here. I'll talk to y'all later. You guys have a good one.
Have a good day, brother Let's.
Have a good day.
Peace.
But just confirming, like, pressure fills the container that it's within, right? Expands equally outwardly, pushes on the container that it's within, correct?
Correct.
So with that comes the idea of a bubble, right? An air bubble, we all know what an air bubble looks like. So if we're in the middle of that air bubble measuring a pressure of 14.7 pounds per square inch, then wouldn't that give the validation of pressure again expanding outwardly, pushing on the container that it's within?
Sure.
No, I mean you're insinuating that a bubble is what we're underneath, right? And obviously, it would have to be something more firm to hold the weight of all the water above from crashing down, right?
Yeah, well, then you'd have the architectural argument that a dome shape distributes the weight evenly, so that could be the most sound structure. Then again, you're just asserting it to be the case because it happens in my experience. Like, it could be any shape, we don't know. And especially from the biblical claim, I think it's one of the proverbs: heaven for height, earth for depth, and the heart of a king no man can know, or it's unsearchable. So you don't know the height of heaven. You don't know the perimeter, because who's stretched the line upon the earth? Who's measured it, right? No one's experienced its entirety, or from our knowledge claim, no one knows the perimeter. So we don't know the shape of the base of the contained portion of the sky. Like, it could be the case that the four corners claim means that portion of the sky has four major corners, and the rest of it is of a curving structure. And that's how we get our reflections from the light movements in the sky. It could be some shape that gives us a kaleidoscope effect of the lights in the sky. No one fucking knows. You'd have to know in order to make the claim. And since you can't know, all you've got is correlations.
Which is why I'm against giving people images like these. I'm going to show you. It'll probably take me a second to find them. Hold on. Like if you look at this image that I just posted here, that's why I'm against giving people images like this. People will sit there and Bible thump somebody into a corner and totally turn them off of flat Earth by showing them shit like this. Because now you're giving a specific claim.
Like I brought more people to the Bible and to God by not talking about the Bible, right? Like there's a way about going about doing it. And the way that they teach us at church to do it, it's to generate money for the church. Unfortunately, if that's something you can't see, then I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. We could have a discussion somewhere else. I can explain it to you better, but like pastors go to school to learn how to make money for the church. That's it. If they're not doing it for the business, then what are you doing it for? If you're a trust child and you got an infinite amount of money to generate for your church, and you just want to stand up there and preach all day, more power to you. But at the end of the day, it's all about generating money for the church, paying the bills, and going off and doing whatever missions they want to go do. And I personally, I'm one of those people. I don't like to bring the Bible into the conversation when it comes to flat Earth. And I don't even consider myself a Christian because Jesus never called any of his disciples Christians. He called them servants, right? Every time he used a parable, he always talked about the servants. So, why would you call yourself a Christian when he told you that you were called to be a servant? So you should call yourself a servant.
What's up, Norin?
What
What's
up?
up, Norin?
How we doing?
We're doing great, man.
What's the vibes looking like in here right now? Are they high or what?
Oh, we're vibing, bro.
We're vibing? That's good.
Yeah, we're vibing.
It's just like a true flat Earth Discord chat right now.
The only
Are you high on
true.
brain rot right now?
What's up? I said it's the only true flat Earth Discord.
That's good
Are you in a
shit. I've been
rocket
saying
ship
that
right
shit
now,
for
gang?
years.
What's up?
Dude, sounds like you're driving down the highway.
Oh yeah, I'm driving.
Okay.
I've been preaching the Earth is flat for years, guys. I just want to see what you guys came up with. Like, how do you guys know the Earth is flat? It
What
obviously
is your
is, but
best flat Earth
What?
proof there, Chuck? What is your
What's the
best
hard
flat Earth
facts?
proof?
what's the best flat Earth proof I have?
Yes, Chuck. Yes, Chuck.
It just is simple as that. It just
No,
is.
that's if he dicks it. I don't care about that, right? I want to know the proof.
You want to know the proof?
I want to know
Well,
the
guess
proof
what?
too.
The proof is in the pudding. How about that?
Yes, I'm asking about the pudding. I want to see the pudding.
What's the pudding look like, and what's the flavor? That's what I want to get to.
Right.
Flavor is
Right.
chocolate.
Okay.
And that'll come like those little plastic containers that you can get at the store and shit. That's what it looks like.
What brand?
Brain rot.
Any brand you want. Really. That's
Really?
just up to interpretation, yeah.
No,
That's just
it's
how good
not
the
up
proof
for
is.
interpretation.
Clearly, that the pudding is correlated to the flatness of the Earth.
Nah.
Clearly.
Nah. Mm-mm.
Have you seen the top of a pudding lid? And have you seen the Earth? Clearly, it is.
Boom. Boom.
Yeah, take that.
Jimmy Will,
You'll have more to
what's
say
your
on,
proof?
buddy.
Measured flat.
The Earth is flat. I
Jimmy
agree.
Will, you think the Earth is flat?
Thank you.
I agree with
I
you
know
guys.
it's flat.
It's
You know it's
very
flat?
flat.
That's what I'm
Yes.
saying, bro.
Yes,
What's
bro.
your proof?
No,
What'd you come up
you're
with?
not even. Stop.
My proof is if it's not flat, then why is the
Cool. Thanks, man.
My proof is if the Earth is flat, right?
Oh my.
But they say it's round, and it says it spins. Why don't I feel it?
That's
You
what I'm
know?
saying, dude.
Let's get down to that, bro. And if
It
I'm on,
doesn't.
I can't balance on a ball, right?
Right? Exactly.
Another piece of evidence. Anybody else have anything to chime in on this one?
Jimmy Will, what
Why
do
do
you
you
got for me,
believe
man?
in the globe?
Why do I believe in the globe?
Yep.
There is no
He's a
globe.
glober.
There is
He's a
no globe.
glober. He's a glober. I can tell it, bro. Off rip, he's a glober.
So anyway, the Earth measures flat, right? There's long distance observations. There's laser observations. There's radio wave communication observations. There's plenty of evidence to support. There's plenty of evidence to support that the Earth is flat.
And where would a person who is not inclined to believe the Earth is flat find such information?
They have to go out and experience it themselves, because we'll give you the tools to go do it. We'll teach you how to go do it, what to look for, how to set things up.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the only way you're going to actually know it's flat is to observe it yourself. If you believe it's flat, that's fine, but it's not knowledge, right?
I did. I saw it myself. I was hanging with my buddy one day, and then I saw him walking away. He fell right off the earth. Just like that. He was gone.
No way.
That makes you a
nuts.
dumbass, dude.
Shit was nuts, dude. He just fell right off. Gone.
Yeah, it makes you a dumbass, dude.
Nah, I saw him on ice, dude. It's crazy. He just disappeared.
Did you say something about your grandma too? What happened to your granny?
You really want to know about my granny?
I really want to know. I think.
Recipe.
No, we're gonna listen. We're gonna listen to Norin talk about how he has these stupid beliefs about flat Earth.
What else do you want to know? I didn't write a book about it.
Yeah, nobody here believes that you can fall off the flat Earth.
You're 50 years old. Talk about flat Earth. Your name is Swole Dog. 3 times divorced, by the way. 5'4", for sure. You're done talking, big dog.
Yeah, you still live in your mom's basement? Huh? That's good. So anyway, we'll go back to Ellen.
fucking serious?
What's up, Ellen?
Bro, I'm fucking serious.
Oh yeah? You're serious, huh?
So serious he's got to cuss. Serious
Yo,
about what, brother?
I
Tell
thought I
us.
was still muted. Oh, okay, sorry, my bad, bro. Sorry.
So what are you serious about? So serious you got to cuss. Tell us.
I was gonna ask you a question, bro. I believe it's flat, bro. What's wrong with you? I'm not trolling.
Why would you believe it's flat?
Because I was going to answer you and then you muted me for no reason.
Well, you were walking over somebody else's conversation, so I had to put some separation in the room.
Sorry for that. I didn't know you were talking to someone.
Yeah, well, if you would listen instead of just blurt shit out whenever you feel like it, you'd be able to understand that.
My bad.
So anyway, why do you believe the Earth is flat?
I believe it's flat because if it's round, then why is the water not spitting out from the planet?
Who says the Earth is a planet floating in space?
No. If it's a planet, I mean, it's not spitting out.
Who says the Earth is a planet floating in space?
I don't believe it's a planet. It just.
So you have this false belief, right? You think the Earth is a flying pizza disc in outer space.
No, I think there is no other
And
planets.
you think that you think the water's falling off the edge.
Yeah, if it's
Because
round.
you saw a stupid cartoon, and you believe the cartoon because you would rather believe in your stupid make believe fucking ball spinning out of control in outer space.
Oh, what are you talking about?
I apologize, but nobody mentioned an actual edge. We don't know about any edge.
What's the reason that they say that the water doesn't spin off the Earth?
Because water is contained, right?
No. I was asking the guy that said that he believes the Earth is flat. He believes the Earth is flat because the water's not spinning off, right? It's not flying off.
Yo, T-Dub. Hope all's well, brother.
Hey, T-Dub,
How's it going,
are
man?
you okay to take over, man? I do have to, like, go into listen mode.
I can't. I can a little bit. Who was it? Ellie Mortal? Oh, he just left.
Yeah, Ellen
Okay,
Mortal.
cool.
I was just weeding them out. The next one that's up is, he left also. Yeah, I was just weeding them out because I knew that they all thought that this was a giant pizza disc with the water's falling off the edge.
Well, again, we do not have any information what's beyond the edge.
What edge?
I mean, the ice wall, that would be considered the edge, right?
Ice wall?
Yeah.
What ice wall? What ice wall?
The Antarctica, basically. It looks like an ice wall.
Its coastline is is ice shelf and glaciers and ice walls and yeah, a lot of it is, most of it apparently. But why does that equal the edge of the Earth?
Well, it's the actual so far known edge.
Is it?
I mean, the observable part of it, because, you know.
What makes it an edge, though?
Because that's how far we can travel so far.
Says who?
So limit.
Well, the Arctic Treaty.
I'm not getting it. Like, I still don't understand why you're calling it an edge.
Because humans did not explore it much further than that.
Isn't there other places you can go?
I don't really know. Anything
Other
is
directions?
possible. I mean, anything is possible, right?
Are you kind of like imagining that it's like the outer perimeter of a circle? Like that's encompassing all the lands in the middle?
For the observable part, so far, yeah, I mean, it could be anything.
Who observed that? Who observed that?
Well, anyone who actually traveled around.
Yeah, who did that?
I mean, anyone who just, traveled by boats and planes and, land, on foot.
So someone did that.
I mean, people travel all the time, right? A lot of them.
Yeah, people travel. So how did they observe the coastline of Antarctica completely encompassing all the lands all the continents.
Well, the actual theory is that the Antarctica,
Theory?
the continent, is actually a big ice circle, with possible gaps.
So it's just a theory, I guess, right? Okay.
Yeah, I've read it. That I mean, if you look at flat Earth maps, you would see that the Antarctica is.
I've never seen one. I mean, all maps are flat.
You've never seen like a flat Earth map?
No, I've never seen one.
Oh, okay. Basically, that would be the actual ice wall, the Antarctica.
Are you talking about an azimuthal equidistant north-centered projection?
No, I'm talking about the South Pole.
No, the map. The map. You're talking about
yeah, I'm talking about the map as well. Yes.
That's the globe. That's a squished globe. It's just a coordinate system. That's a globe coordinate system that's been laid out in that fashion. So there's all different projections. Like you can take the globe and its coordinate system, and then project it just about into any flat shape you like. And like there's many. There's transversal Mercator. You got the what's the name? I can't remember all the names of them, but Peterson or something. And then there's literally hundreds, man. And the azimuthal equidistant projection is one of them, right? And that's where you can take any point on Earth and basically make it a center, and then squish the globe out and splay it out, and it stretches all the lens from that point radially, so that like if you used the North Pole as the center, right, and then squished the globe out in that fashion, you'd end up with the continent of Antarctica at the bottom of the ball becoming an ice ring around the outside of all the continents, right, with the North Pole in the middle. But there's a scale to that map, right, so that those distances aren't actual to scale, right? So that the greater the distance on the map, you have to scale it back down to its original distance. So it's not actually representing like a physical representation of anything, right? You understand that, right? That it's a projection. It's not. It's that came from the globe. That's a globe interpretation, right? That's not actually the flat Earth map.
So, what would be like an accurate, or at least kind of accurate, flat Earth map? Where can I find one?
Library of Congress, Department of Defense, and NASA. Those are 3 organizations to claim they have a full Earth flat map.
There you go.
I got citation for that if you need it. So you're going to have to do some kind of Freedom of Information Act request to get them to give you a full Earth flat map. And they might not do it. I mean, just a heads up, because it might be some sort of national security interest behind that information.
I mean, there's local cartography surveying that takes place, which maps like small areas using planar geometry, and they grid it out, with in squares and everything. But all your maps will have scales and keys and legends, like which you use to interpret the map. So
yeah, that distance scaler is a big one. Look at that distance scaler and see if that distance scaler is a straight line or a curved line. If you see a distance scaler and the line is straight, we call that a clue.
I actually found a GIF that how can I call it? That shows the transformation. Like from a globe map, like a sphere to a flat map. The transformation. I'm gonna try to put it in the chat. It presents only the just known continents to us regular people.
Yeah, that same math that you just used, this guy called Tolan Media, he showed that you could do the exact same mathematical formula and change it from a pyramid, a donut, like a rectangle. When you switch from a three-dimensional object to a flat plane, all you need is a mathematical logarithm. That's it.
Right, and you can also choose any point as being the center point. It doesn't necessarily have to be the North Pole or whatever. Right?
Oh yeah, that too. But yeah, they got all kinds of different variations. So that's the best part. We see globalists come in here and they tell you, hey, that AE projection, that map is wrong. You're like, okay, well, what's wrong? The math or the model it supposedly was drawn from? It's wrong because it's flat Earth. Nope, nothing to do with flat Earth, homie. There's only two variables in that AE projection. A globe model that was used to project using math. So either the globe model's wrong or all of math is wrong. If you're right and that projection somehow doesn't match, which one's wrong? And they'll just get into a cycle where flat Earth is wrong. Like, all right, well, thank you for that. So you took your globe and slapped a flat Earth sticker on it and called it wrong. And they're like, yeah. Huh. How ironic. And anyway, the whole thing is complete nonsense because a map is a reification fallacy. That's broken thinking. It's a textbook definition. The map is not the terrain. Taking an abstraction and trying to say it's a concrete thing.
Right. And Swaldog, posted something there that's relevant too, because like these globes and globe projections, like basically interpreted from stars. So stars in the sky and their relative positions above certain places on the Earth, and then latitude and longitude are drawn from that, and then interpreted, like you said, mathematically constructed into a form.
I have a question. Why do you think the globe is being thought, the way it is? Why do people are being lied to? What are the main reasons or the main reason?
Yeah, malformed question.
What was it? Why is the globe being taught? Was that it?
Yeah, I mean, why you believe it's flat? I'm not gonna argue about it. I'm just taking in consideration all possibilities. But why do all people are being thought that it's a globe?
Why do people think it's a globe? It was an idea that caught on, I guess. People are trying to explain certain sky phenomena. They drew inference from certain sky phenomena and other things, like boats going over the horizon, that sort of thing. Yeah, they weren't looking at the surface and determining its geometry by measuring it, that's for sure. Because if they'd have done that, they would have ruled out any possibility that the Earth is a sphere or a spherical shape, because it doesn't measure to have any curvature, particularly over large bodies of water. I mean, that's why we're talking about flat. That's why we're saying Earth is flat, because it measures to be that way. Observed, measured, and used as flat. Yeah, the globe and heliocentrism itself has its roots in philosophy, mysticism, religion as well. So it has become like a religion, right? Nobody observes it, nobody experiences it, but everybody accepts it as being true for some reason. Most people don't know why they think it is a ball. It's beyond that they were told it is, and they saw some pictures on TV. That's it. And when we ask the so-called experts, they don't have any empirical evidence for it. Like I said, they take inference. They make inference from other things that aren't the surface of the Earth, from the sky, like eclipses and things like that. Does that answer your question?
For the most part, yeah. Thanks.
That's all right. Yeah, because the way we look at the sky is like we look at it as if it's an art. You know, it's arched. The way the sun moves across the sky, it, due to perspective, looks like an arch, and then so they're looking at it like that, like a dome, right, above them, and then from that they developed what they called the celestial sphere model, right? Started trying to use the stars, like I was talking about earlier, use the stars and the sun and the moon, its positions in the sky, to try and develop a coordinate system. Right? And then they've taken, look, I don't know the ins and outs and the complicated math and all that, but they've basically taken that concept of sphericity in the sky and applied it to the Earth's surface. Built a coordinate system on the, that mathematically turns the Earth's surface into a sphere. And plus, like the ancient Greeks, they had these philosophical and mystic thoughts about the sphere being the perfect shape, and they'd look into the sky and see the sun and the moon, assume that they are spheres, and so that the universe or a god or whatever must have created everything in as close to a perfect shape as possible, and the sphere being in the most simplest form, right? They just assume that the thing that they live on must also be that too. Right? And then they would start looking into nature for things which confirm that bias. Not that it took off in ancient Greece, but a couple of thousand years later, people were thinking about it like that too, like Copernicus, other astronomers. Copernicus sort of did the unthinkable, and ideally put the sun at the center and the Earth as having no real special unique place in the universe. Just one object orbiting the sun amongst other ones. It's not even the first object; it's like the third in that conceptual model. Some called Copernicus's idea revolutionary, but
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
for the most part, I think a lot of these characters in history, if they actually existed, were earnestly seeking answers to the mysteries of the universe, to their reality, right? And they were developing these conceptual models, trying to explain the world around them, the universe, and everything. The problem is that some of their first principles were like I said, rooted in philosophy and mysticism, not empiricism. They didn't. Their axioms were faulty to begin with. They're actually committing logical fallacy by suggesting that the outcome was proof of the cause without proper experimentation. The outcome was proof of their supposed cause. Because you can't experiment with the sky, right? You can't test it. You can't manipulate anything that's happening in the sky to determine whether what you think is causing it to happen is true. Yeah, Malexor, we're just endeavouring to distinguish, between what we can know and what we can't know, and not make assumptions or jump to conclusions beyond that. It's just
Sorry, I was away from the computer. Can you please repeat that?
I was just letting you know, just caveating, that most of us here, we're just endeavouring to just distinguish between what we can know and what we don't know, and not make any logical leaps or illogical leaps or assumptions beyond that about the state of reality. I mean, we're not trying to present to anybody an entire cosmological reproduction, or answer the deep and meaningful questions to life, the universe, and everything, and how the sky operates, and what the stars are and planets are and all that. Blah blah blah. We're just presenting to the world that the Earth's surface is planar and demonstrably, and that so therefore it what we live on, it cannot be the big spinny ball in outer space that they've told us it is, right?
I understand. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so flat Earth is not a map. It's not a model. It's not a cosmology per se, like a complete one, anyway. It's just the world you experience when you go outside. When you wake up in the morning and step outside your front door, that's flat Earth. That's just reality, just like what you can directly observe, experience, measure, test. Yep, that's it. That's what it is. Not something you have to imagine. Because if someone presents something to me and they're stating it to be a fact, it's true, definitive case, and I can't observe it and test it and measure it in any manner whatsoever, I can throw it out. I don't have to listen to it.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty reasonable to begin with. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I can understand your confusion, because like there's a lot of people out there that have latched on to flat Earth and have developed ideas, concepts, narratives about it that go beyond what we're talking about. That goes beyond the observable and demonstrable, the testable, the measurable. It goes beyond that, and it dives into the realm of speculation and makes some wild claims, such as that they know for a fact that if you travel south from any point on the surface of the Earth, you'll reach the coastline of Antarctica. Well, I personally don't know that to be true. It could be true, but I'm not going to make that definitive claim until I can verify it for myself, or that someone can actually show me that it's definitively true through some method, and at least be achievable by reasonable standards. for the average person, but it's not at this point. We're still greatly controlled by authorities. Talking about the treaty and all that, that does limit the average person's ability to travel beyond certain points, regions, and explore independently and freely. Plus, you know, environments, conditions, I'm told, are pretty harsh and dangerous. Makes it a bit hard. Yeah. Because it could be that Antarctica is like an island continent of ice, you know, in some location. Could be. It could be several of them, like that they're saying is Antarctica. Several areas of independent, not connected. Who knows? Like you said, you were talking about. Maybe it is a ring that surrounds us. Maybe there is a ring of ice. Don't know. But it's not really. It's not really consequential to our claim of of the surface of the Earth being planar in nature, because we can just test the surface of liquid water over short and long distances and just determine that it's not curving, so it's not a ball.
What I do know is the surface of the Earth, measured, observed, practical demonstrations, is flat.
Right.
I know the motion of Earth is the same thing. So when they say, well, if that's true, then all these other things must be true. Well, like what? Ice walls, edges. No. That's sort of a ridiculous model that someone rolled out to confuse you into thinking this topic was about people, TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10 flat earthers, number one will surprise you. This topic is about governments or conspiracy theories. They're up here talking about everything other than the surface of the Earth as their only proof of what the surface of the Earth is. Like, hey, how do you make an observation of the surface of the Earth? Like, look at that black hole, some 80 million light years away, or whatever, 80 light years away. Like, okay, how is that related to the topic?
Yeah, exactly. They shouldn't even need to talk about such things. I mean, like, as soon as someone says, like, all right, then, if the Earth's flat, then where's the edge? If you can't show me the edge, then I don't accept that it's flat. I mean, that's just a concession right off the bat that you're lacking, that what you think is evidence is weak for your own stance, because, you shouldn't need to ask that question. You shouldn't need to ask any question that starts with, if the Earth is flat, then XYZ, right? Just show that it's a ball. Just present the evidence that we live on a big ball, and the surface of the Earth is curving. That's all you need to do. Just shut every flat earther down. I find it so fascinating that like nobody comes in and says if the Earth is flat, then why do we have all these measurements of Earth's surface curvature?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. It's like that meme where it's like some sort of like hood rat. It's like if the earth is a globe, then why is it measured flat? Or if the earth is curved and rotating, how come it's flat and stationary?
Right. Another thing that might be a problem, like that we face, is the fact that they've stuck the word "the" in front of Earth. Like it's the Earth, and then like it's an object, right? Like the sun, the moon, the Earth, right? Oh, they must be all sharing space. Like it's really just the surface beneath us. Just a surface, an area, material.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? How's your day going?
It's all right, up and down. What about you? Yeah, fair enough.
Oh.
Hello? You said hello. Right, who we got? WDS MK with Smoke. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. Yeah, for a chat. Come in for a chat. No? Yep. No? Hello? You there? I guess not. I guess you joined this channel to sit here and listen to silence.
If you believe the earth is flat, you're stupid and retarded.
Yeah, surprisingly, that's correct. It's not a belief. You have to know it. If you only believe it's just, you know it's just. That didn't stick around.